How's it going, everyone? How's everybody doing? How's everybody feeling? Hope everybody is having a good morning, or I guess afternoon at this point. Please tell me what it solos. It was just a clickbait title. I figured I'm gonna piss somebody off if I type that, so why not, right? All right. Um, how's everybody doing today? We're back. It's that time of week again. That time of week where we basically stream for the next 4 days. Oh, everybody, as I said, had a good weekend. It's guaranteed for one here to talk about Naruto. Yeah, it's bound to happen. Yeah. Goal, France retakes the lead. What a golazo. We're witnessing a supernatural phenomenon. I don't know about supernatural. Like, guy just ran in and kicked the ball, but yeah. Fuck this guy, by the way. Julien Loki. Hey, what's up, One Smart? Are you kidding me? How are we supposed to stop that? Must be a bug. He's a human cheat code. We finally caught up and slipped, and he slapped us away in an instant. What in the hell is with these two? Are we fighting against freaking aliens? Time for a change. Shake things up. Eita Otoya. Okay, I'll hit him with my aura. Alright, now we're using... I'm doing good. Everything's going well. Damon wins type shit. Type shit. Damon solos. Yeah, you're right. Finally decided to check the raws of the Kieran data books, and it was as I thought. In the context of the text, it was more correct to read as instantaneous, undodgeable, in the blink of an eye kind of way. Okay. Go get him. 15 more minutes. Otoya swapping in. Ego-san's intent is clear. Otoya and Karasu have tons of combo patterns, which means he's signaling the team to switch to these Karasu-centric tactics. Everyone here understands that we're on track to lose if we keep this up, so even if our defense suffers a bit, our only shot at victory is to double down on defense. He doesn't expect me to score any points. No, it's not just me, it's Rin too. Right now, both of us are excluded from Karasu's system to turn this around. This is totally Karasu's team right now. Well, I haven't been able to do shit. Ego-san's abandoned me. Has Ego-san abandoned me? What can Rin and I do? I'm not number one. Loki and Hugo are on a whole other level. I can't see a way to win, but even though things are so dire, why am I still so damn excited? Why am I so freaked out that I'm going crazy? No, I felt this way before, since the start of the second half. My blood has been boiling and my mind is racing. I felt this excitement lots of times before. It's that feeling of finding someone who I want to defeat. Whoa, is that whenever I've done something that surpassed my abilities, it was when I was a clear number one I wanted to surpass. But after the Neo Egotist League, when I ended up as number one, I've been fighting to keep that title. Huh, of course that's unsuitable. My talents and mindset are suited for being number one, and we ended up in this mess because I was trying to force myself anyway. Hugo's theory is 199% correct, but for that last 1%, Hugo, my ego, don't waver, Blue Lock. Live for our own goals until the end. What gets me fired up? This makes me tingly. Don't miss it, Karasu. Right back at you, extraordinary. I used ChatGPT for the heavy lifting when it came to translating, but considering the reviews are very positive on AI translating things, I think it's okay. Have you seen the chapters for 1181? Nope, I do not check out spoilers. I feel like I have to I feel like I have to make some kind of banner. Oh. 1 second. Sorry. What were we talking about? Oh yeah. I feel like I need to make a banner or something. Cause just straight up stating, do not talk to me about spoilers. I'm not looking up spoilers. I don't care for the spoilers. Do you read JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? Toki Toki, yes, I do. Would Luffy would be good at soccer, not gonna lie. Yeah, no, Luffy would be insane at soccer. I feel like he could be in all... I feel like, actually, Luffy's best position would probably be either striker. It would have to be something along the line of striker, but I would probably argue Luffy would actually be a better goalie. I feel like Luffy basically sitting there and being able to cover the goalie spot from anywhere from a standstill, just too good, man. Just too good, especially since he gets to use his hands. Go on, Shadow Clone. Okay, don't miss it, Karatu. You're the crux. If I crush you, we win. Sorry, but I'm just an after image. Go on, Shadow Clone. Slipping through, baby. Okay, for real. Watch out for a cross. Here he comes. Come on. Pass it. No shoot. Nin. Boom. What? So fast. Seems you're Tabito Karasu's auxiliary shadow striker. You're a pain, but I can see you. But if I can see you, I can stop you? No fucking way. Whoa, hold on. Let's change up the... Let's change this up real quick, because now we have to get... Yo, I hate Julian Loki so fucking much. A character should not be this fucking fast, man. Ban Gum Gum Balloon type shit. He's already winning at basket, so sure, he's an athlete, yeah. Is that dude entering light speed? It's not that he's entering light speed, it's that his whole shtick within the context of the story is that he is potentially one of the fastest runners in the world, or I guess in soccer. The guy is basically considered a phenomenon for how fast he's able to accelerate, run, etc. He's basically like a natural born talent. They use this Godspeed-like, light speed-looking effect on him as an example. Second ball, crap, Hugo's coming back. This was destined, you consultant bastard, Yoichi Isagi. I'm not number one, but I'm not second best either. I can only shine when I'm devouring the best. I'm a rebel. Utter suitability. Oh, Itachi went Super Saiyan. For real. Blue Lock upscaled crazy. This is also like one series where... This is also like the one series where battle IQ seems to be almost as important as like physical all-around stats. It is so amazing to me that the writer was able to essentially develop a series where... Not even develop, because there was a conversation that I had with a barber a while back. Yeah, a barber. They were checking... They actually like anime a lot, and they were telling me about Blue Lock. They were only caught up to the anime, not the manga, so they didn't fully know it, but, what's going on here? I don't know who any of these people are. The fuck is this? I don't know what this is. Scattered Roses. I don't know what any of that stuff is. Meteor Thrust. Who the fuck are these guys? Matchless Limb Cutter. I don't know. Yeah. Son of Tristan. Adopted daughter of Gawain. We also happen to be the sons of the greatest of heroes, the four knights of the apocalypse. So this is some kind of... Lewark. Isaye. Son of Percival. Lohengrin. Galahad, son of Lancelot. I'm a girl, you know, me too. Okay. So... Okay. Whatever. Anyway. What are your thoughts on power scaling? Or how matchups are... Power scaling Woe? Who I don't know who... Oh, Wonder of You. Or how he matches up against anyone. Man, if you're talking about Wonder of You in regards to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, I'm going to be so honest with you. I've read JoJo's. I have not read part 8 to the point where I actually got introduced to Wonder of You. To the point one becomes Natural Elements, basically. I have checked out JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I do love everything up until part 7. Part 8 kind of threw me off. I never finished it, so I don't know much about Wonder of You besides the Calamity and the concept of the Calamity that essentially bypasses almost everything and anything within the context of the series, since nothing can evade the Calamity, since it goes beyond logic. But I think the issue with that is, at least in my opinion, more so that stands like Wonder Review essentially revolve around a series of events occurring that fuck up anything and everything. Essentially, if I remember right, they not only fuck up, but they also, like, if you get touched by anything of the calamity, it essentially means instant death. I'm not exactly sure how that would correlate with characters, for example, that have extremely high yields of durability. I know that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure characters, for the most part, don't always have the best stats. I mean, yeah, you can argue that characters in part 1, stands in part 1, can be light speed for certain reasons. I understand that someone like Jotaro Kujo, Dio Brando with like the world and fuck, Star Platinum. I'm aware that like those stands tend to have some like the higher echelons of like physical capabilities, but most stands really just have hacks. And like we do get to a point, especially in the later arcs, where like stands' powers start to become less about like physical contact and raw strength and more about, you know, having a crazy ability that must have certain levels of, I don't even know how to explain it at this point. Certain levels of, I guess you could say, raw capabilities in order to kind of, with, not even capabilities, just certain levels of, like, of raw hexes and even certain conditions that must be met that in most cases, you just need to be a smarter character in order to win in that series. JoJo's is also another series where, like, being smart, finding an interesting or creative solution to beating your opponent is, more often than not, the best solution possible. There's one manga that I hate how it looks. Character designs is Seven Deadly Sins. I just hate how they look. Completely subjective. I agree. I used to feel the same exact way before I started watching it. I remember that it was like early pandemic or prior to the pandemic. I think I was still in college at the time. I sat down and said, fuck it, you know, I'm going to check out Seven Deadly Sins. I think my issue with it is that the characters, especially depending on where they look, the characters do look Katakuri versus Yamato. Sure, I can check it out. You got a link for that? I'd be Guys Takes. I'm just gonna type in Guys Takes, so hopefully. There we go. Ooh, this looks cool. Yeah, I like the thumbnail. Simple, effective, and honestly, the manga style does go crazy. I wish that Katakuri, at least Whole Cake Island, had this more like raw. I don't even know how to explain it. I like the pencil work more from Wano. But anyway, we can check it out. Does Yamato win? I'd probably put my money on Yamato. But we could check it out. So wait, what was I gonna say? Fuck, I forgot my point. It's fine. Isn't the whole essence of Wonder Review inducing bad luck that leads to death in some way? Yeah, but I think the bad luck has to make contact first. I don't know how that would work against someone with, like, let's say some form of precognition. You know what I mean? Where it's like, if I can, like, I don't know, see into the future, sense that something's coming my way that might cause me harm, and then I just start moving out of the way. Like, I genuinely don't know enough about Wonder Review myself to know how, like, obviously Wonder Review seems to consistently get the people that come after whatever the main villain of Part 8. But I think that, like, my issue with it is more so that, like, do any of the characters have precognition? Do any of the character, like, is there any defense for the calamity? Like, what's the context? What's the full context of the calamity? What if it's inevitable even with precog? I don't know. I don't know if it's inherently inevitable. I just think it keeps happening. Things keep happening until, like, it resolves.
Everywhere, and I find it genuinely crazy that I really need to create.
Oh, I'm not plugged in. I moved my controller. That's what it was. I was like, okay, there we go. Yamato definitely has almost all aspects. I would probably argue, at least in terms of physicality.
I keep seeing this matchup everywhere, and I find it genuinely crazy that I really need to create a video about it. We are talking about Yamato versus Katakuri. I'm not going to go into any bogus power scaling details like country level stuff or some crazy amount of TNT. I'm just going to use the inverse scaling logic to keep it as simple and straightforward as possible.
I like that.
Ability-wise, this man is a 16-foot menace who wields a special Paramecia Devil Fruit that lets him turn his entire body into mochi. On top of that, he has his Awakening, which lets him transmute his surroundings into sticky traps or suffocate his opponents, essentially giving him insane battlefield control. His real bread and butter is his Advanced Observation Haki.
I wonder how you do these kind of effects. It does look nice. Will Emu solo the Naruto verse? Probably. I'd probably argue it, yeah.
He refined his observation haki to the point of gaining literal future sight. This essentially lets him see exactly what you are going to do before you do it, and gives him the opportunity to morph his mochi body out of the way so your attacks just hit empty air, making him seem like a Logia user. In addition to that, he has very solid control over the other forms of haki, surpassing Luffy at the time. The combination of these deadly refined abilities, along with his battle IQ and experience, made him go decades without his back ever touching the ground, and allowed him to completely dominate Luffy for the majority of their 12.5.
I don't know if I would say battle IQ for Katakuri, because the guy made a lot of stupid decisions, like just trying to bury Luffy alive. Granted, I don't know if you can necessarily call that a mistake on his end. At least like a knowing mistake on his end, since I mean, he's never met Luffy before. He doesn't know how much Luffy can eat. So, and digging your way out of something by like eating through it is something only Luffy would do.
Half-hour deathmatch. For 99% of the verse, Katakuri is untouchable. But Yamato is not 99% of the verse. For starters, Yamato is the biological child of Kaido, meaning they inherited those absolute tank-like Oni genetics as well as incredible strength.
I don't know if I would necessarily say that Yamato is a tank because of Kaido's genetics, and I only say that because Kaido is only durable because of the Devil Fruit, not so much his own capabilities. He did get Power Cliffed, but I don't get it when SM1 compares... someone compares Cat to a Tobi Roppo, or whatever they're called. Okay.
Then you add the mythical Zoan fruit they ate, and you already know what that means. They got themselves some top-tier durability right off the bat. Yamato's Devil Fruit gives them the ability to blast Sub-Zero freezing air and coat their body.
I'll finish the video and then I'll touch upon some of the seven deadly sin stuff.
In a tough-ass armor of ice. That alone would have been enough for majority of side characters, but to cap it all off, Yamato is a confirmed user of Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Their main feat comes from Roof Piece after Luffy's second or third near-death experience. Yamato intercepted and stalled a bloodlusted hybrid Kaido in a grueling 1v1 deathmatch. The argument most people make is that Kaido didn't go all out because Yamato is his child, but you'd come to understand why that doesn't really matter in the end. So how does the fight actually...
It doesn't matter in the end because Kaido one-shot Gear 4 Luffy, post-Whole Cake Island Gear 4 Luffy with a single Thunder Bagua, and he's taking on Yamato in a hybrid form. Even if you wanted to say that Kaido's hybrid form was an amp, just like, was an equal amp to Gear 4, that means that Katakuri would have had to, that would mean, essentially, that a hybrid Kaido would be... Well, he's already in base a one-shot tier above Katakuri. Like, his attack potency would take down Katakuri in one hit. No one on the planet is convincing me otherwise, right? There's no way you can argue Katakuri tanks a single hit from Kaido, and Yamato is taking hits. Sure, you can say that, like, she's getting, like, there's some blood here and there. You could say that, like, her mirror armor couldn't tank, like, fully tank, hybrid Kaido strikes, but hybrid Kaido is like a Gear 4 amp on top of a Gear 4 amp on top of Gear 4. Like, I don't know how else to describe it.
We go. I'll try and make a clear-cut comparison, but either way, it's not looking good.
I summarized your video?
Katakuri has highly compressed armament haki, which made his color of arms denser than anything we had seen before then, but he still does not have advanced armament or ACOG. While Advanced Conqueror's Haki is a power that could have had better build-up, it still is a complete game changer. It is an ability canonically stated to make a character exponentially stronger, and is an ability used only by the cream of the crop, as stated by Kaido.
The cream of the crop is so funny. It's such a funny term.
It is clearly shown that such attacks completely overshadow all attacks we had seen before Wano. To put this into perspective, Luffy, even while exhausted,
make a video of Big Mom. I already did a while back.
Katakuri, and
I'm working on
in contrast
some other
a
stuff right now.
well-rested Luffy in his strongest form got absolutely wrecked by Kaido in the first Advanced Conqueror's attack shown, and in one shot at that. Meanwhile, Yamato is strong enough to use ACOG to literally crack Kaido's bones and make the Emperor bleed. Drawing blood from Kaido alone is a massive feat and is something that the current Katakuri we know absolutely cannot do based on what we've seen. Now we have attack power out of the way, let's talk durability. This is a source.
Yo, the Nokia phone was funny as fuck. I might throw that into one of my videos. I might throw that into one of my videos. I gotta be honest.
It's very essential in this matchup because Katakuri spent decades dodging with Future Sight. His physical body lacked blunt force resistance, making him a literal glass cannon. It's essentially the same problem early Logia users had. Even base Luffy's punches were rattling him, and it only took a handful of solid hits in Snake Man to put him down. Meanwhile, a rage-amped, stronger, and well-rested Luffy in a more powerful Gear 4 form dealt dozens of blows to Kaido, and it did absolutely nothing to him. Yamato, on the other hand, tanked multiple ACOG attacks from an even stronger and sober Kaido, whereas one of those attacks in a weaker form literally one-shotted Wano Boundman Luffy. Those same attacks would just be too much for Katakuri, since Yamato can dish out such attacks. And finally, Katakuri's biggest strength, Future Sight. One thing Roof Piece taught us is that seeing the future is completely useless if your physical body isn't fast enough to dodge it. This was explicitly shown by Kaido. Even with Future Sight active, a version of Luffy significantly more powerful than the one who faced Katakuri was still blitzed by Kaido in his base form. Yamato has the reaction to intercept and clash with a stronger hybrid Kaido, which in turn means they should be fast enough to deal with Katakuri. To put the final nail in the coffin, Mochi, like most devil fruits,
I don't know how people do those effects, man.
While water makes it lose its stickiness, sub-zero temperatures should turn Mochi brittle and rock hard, stripping Katakuri of the elasticity he needs to dodge, and negating the effects of his awakening. In simple words, Yamato freezes Katakuri's awakening, blitzes his Future Sight, and packs him up with one swing, sending him straight to the Shadow Realm. With or without the controller plugged in, that is pretty much how it should go. But giving Katakuri some grace of experience and battle IQ, it can go up to a mid-diff for the Oni child. Anyway, that's going to be a wrap for this video.
That's a tough one. Both have ACOC. Both do have ACOC. Both fought already, and they're kind of shown to be equal. I think it's a toss-up. I think it's an extreme diff fight for either or. You can maybe throw in Kaido in there since Kaido was actually defeated instead of being knocked off the island like Big Mom was. To be fair, she was never knocked out, so you can give that to him if you want. You think you didn't have to do Cat So Dirty type shit? Yeah, it was a good video. I agree. Yo, guys, takes. First of all, really good video. I mean that genuinely. I think all your points were well established. Besides like I guess a minor nitpick on my end, it's all pretty good. You made a pretty concise argument. You essentially had you not only made a concise argument, it was comprehensive and understanding how it was comprehensive, not in understanding, but in how you were capable of essentially expressing not only your point, but essentially boiling it down to these are like the main categories that we have to talk about: power, speed, durability, and then finally Katakuri's hacks, which is the biggest case here. I also like how you brought up the fact that technically speaking, you can say that her ice powers can freeze Mochi, which is a good thing. Also shows that she does have an answer for his awakening. Yeah. I think this was really well constructed. And I'll say this: you were able to construct an argument that is both comprehensive and it was short and concise to the point. Something that I know I struggle with is trying to explain personally how or to what extent I write my thing. I find it difficult to basically express my points in a smooth and streamlined way. A lot of the times you guys see that I tend to go very in-depth into my stuff just to make sure that there's no, like, misinterpretation, although I've noticed that with people it doesn't matter. But anyway, enough about that. I think that this video was really well built. I think it was well constructed, and I think you have, I also think you have a pretty good ability to edit, man. I'm gonna be honest. I really do think your editing's pretty decent. I don't know how people do some of these effects, like this one with Katakuri, I think it was like back here?
That lets him turn his... On top of that, he has his awakening, which lets him...
Yeah, this right here. I don't know how the fuck you did this, but this was sick. I'll be ready for more videos. Did you read Chainsaw Man? If so, can you please scale the verse in a future video? I've read Chainsaw Man. I didn't care for it after a specific point. Chainsaw Man was not that interesting to me after a specific point, so I was just like, I'm not gonna continue reading it. I gave it enough time. Maybe I'll go back to it, but not right now. That's not gonna happen right now, Toki. Okay. We checked out Seven Deadly Sins. Let's click through a couple pages of Rent a Girlfriend. What's going on here? I don't know who the fuck this is. I still don't know who this guy is. I don't even know what his name is. Who the hell is this chick? She is not the rentable girlfriend. What did he say right here? A new one wouldn't fit in this case. I don't know, man. Okay, I'm over that. Guys, I have to edit. I used to edit well edits, basically. Ah, okay. Got you. Okay. This is about 12 minutes. This is about 15 minutes.
Basically, like, intelligence is never, like, my final point, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries, that's fine. My entire thing about Pixel clearly not being reliable.
Okay. Not these. I don't want these here right now. Let's... Okay, so I'm going to edit real quick a video. It's not going to be anything crazy. It's not going to be anything too specific. I'm just going to edit through this... Basically, these scenes right here. I think I should have done a bit of, like, voice recording on my end, but I'll probably just do that later. Let me see. For our overall topic of discussion... the point here is not to be right, or the point here is not necessarily to, like, debunk everything that your opponent says. More so the point here is cognitive skills and to be able to improve our capacity to go through a debate. So, one thing that I will ask from chat is that for each one of these topics, do not vote. Okay, I don't think I'm going to do the voting part. I don't think I need that. I'm probably just going to make a... I'll probably just do a voice recording real quick. Quick intro. Hey, how's it going, everyone? Blah, 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 blah. And then I'll throw the gameplay on top. 16 minutes. Do I have anything about that long? I do not. I do have 15-minute clips. So while we're doing that as well, I do have the Expedition 33 one. I might do... there they are. Oh yeah, I also got some clips from my, from some stuff when I used to play with, my boy David and my cousin Isaac. We have some clips from the finals that we're gonna throw in the background. While I'm doing that, I'm gonna need this. Let's pin it to taskbar. Yeah, let's pin this to taskbar because I might start using this a little bit more. Okay, so we do, what was it? Media. We need to convert some old clips. That's right. So I do actually. I mean, yeah, we're gonna have to. We're gonna have to edit. I have to do some clips. The dude who you saw in Rent a Girlfriend is basically the author's self-insert. Is it now? I keep hearing that the author had a self-insert. I still wasn't sure who the fuck that was. What is it about? What is it about Rent a Girlfriend that people hate so much? I feel like it gets so much hate for no reason. I don't know. Is it one of those things where just like the internet unilaterally agrees and gay-skay? I don't know if gay-skay rolls off the tongue as well as Sasuke, but you know, you describe Sasuke however it is that you want. I don't personally have that much attachment to the character. This one seems rather long, so we'll do this one. Mouse PI. We'll do some mouse PI, and then it was convert. We convert. Let's check this out real quick. The audio codec is the same. And then let's make a new destination over logo, font, video game VODs, mouse PI for higher 1. So while... Okay, it is a 30-minute clip, so I will just be editing that down. And while that happens, I,
Go back up.
I don't mind this. Shit. Hey, what's up? What's up, Drake? We're gonna edit through a video real quick, and then, man, I love the finals. I really wish I could play this a bit more.
D-Rider, maybe I could be able to do it, but... Okay. Bro, get up there. Why
melee the barriers. Melee the barriers. Just.
Does Elden Ring have lore? If yes, can you explain just a bit? I read my old comments and read my old comments from a minute ago. Naruto is a good anime. If you could have any 3 powers in real life, what would it be? You can't make your own powers. It shouldn't be too overpowered, and it would still be OP with its combo. I don't know, man. This is like just one of those questions. I don't know. 3 random powers I'd like. I don't know, man. Teleportation, clairvoyance. Teleportation, some kind of clairvoyance, and multiplication. I think I'd be really fucking annoying if I could just go anywhere I want, know things that are gonna happen before they happen, and essentially be able to make clones of myself so I can get some extra work done on the side. Matter manipulation is considered OP. Yeah, I'm not doing matter manipulation. Instant regeneration, matter manipulation, and absolute knowledge. Yeah, absolute knowledge is something I don't want. Yeah, the problem with absolute knowledge is that it's that then there's nothing engages with you. You basically don't have to engage with anything. Absolute knowledge is a curse, if anything. This clip part don't work. So I guess we won't be using that one. No, we won't be using that one.
Hold on, wait, hold on.
Many?
Here, got that bitch.
I got many. Wait.
Oh no!
You dropped me. David fucking dropped me. That's crazy.
One pink.
Thank you, Isaac.
Guys, this is 2 pink. This is 2 pink. This is 2 pink.
Anyway, I gotta remove the sound from these. So I'm caught up with Invincible. Thrag actually living up to the hype. Granted, people overhyped 3 Viltrumites destroying a planet when Laser helped them out. Yeah. Did that scene happen yet? Did that scene already occur within the context of Invincible? I'll leave this one up because I do need to know what the topics are. I'm gonna delete. We'll just wait for that one to be finished. I think we'll do one with that. Oh yeah, we were absolute beefs this game. Absolute knowledge is omniscience or omni-knowledge, so if you don't have enough brain capacity for the knowledge, you don't have omniscience, you will get exploded or something. You can just use that absolute knowledge whenever you want. Yeah, no, but having absolute knowledge isn't something that you just use whenever you want. It's something that it just is. So you would actually be kind of fucking over your own mental capacity at that point. I don't know. You have free will. Have your mental omniscience or whatever. Okay. Alright, I think I'll just throw this one in here. Okay, this should be enough for this. Good morning, Sailor. How you doing, man? How you doing, Sailor? What were you gonna say about Seven Deadly Sins after the video? That's right. Yeah, Seven Deadly Sins' art style was something that I didn't very much care for when I was first checking it out. Let me pull it back up real quick. I don't know. Now, it's something weird to me, man. It's like some of the characters, specifically some of their faces. Oh, it just wow. I'll just 7 Deadly Sins. It's just something where, like, I don't know, man. It's about the characters' faces for me. In a lot of ways, well, for one, I don't like some of their proportions. I think you look fine, you look fine, you look fine, and Ban half the time looks fine, other times he doesn't. But characters like Escanor are just straight up fucking torso. Even Ban, to an extent, is just torso, man. Depending on what perspective, like, you're going at it, these guys have some really weird fucking builds, and I think just my biggest issue is just some of the character faces. Like, Merlin looks fine, Ban looks fine, but, like, Meliodas, Diane, Gauther, and King all look like kids. Even Meliodas here, like, no matter how you try to place him, no matter how ripped you try to make him or whatever, he just looks like a little fucking kid to me, man. I don't know, it's just, it was just very weird to, like, get accustomed to that. You know what I mean? I don't know. The faces were definitely something that took me a long time to try and get used to. But yeah, that was basically just my biggest issue with it. And as for, like, the weirdness about, like, 7 Deadly Sins, I mean, listen, Gauther looks like a androgynous teenager. King essentially had the body of a child until he fully grew up. Diane, I mean, I think she looked fine for the most part. I didn't have a really issue with her. Ban looks fine, Escanor looks fine, but Merlin and Meliodas, Merlin's true body being that of a child, and Meliodas essentially just being a 3,000-year-old man in the body of a kid. I don't know, man. It made things weird for a lot of people, especially, like, in Western audiences. I've said this before. I feel like I'm the type of person that I can sort of separate, I feel like I'm the type of person that can, like, separate... How do I word this properly? I can separate the idea of cultural differences from, or at least my own personal, my own cultural differences versus Western values. What I mean by this is that a lot of people have this, a lot of people in general call 7 Deadly Sins 7 Deadly Diddlers, or whatever, or 7 Deadly Ditties, or whatever the fuck, because, I mean, in case you guys don't know, Elizabeth, Meliodas' wife, girlfriend, lover, etc., she's essentially had to reincarnate hundreds of tens of times, dozens of times, hundreds of times. I don't fucking know. In 3,000 years, how many times do you fucking reincarnate? Meliodas essentially is just meant to have eternal youth or just immortality. And because of the curse placed to them by their parents, she constantly, as soon as she realizes who she is, she will eventually go down a cycle where she will die. And because she dies, she has to be reincarnated. And when she's reincarnated, there were moments where there were certain lifetimes where Meliodas would find her, take care of her, have her grow up and everything, and then she would essentially not know who he was, or in the cases where she did know who he was, she would die right afterwards, etc., 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 etc. It's just one of those cases where, like, essentially people call him a pervert, and to be fair, he is a fucking pervert, especially the way that he gropes her and stuff, because, well, you know, I don't know. Japan's weird at times. I don't know, man. Making Merlin a kid, I don't know what the point of that was, or at least physically a child, but she has the mind and age of an adult. Then the whole, like, Escanor loving her and whatever, blah, 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 blah. It's one of those things where I don't know what the fuck the author was trying to go for it. Maybe it could have been perceived a little bit better if Meliodas wasn't constantly groping Elizabeth throughout, like, all of OG 7 Deadly Sins. I don't know, man. It's Japan. It's weird, nothing more. Really weird, but not straight up CP or PDF activities. Yeah, but that's the thing. We call it weird because we come from a Western perspective where even considering an 18 or 19-year-old is still basically just a kid, right? I mean, 18, 19, and I think that's fine. I think it's fine that even if from a legal sense, after a certain point you are an adult, you're still considered primarily a child, because, I mean, at the end of the day, there's nothing really changes legally between, like, 17 and 18, and I think that's fine, but at the end of the day, it's like with Japan, because they had a younger age of consent, especially, I think, what was it, prior to 2021, that one time that we looked it up, it just made things a whole much more annoying, especially for the Western audience, because now people are like, well, Meliodas is clearly a fucking weirdo pedo behavior, PDF file behavior, and it's like, I mean, I'm not saying that I don't disagree, I'm not saying that I don't agree, I'm not saying that I disagree, I'm saying there is a cultural difference there that, while I'm not entirely defending it, I'm just saying, hey, it's present. I don't think the author's entirely being weird. Bro, is Fairy Tail better or Seven Deadly Sins? Probably in terms of overall writing, I would probably say Seven Deadly Sins. That does have its weird moments, but Fairy Tail is definitely a lot more blatant on the perv side of things, so I don't know. Merlin, a woman, not a man. Sorry, my fault. Only time Escanor looked bad is liking Merlin. Yeah. Only time he really did look bad. And that's the crazy part. It's like, if you had to say that, like, the one flaw on an otherwise okay character with, like, Escanor, is that the character he just so happens to like ended up having their body permanently being that of a child, and they're simply just maintain up a facade or illusion that their bodies is physically that of an adult. I don't know, man. There's context to it, but it doesn't make it any better. I don't defend it. I'm just saying it is the context of the situation, man. Seven Deadly Gropers, that also works. That's actually pretty good. Seven Deadly Forces, Domain Expansion, Leaf of the Golden Turtle Beetles. I don't know what the reference is this. Who would win, Kurama or Sol Galeo? I'd probably give it a Kurama. I know people give the Ultra Beasts in Pokemon a lot of high-end scaling or whatever because of the interdimensional traveling crap, but I don't know, man. I don't really think Sol Galeo's all that impressive. I'd probably give it to the guy that can blow up an entire fucking city if he wants to. Japan generally has a problem with PDF-esque things since top arms are being cutesy and childish. I didn't know that. Well, Melly legit handled Baby Liz and said, "Get your hands off my woman." Did he? Did he? Did he? I said, it sounded like Diddy. Who would win, Madara or Yveltal? I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know how high Pokemon scale. I don't really know how high Pokemon scale. I just know they're not as impressive as people seem to believe that they are. I don't know. Do I see a Pokemon blasting away an 80-meter tall... Why do people hate Maki? Which Maki? There's Maki from Fire Force. There's Maki from JJK. There's probably some other Maki out there that I haven't referenced yet. I'm not sure, man. This is still producing, so we're just going to wait on that. Did you finish Time Strangers? I haven't yet. I haven't finished Time Strangers because I just have to go finish all the side quests, and I just haven't really sat down. I haven't really sat down to do it. If I'm going to be honest, I just haven't sat down to do it. Alright, let's move this back. Let's put this here. So these are the 4 sections. I need a number of clips so that I can turn that into that. I don't think I have enough lives of P gameplay. So if I don't have enough lives of P gameplay and I need about 16 minutes, I think we'll do it for that. How much is this? 16 minutes? I think we'll just wait for that to work through. Bro's voice is OP somehow. Whose voice? Which verse does One Piece solo? Oh, that was just a clickbaity as fuck title. If you have read any more New Ways Exorcist, though, on Hollow Weapons and Soul Gears as a power system, I haven't read any more. I'm going to be honest. I haven't really read much this weekend, actually. Throughout the weekend, I think I spent the weekend playing that new Mouse PI game. Have you guys checked it out? I'll actually have some gameplay up for you guys and whenever that's done. I've been really enjoying it. Mouse PI for hire. I didn't know that this game came out on Friday, so I decided to purchase it. It's been pretty good. I've been playing it. I've been enjoying it. It definitely does give me... It definitely does give me like that old-timey... that old-timey Private Eye, PI noir style game, noir style setting with obviously the inspiration from classic Disney style cartoons. I really do enjoy it. I think the voice acting work is actually pretty fucking good, and it's kind of gritty. All things considered, it definitely doesn't hold back in a lot of ways. I don't know if you guys would actually 6 out of 10 too much cheese. Too much cheese. That's funny. Have you ever tried old Pokemon games? DS, 3DS? Dude, I played every Pokemon game up until... I played every mainline Pokemon game up until... Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. I stopped giving a fuck at that point because the games were just absolute dog shit from there on out. Listen, you can defend, what is it, Scarlet and Violet, Sword and Shield all you want. Nothing's gonna ever make me say those games are even half decent. The music wasn't doing it for me. Obviously, the reused of modeled kits, I don't know. I think it's just been a widely considered, like, agreement that Pokemon games from, what was it? Pokemon games from, like, maybe I'll do some... Ooh, maybe I'll do one of these. Pokemon games from that era specifically, right? From the... Let me check something out real quick, because I might just end up doing a couple of short clips. What is this? 2 minutes? 3 minutes? Pokemon games from, like, that era of, like, Gen 8, Gen 9, they just been mediocre. Like, in terms of the quality that they could be, they just been mediocre. What about Zelda? I love Zelda. I love Zelda, but it's always been one of those, it's a reference to actual IGN review. Yeah, I heard that people were, like, shitting on the game for no fucking reason. Also, Mouse PI, I'm not sure if any of you guys have ever played the Sly Cooper games, but a lot of the 3D models from Mouse PI do remind me a lot of Sly Cooper. It does do, by the way, One Piece does solo. Yeah, it solos. Naruto Air is stronger? The fuck you mean? What are you talking about? Japan is actually a case study on what happens when a highly restrictive culture suddenly gains near total freedom in a generation. You couldn't goon for 1,000 years and now you can type shit. Ha! Yeah. Have you seen the TikTok debates about Sanji versus Guy? The whole guy running on air, bending space, and some people saying Naruto Air is stronger than One Piece Air. I haven't seen it, but that genuinely is funny. How the fuck do you have stronger air? How the fuck do you even remotely come down to the conclusion that, like, you can argue that? I'll probably throw in some Elden Ring gameplay in here too, and I'll probably throw in some Lives of P just to cover it up. Mouse is great. IGN is getting grilled for criticizing it for having too much cheese. I mean, how do you not have too much... How do you have too much cheese in a game about mice and shrews? That doesn't make any fucking sense. We'll just wait for this, guys, because the only other thing I can do right now is I'll set up all the images, and I'll probably just make some sound recording for them. Yeah, I had to just drop the series. It's just too weird for you. What series are you talking about? Do you consider Nami's gags feats of hurting main trio as legitimate feats? No, I don't. I think they're gags. I think they're not meant to actually be power scaled. If so, do you think she outboxes the Invincible Burst? I don't think she does. I think that Nami is specifically hurting the crew because they do stupid things, and they know that they do stupid things, they're just accepting the punishment. Wait, so Monkey D. Dragon solos Naruto too, right? Even the Avatar, the Airbender? I'm not saying what verse One Piece solos. I just made a clickbaity title. I don't know. I know you guys aren't. I know a lot of you guys aren't here for like the actual like, oh yeah, One Piece actually does solo crap. I just sometimes make clickbaity titles just for the sake of making clickbaity titles. Oh wait, no. I'm not supposed to make it longer. Make it however long it was meant to be. And then we stretch it out on this end all the way here. Alright. Anyway. Zelda. Zelda games, I think the only Zelda games... I love Zelda, but I haven't beaten that many games. I've tried Minish Cap on one of my retro emulators. One of my like retro handheld emulators. But like, I don't know, man. I guess I'm just at a point in my life where I just don't either have the attention span or the necessity to like sit down and play through games, especially like old-timey games. Like I need something to like constantly keep me in, and I think that I maybe just have been spoiled by like, maybe, I don't even know, like, I'm like a really weird guy when it comes to games because I do love classic games, I do love GBA games, I have this genuine fondness and nostalgia for GameCube style games, N64 style games, but I don't have the attention span to sit down and just play through them. I don't know what it is. I really don't know. So, like, I tried to play Minish Cap before. I think I got past, like, another dungeon, but then I just sort of lost interest. I don't know. I'm just weird like that. I would just I would just knock it off to... I'm just weird like that. Also, as for the conversation about, just Zelda games as a whole, I think they're great. I've only beaten 3D ones. I've beaten... Breath of the Wild. When I was younger, I beat the 3DS version of Ocarina of Time. I've beat Twilight Princess, which I'm never playing again just because one of the bosses is a fucking spider boss and that shit was a pain in the ass to get through. I think those are the only 3 Zelda games I've beaten. I love the aesthetic and just the theme of Zelda games as a whole. I have played Skyward Sword on my Switch. I never beat it though. So, yeah. As a JJK fan, I didn't read the title. Type shit. Nah, what I mean is that one guy thinks Naruto Air is stronger, so that means controller of air like Avatar and Dragon Solo's Naruto. I don't know what you mean by it is stronger. Because, like, you're saying that Naruto Air is stronger. I don't know how that exactly translates to Avatar characters like the Aang or Dragon suddenly soloing Naruto. I don't know what that means. I don't know how the correlation connects. If these gags count, then Luffy has a healing factor that takes 1 second at best since he heals in the next panel. I guess you could view it that way. Sure. FNAF animatronics versus Poppy Playtime animatronics. You're asking quite literally the wrong person for that. I don't care for Poppy's Playtime or FNAF. They were trying to debate that Sanji's skywalk isn't a strength feat because it's a technique, even though Bluno said that it was due to the strength of his legs, so they started to debate the physics of air. I mean, you can't debate the physics of the air because you don't actually know what the physics of the air are within the context of the Naruto-verse. It's not a good argument. I mean, listen, I understand where their argument is coming from, but it's not a good argument in the slightest bit. I don't know. I sometimes, maybe call me a masochist, but sometimes I do like it when, like, Naruto, when, like, diehard Naruto fans or whatever other verse fans, they come in and they try to, like, you know, they try to tell me, oh, Eon, you fucking bumbling buffoon, how could you expect X series from Y beating my series, blah 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 blah. And then I think what I like about it, to be honest, and again, it might be a little bit masochistic on my end, but what I like about people coming in here with that kind of mentality is that, like, or, you know, just the whole, like, no, you're wrong, this character solos, blah, blah, blah. I think part of the reason why I fuck with it is because it's like, okay, so if you are willing to have a conversation about this, I would love to just pick your brain and just understand where your perspective is coming from. Because a lot of the times, a lot of people's perspective just genuinely comes from a point of... I think it was... Okay, it was JJK, A Little Lesson. Okay, so we're not going to use that one for now. We're not going to use that one. I think I enjoy it so much because it just lets me understand, like, where their mind is coming from, right? Is it worth having a conversation? Is it not? Are we still going to, are you going to just ignore every bit of evidence that I provide? Are you going to be one of those people that, you know, even with every bit of evidence presented to them, they'll try to deny it? Like, I just find it funny. It's interesting to see where people's heads go with this kind of stuff. Like, Benders and Avatar have crazy elemental control, but it's super focused manipulation to massive. Airbending can be deadly in the likes of sucking all the air out of your lungs until you choke, yeah. I don't use this one enough. No. Where the hell... Not that one. Not that one. Is it in any of the gaming ones? Guys, should we use this one? Have you watched Vonki's new video on current One Piece being lower than FTL and Lightspeed? You said Vonki? I can check them out real quick. Sure, why not? You said Vonki. Debunking Von Key. So Von Key ran again. Oh, is their name just Key? Oh, at Von Key. Cool. Cool. Naruto's terrifying. No, One Piece is not FTL yet.
It's the year 2026 and people still believe that at any point One Piece was ever significantly faster than light, so let's debunk it all over again. In a more recent interview, Oda mentions that Kizaru giving Luffy full light speed is too fast for anybody else to see, and this means that Saturn...
Am I one of the people that eats chocolate cakes? I don't... I like brownies more than I like cakes, if I have to be honest with you. I don't care for cake in general. I'm not really the biggest fan. Most of the time, cakes are either very dry, especially if they're like vanilla cakes and stuff. I just don't. Is it known One Piece Cater Naruto try hard? Naruto die hard. He said one of Luffy losing the kid Naruto. Alright.
Sanji and Frankie, who are present, are incapable of perceiving light speed moves. In episode 401, light speed is also stated to be absolutely unavoidable, which means that any character in speed attacks. This is until that point.
So we're using impossible to avoid? Question mark. Admiral Kizaru's light speed kick. I mean, who didn't dodge his light speed kick? Because out of the characters that we know did have light speed feats, he never kicked them. Okay, I got you. I'll increase.
Sanji getting blitzed by base Niji is also very huge, given the fact that Niji literally needs the raid suit and a special move to slash at light speed. The verse does, however, have much bigger anti-feats, such as Wano, Luffy, and Zoro being unable to react to a character dashing past them at 200.
With absolutely no context whatsoever, by the way. Yeah, you can clearly tell right here. Ah, who the heck are you, huh? Tama! Help me, bro. Yeah, because they weren't paying attention to the guy that already ran away with the kid. And then they literally start to chase right after. They grab onto the thing, and then they just get on it.
100 kilometers per hour, which is only subsonic levels
Kizaru,
of
because
speed.
Patrick can be hurt and Kizaru can't.
Two are unable to catch up to him, but Luffy is also unable to throw a punch or a kick fast enough to catch up to him. We already know that the characters don't have access to faster than light vehicles, otherwise they would have no problem finding the One Piece. And Key vs.
I love that argument. I love that argument. Oh, they would just find the One Piece if they were traveling around at light speed. Yeah, okay.
Scyther Sonic, which the Weaver card confirms is only a sound speed attack.
Killer tags Zaido using Scyther Sonic with Kaido being unable to react. What the fuck is this?
And Key vs. Scyther Sonic, which the Weaver
In what?
card finding the One Piece. And Key vs. Scyther Sonic, which the Weaver card confirms is
Oh, Killer Scyther Sonic. Okay, chapter 102, Scyther Sonic with Kaido being able to spite seeing Killer before the attacker launch. Killer is also seen moving slower than his own Scyther Sonic. The Punisher spins at the speed of sound, generated shockwaves, reach Kaido's body. Yeah, this wasn't a speed feat though. This wasn't a speed feat for Killer. He was capitalizing on the characters behind him attacking Kaido.
is only a sound speed attack, being able to attack Kaido. It also implies that Kid's normal attacks are below sound speed, in turn downgrading anyone that he's ever attacked. This isn't...
Well, no, he's using attack that uses sound to damage the opponent. He's creating shockwaves with it.
completely out of the blue, given the fact that early One Piece also had similar anti-feats. In chapter 99, Buggy gets blitzed by a natural lightning.
Yeah, this is before we ever got any actual lightning feats in the series. I don't know what the problem is here. I don't think anyone is actually trying to argue that Buggy is lightning speed or light speed.
With the lightning moving over 500 meters and striking. The same Buggy is, by the way, able to attack and cuff Luffy before Luffy can react, so there's that as well. In Alabasta, supersonic speeds are enough to dodge the Borok works, and also blitz Mr. 2, who is the...
No one argues that characters are light speed up until this point.
From that of the main cast.
Yes.
By the way, being a so-called lightning man is not proof of anything regarding his speed, given how the speed of electricity varies greatly and can get as low as max speed. Now, there are three very common, should be a light timer. They have contradictions to them being
Kicking off and moving at the speed of light. Is there anyone that can match the speed of light? Yeah, Kizaru blitzes Luffy, and Luffy was using second gear at the time, and it's a 10 times amp on top of Luffy's base that can already dodge beams of light. They're also outrunning beams of light. He's also dodging a beam of light right there.
light speed or beyond, given how slower than light characters can dodge them. Now, the same would apply to Fox's Nor beams. They are not stated to be light speed anywhere, and they've been reacted to by characters who would later be verbatim blitzed by light speed attacks. The beams are also confirmed to be made from a different particle found in nature, which simply hasn't been discovered by science yet, which means it's a completely different kind of photon than a normal photon.
Okay.
with it having different properties on top of that.
Yeah, with different properties, and those properties allow it to slow down anybody. I don't understand I've yet to understand this bullshit ass argument of like as and yet undiscovered particle. So you're basically telling me that your entire opinion hinges on you believing that because it is an undiscovered particle, it must not be light speed. I absolutely adore it when they bring up this argument, because this argument's never been a debunk at all. It's basically just, it's an undiscovered particle. Okay, so what's undiscovered particle mean? That means that it might not have the same properties as light, okay? So what proves that it doesn't? Well, it's that we don't know. We don't know. It could be faster than light, it could be slower than light, but the fact that these photons are an undiscovered particle means that the properties could be slower. So if anything, because of its different properties, it could just be slower than light. Okay, but like, here's the thing. You're saying that it could be. I'm asking, is it? Not could, is. Is it objectively slower in any way, shape, or form? Well, it's an undiscovered particle. But again, objectively speak, I don't care about your opinion. I don't care what you have to say about them being undiscovered. Undiscovered particle means bullshit jack shit to me. Is the fact that it is an undiscovered particle objectively mean? Objectively. No room for interpretation. Does it mean that the photons, that the particles, that whatever the fuck trait of these particles or photons, etc., does it objectively mean that they are slower than light? No? Oh, wait, no? You're telling me it's up to interpretation? Well, then I guess I just don't care. I guess I just don't care then. I guess this argument is irrelevant and meaningless. It has absolutely no weight to it. It is an argument that essentially and entirely only exists if and when you sit down and go through the mental gymnastics to believe that for whatever reason, these particles aren't light speed, even though they are stated to be light multiple times.
So there's enough reason for us to believe it's not light speed. Argument number 2,
It doesn't.
Kizaru accelerated past light speed against Luffy and outsped his own beam, meaning he's significantly above light. There is nothing suggesting that he was fighting at light speed or beyond before accelerating, and Saturn already knows that Kizaru was very sluggish for his standards while fighting Luffy, and we also know that Kizaru was mentally nerved and conflicted, thus making his performance worse by default. It's possible Kizaru simply needed to put in more effort to go light speed or closer to light speed at the very least.
So now because Kizaru means it is objectively unknown, so it cannot be used to support any speed interpretations. Exactly, so if it cannot be used to support any speed interpretations, the fact is, it is a meaningless argument. And if it is a meaningless argument, then that means that undiscovered particle portion of any kind of debunk doesn't mean anything. The reason why we call it light speed, is because we state it to be light multiple times. It's stated to be a beam of light multiple times. That's what supports it being light speed. The only thing that says it's not, the only argument for it not being light speed, which you which you yourself have just said, it cannot be used to support any speed interpretation, is that, yeah, it can't be used to support anything. It's just a statement that doesn't allude to anything other than scientists not having found it. Even the concept or idea that because it's an undiscovered particle, it must have properties that aren't inherently the same as other photons doesn't inherently mean that one of those properties is the speed at which they travel. And again, that is, you've already jumped through 2 mental hoops in order just to say that they're not light speed. Yeah, this is even a mental nut. Kizaru literally goes FTL, so I don't know what bro's on about. Yeah. Also, the idea that Kizaru has to put in more effort to just move at the speed as Devil Fruit would naturally grant him is what gets me. How you put so much bait into your videos. I don't even know how you're being serious or not, and you think One Piece holds a candle to Naruto. Hey, guys, look, it's one of these guys. Hey, oh, hi, Bane Striker. How you doing, man? Bane Strikes, I guess, would actually be the name, not Striker. My apologies. So, what's up, man? How you put so much bait in your videos. My videos are not bait. As a matter of fact, my videos are just genuine and honest opinions. You say that One Piece doesn't hold a candle to Naruto, but I'd like to ask you how, because if we're going by feats, 100% holds a candle, and if anything, is a fucking wildfire compared to Naruto. But yeah, you think Jinbei is the first mistake of the sea? That's crazy. No, I don't. Just because he's a dirty, filthy fishman doesn't mean anything. New meta unlock, Kizaru needs effort to use his light speed. That's what I'm saying, man! That's what I'm saying. Kizaru needs to put in genuine, hard-earned effort in order to move at the speeds that his Devil Fruit would only naturally grant him. Isn't that insane, dude? I didn't know that. I didn't know that you can even remotely. Have you seen Naruto feats? They are near insanity. Yeah, Naruto feats are pretty damn impressive. If only they were as impressive as One Piece feats. If only they were as impressive. Do you want to have a conversation, Bane Strikes? Would you like to have an actual conversation here? No one else in chat's is gonna talk to you. It's only gonna be you and me. Don't worry about it. Just you and me. I'd honestly just I'll give you even time to like sit down and put up any points. I'll just wait. But anyway, back to this. What the fuck was I gonna do? Oh! Right. Hold on. I need to do this again. Okay, so we don't do mouse PI. I think we'll do... Do I have anything for Final Fantasy 16? No. Dragon's Dog Mussy? No. Do I throw in a Fortnite clip into the background? I don't have anything else for that. I already got the 30-minute clip for that. So I think... You complete the 4 Gs today. What are the 4 Gs? We don't know the speed. Yes, we do. It's stated to be light multiple times, so I will say it's light speed. It's stated to be a beam of light multiple times, so I know it's light speed. There it is. I don't need anything else. Pointing out we don't know means that the claim of it being a certain speed can be discarded. Not really. It's stated to be light multiple times. I will treat it as light speed. I have no reason to not believe it's light speed. Nothing within the context of the series contradicts it. Alright, I know I'd proven right at the end of it anyways. Sure, so you wanna start by developing a claim first? What's your claim, right? Can you give me something specific? Can you give me a Naruto feat, specific Naruto feat from the manga? I have One Piece at 250 times the speed of light and Naruto 300 to 400 times or massively higher with my new scaling. Then, I don't know, man. That's fine. I would probably say you're definitely downplaying One Piece speed. I don't know how you could get Naruto's speed that high, but sure. I have never seen a Naruto character punch a mountain with their bare hands. Yeah, me either. I wonder what feat they're gonna bring up. What the fuck was the series I was gonna use? Was it Lies of P? No, it wasn't Lies of P. Was it Elden Ring? Do I have any... I think I'll do this 1 gig clip of Elden Ring. Yeah, we'll do that. And then we'll browse. Let's go back to here. We will do... I'm over this video, by the way. I'm over this. Naruto feats in comparison are more impressive than One Piece feats. Can you offer me an example? Can you offer me an example? Because you're just saying things, but you're not providing any backup. I'm willing to have this conversation. It kind of includes multi-stacking. Okay, so how did you get One Piece to 250 times? Content, logo, background, VG VODs. There we go. It was the finals, mouse PI. We'll do this. We'll do 1. Elden Ring 1. I don't remember what any of these clips are, by the way, so if I end up being if you guys end up gambling, grub, gaming, and gooing. What's gooing? They're essential for a complete day. I don't gamble. I hate gambling. I hate the idea of losing money. Grub, I assume you mean eat, and for that, I'd say I have had some burrito. Naruto is weak has survived being crushed in a planetary devastation and ripped his way out. At his weakest? So, hold on. You're telling me that Naruto, while covered in a planetary devastation, right? This jutsu right here, you're telling me that Naruto in this state is his weakest? Is at his weakest? So you're telling me that, like, this version of Naruto right here is stronger than base form Naruto? Just to be clear? You're telling me that, like, this version of Naruto is more is less powerful than Naruto without Sage Mode, without any amps whatsoever? Because I'm gonna be so real with you. This isn't Naruto at his weakest. I don't know about you. Well, that's in retrospect, Eon. It gets way stronger afterwards. Yeah, but this is the only time he gets caught in planetary devastation. I wouldn't say that this version of Naruto is at his weakest. If anything, I would say 8 tails out of the full 9 tails is probably stronger than base Naruto. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's me though. That's me. Maybe you could try to explain to me how this is Naruto at his weakest. Watch the One Piece Continental as he puts One Piece at mountain level in AP. Yeah, no, I'm done with watching that other guy's videos. Back to what we were doing. I need to use some music. I need to use some music for this. So, what do we do? Okay, so it's about 3 minutes in, so we're 1/5 of the way there. What we were doing before was, oh yeah. No, we're not gonna use that. That's a bit too loud. Dun, 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 dun. But you still know Water 7 Luffy struggled to get 2 buildings off of him? Yeah, you're bringing up Water 7 Luffy. Yeah, and actually, I would probably argue that Water 7 Luffy didn't necessarily struggle to do it. He was stuck between 2 buildings, and then when he finally found the want and need to push out of it, he just split 2 buildings apart. I don't know what you mean by this being like a weak feat. Give me 1 second. Where the hell is it? There's Aqua Laguna. Yeah. Luffy doesn't really struggle. As soon as Nami tells him the truth, don't worry, I'm not gonna... As soon as Nami tells him this, I'm so glad. Don't worry, we're not gonna let Robin die. And then Luffy and Zoro literally push and slice themselves off of buildings. Mind you, this is how big the buildings are. Luffy's right here. He just pushes them right off of him. Can you show me a moment where Naruto or any character in Naruto doing that? Guy punching next to an island shook the entire island. Yes, after using his second most powerful state, he shook an island. Didn't destroy the island, didn't damage the island, he shook it. What is shaking the island? Okay, but nothing would stop Naruto from performing the same thing. Actually, I would argue a lot of things stop Naruto from performing the same thing, especially in base form. Can you show me a moment? Yeah, can you show me a moment where Naruto's physical strength comes up in the context of Naruto? Physical strength. Show me when Naruto's physical strength without things like Sage Mode show up. Because Luffy did this in base form. Can you please show me? When Naruto removes 2 buildings off of himself in base form? You don't know why some people just get stuck on it. He grabbed the Ninetales and threw him. Yes, and he grabbed the Ninetales and threw him, and the Ninetales is... Actually, no, Naruto was in Sage Mode. Here, let me show you. Naruto, Sage Mode. Also, the Ninetales isn't that big, by the way. The Ninetales was 17 meters tall. Yeah. Here's Naruto with Sage Mode. See? Sage Mode. You know, the thing that improves his physical strength. Can I show you something really funny, by the way? Can I show you something super funny? You see how Naruto tossed Kurama? You know how he needed Sage Mode for that? Let me show you something super funny. Something I think you'll get a lot of enjoyment out of. Let me show you. So, in the first arc of One Piece, right? In the very first arc of One Piece, we meet a little guy named Momu. Big and weight doesn't correlate in fiction. Yeah. If you can't tell me how heavy the Ninetales is, I don't have to care. But this guy right here, his name is Momu. And Momu is 36 meters tall. Do you know how big Kurama is? Kurama is 17 meters tall. Luffy, in the first arc of the series, could grab Momu and essentially toss him around and do the same thing Naruto did with Sage Mode. So, the fact that Naruto needs an amp in Sage Mode, he needs to sit down, not move, absorb natural energy from around him to then perform a feat that is half as impressive as what Luffy could do in the very first arc of the story. I think that's very cute that you tried to make that comparison. I think it's cute, honestly. Like, it genuinely, I think that's a very cute little comparison you made. Wow. Naruto requiring a form... Naruto requiring an amplification doesn't mean taller? Okay, so how heavy is Kurama? Can you tell me how heavy Kurama is? Because if you can't tell me how big Kurama is, that argument means little to nothing to me. Man, insane. It feels like a stretch. This is East Blue. It's not that grandiose in scale. Actually, it is. Actually, it objectively is. You know why? Because I have evidence to back up everything I'm telling you. You see, right here, Momu, here's Momu. Momu is 36 meters tall. And Kurama, my friend, is only Let's look it up real quick. At best, 17 to 20 meters tall if you give him every benefit of doubt. Kurama's 5,000 tons, and where is that stated or implied within the context of Naruto? I need an objective statement or implication within the context of the series. I don't personally care for how you come across it. If it's not an objective statement, I don't care. Right here. Right here. 17 meters tall. So, this giant toad that slammed on top of a full-sized Kurama with the entirety of its chakra, is about the size of a maxed out sized Kurama, and Luffy can pick up a giant sea cow and toss it around like it's nothing that is twice the size of Gamabunta. So again, what's the argument? Because you haven't really given me one. Okay, so we have to go to content, VG VODs, and then we get the Elden Ring one. And then we'll get, it was Mouse PI. Okay. Cows are heavier than foxes anyway. Yep, I would also say that a cow, it would be heavier than a fox. But even if for whatever reason you say, oh well, but what implies the cow's weight? It's 16 tons. How heavy is Kurama? I don't know. I couldn't tell you how heavy Kurama is. Because Kurama, Gamabunta, none of the tailed beasts have canon weights as far as I know. Okay, so let's see. Do we do it for like the longer one? Which of these is longer? We'll do it for this one. Da-dum, da-dum, da-da-da-da-dum. Go get an education, Naruto fan. Alright, let's not insult them. This is for Luffy versus Naruto. No, this is just for the debate thing from a couple days ago. I'm actually gonna get back to Luffy versus Naruto soon. I really do want to get back to it. Where the fuck are all my clips? Oh, there they are. I really do want to get back to Luffy versus Naruto. I'll probably get back to it this week. Actually, no, next week. I'm gonna edit through this video, get through it, probably weighs less than Momo. I mean, it would weigh less. I said would weigh less. Would weigh less. Hey, what exactly are we doing? I am editing through and through a video about, the debate stream from last week. I'm just editing it through. Nothing crazy. I'll just throw in here, and then I'll throw in this here. I'm just gonna edit this through. Yeah. I love the spectacles. Okay, so we have this clip, we'll have some Clair Obscur, we'll have some finals, and I think I'll just do some Souls-like gameplay for this. I suppose. Do you think Bleach is the strongest out of the big three? I will for now say that Ichigo and Yhwach are large planetary, and I'm not going farther up than that. I don't personally care for Bleach scaling because it is very inconsistent. Oh, that's right, I saved this video for this. Well. No, this was during my first playthrough of Elden Ring. That's right. I remember this.
Oh my god, get the oh wait, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, this was my first playthrough ever.
Oh, wow. He just
I remember that. That was so funny. Have you played other Souls games?
I thought it was dead.
Yo, that was my first time getting to phase 2, bruh. Oh man, I gotta get back to Elden Ring at some point. I really wanna scale it. I probably just wanna play it on stream and just scale this shit, man. Elden Ring's just one of those games that like has It's just one of those games that, like, you know, just has an infinite amount of content you can make out of it. How can people possibly enjoy these games? Because of that. That's why. They can enjoy it because of that. Oh yeah, this was round 2. This was when I was this is when I decided to cheese the fuck out of the boss. I was like, alright, you wanna play that game? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Actually, well, how did I beat him again? Oh yeah, I used the Mimic Tier. Bro, I was using everything. I was using everything in my hands. It's obvious your mind is too and here's what's gonna happen, Entero. You're now gonna get timed out for 24 hours. I'm not doing that. We're not gonna insult anyone. We're not gonna come at anyone. If they had nothing else to say, that is completely fine. You are not going to sit here and introduce anyone. You're not going to hear and insult anyone. We're not doing that. Power scaling does not have to be toxic. I'm not going to allow anyone to insult anyone in my community. I don't care what the take is. I don't care if they genuinely... What did I do to you to come at me like that? Yeah, no, Bane Strike, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. This is not indicative, and I do not want to make this seem like this is what my community does. Anyone in my anyone who decides to come into these streams will be treated with the same level of respect as everyone else. No one is going to insult somebody else for an opinion, especially when it comes to fucking anime characters, video game, or fiction as a whole. It's an opinion, all right? They can have whatever opinion. They think that Naruto curb stomps One Piece as a child. I don't personally care. I don't care if they say that Naruto as a newborn baby curb stomps the One Piece verse because of Kurama. I don't care. That's fine. I think it's an opinion, whether or not it's a good or bad opinion. I don't care. No one's gonna start insulting each other over fucking anime, dude. We're not doing that. Fuck no, man. I'm not doing this, dude. Power scaling is not meant to be toxic. Oh, yeah. This was the cheese back then. I remember telling you guys something about this. When the game, had first, during, like, the game's first year coming out, there was this glitch that happened with the scaling damage on, shields. You consider the Naruto light novels canon? You can consider them canon. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing it. I don't personally read them, and I don't go out of my way to use them for scaling because I'm not gonna go out of my way to read them. I don't read novels. I don't personally care for light novels of any kind. Yeah. Listen, these are some bitch tactics, by the way. But hey, my bitch tactics got me to beat this guy. Did you fight Millennia? I have beaten Millennia twice. I fought Millennia multiple times, but yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. You're a bitch. You're a pussy.
You're a bitch. You're a pussy. Let's go.
See, I'm better than you. Let's fucking go.
Kurama even commonly changes the lengths of his tails in a fight. Commonly changes the lengths of a tail in a fight. Sure. When you show me an objective statement that implies that Kurama changes the length of its tail mid-fight, I'll believe it. No judgment here. I beat Millennia's second phase in 17 seconds using Rivers of Blood, Katana, and a Mimic. Oh, when I fought Millennia using that, Millennia phase 2, I think I was using a Mimic. No, I think my Mimic tier had died. Maybe I have the clip here somewhere. I might actually end up needing it. I might end up actually needing it. This one's 8 minutes. This one's 2 minutes. Da-dum, da-dum, da-da-da-da-da. Da-dum, da-dum, da-da-da-da-da. I think it's just an animation errors with the tails. It has to be animation errors because it's never implied Kurama just changes. Do you know the gear multipliers? I'm getting confused on them. It's more so true that Naruto has more hacks than One Piece, which meaning that greater feats like Sharingan and Kamui. I mean, what hacks does the Sharingan really grant besides precognition that's worse in almost every way than Observation Haki, since Observation Haki doesn't need direct line of eyesight? Sure, you can say Genjutsu, but Genjutsu's meaningless in cross-verse fights. If we're talking Izanagi, I mean, sure, You get one free revive, but if you weren't already powerful enough to fight your opponent, then that free revive means next to nothing. And if we're talking, I don't know, EMS abilities, I mean, Kamui's busted up until the point where you have to fight an opponent that just straight up blitzes you like Minato did to Obito. Like, I get your perspective on it, but I just don't agree. I just don't think that there's generally anything that, like, oh wait, no. I just don't agree. I don't think that there's generally anything in Naruto that blatantly outscales something in One Piece. You might be able to say the Toneri splitting the moon feat, which sure, but, I mean, fantastic. If you believe that the TSO erased existence, then Naruto's Sage Mode plus KCM Enhanced Arm simply stopped it. And if you believe that they're not existence erasure and it's just AP, then it just had the AP to split a moon that was hollow on the inside. It was the moon, but it was hollow on the inside. Like, the best interpretations for most of their feats essentially need you to basically give every benefit of doubt to the cast of Naruto, every benefit of doubt, and I don't usually give benefit of doubt, I just give the bare minimum necessary, and that's for both series. I give the benefit of doubt for both, I give the bare minimum benefit of doubt because it's the most consistent, at least in my opinion, way to scale them. I don't like scaling things higher than what is seemingly, shown or implied. Sharingan was widely talked about in Naruto and it was great, held to a high standard. Okay, but again, it's held to a high standard It's held to a high standard within the context of Naruto. You don't see anyone treating observation haki like this. Actually, you do. Actually, you do. You see the Boa sisters, especially in Amazon Lily, basically make the claim that the reason why people in the outside seas are weak is because they don't even know what haki is. Can you pull up the data books he mentioned? What data books? Sorry. What data books? What data books? Who mentioned what data books? What hacks does Naruto have? We do know the yellow data book. Oh, yeah. Yeah. My bad. In the One Piece yellow data book, uh-oh. It froze. I think I'm having too many things running in my computer at once. Let's go to Task Manager. Task Manager. CPU's at 96%. Give me 1 second, because now I need to... Hold on. What's going on here? I can't pull it up right now because this is sort of stuck. And Vegas isn't responding either. I think I have too many programs up, so we're going to have to do this one at a time. I'm just going to close off Vegas. I think it's just too many things running at once. I'm going to let this finish out. Oh! Whoa, hold on. What the fuck is happening? Okay. Let's check out VG VODs real quick. Elden Ring 1, Elden Ring 2, Elden Ring 2 is done. Okay, so Elden Ring 2 is done. Now this is working again. I'll bring up the data book in just a second. Sorry for the wait. Oh, right here. Power and speed increased tenfold. Yeah, Sharingan precognition. Alright, but Sharingan can perfectly track movements to a T. Not necessarily. Sharingan movements actually struggle to track things either Specifically chakra-based objects. The Sharingan precognition doesn't work that well on chakra itself. What Sharingan precognition works better on is actual muscle movement and being able to see your opponent's body. The Sharingan essentially allows you to basically keep track of what your opponent's going to do next based on what their muscles are doing, how they're moving, how their body is shifting. That's why a character like Sasuke has an easier time tracking Haku, who moves in linear lines, but can't track Killer Bee and his handling blades when they're flying all around him. While they're all flying around him, he can't track them as well. At least a 3 times amp statement as well. Well, it's a several times stronger statement. There is tenfold. Luffy used Future Sight and still got speed blitzed. How trash is that? Yes, because the guy was so much faster than Luffy that even seeing into the future got him speed blitzed. Do you know how fast you have to move to be able to hit somebody who knows exactly what it is you're going to do? You know how fast you have to be moving? See, it's all about perspective, Bane Strikes. It's all about perspective. You see Luffy using the ability to see into the future and then somehow still getting hit to be trash. I see it as the other person moved so fast, because again, it's a speed blitz, that even seeing into the future, he saw the future, saw everything that happened, and he didn't prevent it. Yes, and think about it. Because the guy, as you said it yourself, speed blitzed him. Imagine how fast you have to be moving in order to still tag a person who is going to know everything that you are going to do before them. Let me know what mental gymnastics you have to use to, like, beat that. How exactly do you see that? Yeah, it says tenfold. It's not a statement much so much more so just watching Kurama. Okay, so then it's just an animation thing. I don't have to care then. If it's an animation thing, one smart, it's not relevant then. I don't care about animation bits. Literally said Luffy that Kaido was too fast for him to react in time. Kizaru is much faster than Light, bruh. Yeah. Base observation Haki literally is precognition and has much more versatile perception uses. I agree. Imagine being able to sense what your opponent does based on intent instead of having to see every little movement that they make and not being able to track them. And if you visibly cannot track them, then you just get fucked. Like with the Sharingan, you have to be able to visibly see your opponent. If your opponent moves too fast, your eyes can't keep up with them, you're kind of fucked in most pretenses. With Luffy, he saw into the future, and his opponent was just that much faster. Your takes are terrible. Yeah, alright. Let's not... sure, whatever. 10 times is the most consistent, but you could go... But York could go to 1.5 times, but again, 10 times is more likely and way more consistent. Tamari, if you want another example of second gear being a 10 times amp, I also have another example here with the... Alright, but how is that any different from Sasuke and Sharingan, but he got speed blitzed by B? It's the same thing. No, Sasuke didn't get speed blitzed by B. Let me show you. Let me show you. One Piece. Sorry, not One Piece. Naruto. Itachi Pain Arcs. No, it has to be in the Pain Arc. Pain Assault. Right here. Okay. Sasuke shows up, fights B, they clash, tries to kick B, B writes down, brings out his handling blades. Sasuke can barely keep up with B and his handling blades, and if you want me to show you, the anime adaptation, I'll show you real quick. Sasuke versus B, it's because the Sharingan struggles to keep up with things or movements that are not linear. It struggles to keep up with actions and movements that are not linear. You see how Sasuke's eyes are constantly fixating, having to keep track of all of his attacks? That's because Sasuke is having a tough time figuring out where the next attack is coming from and then got surprised. It wasn't a matter of speed. It's a matter of which one of these blades is he going to use to hit me and trying to keep up. And it's trying to keep up with what B is going to do next. That's what Sharingan struggles with. The Sharingan doesn't struggle with speed, doesn't just struggle with speed, it struggles with a lack of linear movement. If you fight your opponent in an unpredictable fashion, or if in the example of the first portion of Naruto, you know, the, let's see, part one, Sasuke retrieval. Or in a case where Sasuke is fighting this version of Naruto, he can't... You see how it says right here? You see how he sees right here that Naruto's arm is going straight? He's already moving ahead because he knows that Naruto's arm is going to go straight. He can't see the chakra branching out. I could read Naruto's move, but his chakra acted on its own. His eyes, I can't see what it'll do. So he can't even see what the chakra arms will do. Haki works through intent. So the only way you can beat out someone's haki is through raw speed. It's not through linear movement. It's not through any kind of specific kind of tracking. It's literally just, can you attack your opponent without any intent? Or can you attack your opponent so fast that they physically cannot keep up with? You mentioned before that people hype up the Sharingan a lot. Yeah, because the Sharingan is impressive in terms of Naruto lore and logic. But if you threw in any character into Naruto and just said, yeah, yo, throw in all these characters into Naruto, now all of these characters have observation haki, I promise you, the people are gonna look at the Sharingan like it's fucking nothing. She says right here, you don't know how to use haki. That's true of most people from the outer oceans. That's why they are so weak. A kick with the right leg. And then while eyes are closed, and then not only moves entirely out of the way, she can read my movements, then slams Luffy. I don't know why any of this is working. And even with Luffy attacking her right from away, she's just dancing around him. She's just dancing around him. Yeah, I don't know what else to tell you. Loki would be way bigger than that meteor. Loki would be fucking massive in comparison to that meteor. And that's not even without then accounting for the fact that, once again, as soon as Luffy uses second gear, they can no longer really keep track of him. Even a haki like that means nothing if he can't control it. Snake hair possession, 8-headed snake, she attacks him, is only made of hair, but he can crush like iron. Why can't I get him? I can read his movements, but I still can't keep up with him. It's all, and Luffy's even moving linearly. Luffy is even moving linearly at this point. Luffy doesn't move around that crazy when he's moving in second gear. Second gear for him is just an increase in movement and attack power. Anyway, there's that. By the way, Luffy had to use Gear 5 against some snakes in Elbaf, bro, and now we're still struggling. Elbaf snakes over Gear 5 Luffy. I haven't seen the new episodes yet. Don't lose hope. More blessings may help you spread the truth about Naruto over Luffy. B was just unpredictable that Sasuke couldn't comprehend his movements fast enough. He also couldn't track Naruto's chakra cloak movement because it made different from his body. Yep, it's since the chakra itself is not a physical muscle that is moving around for a Sharingan to keep up with, he can't keep track. Yeah, the Sharingan is basically, besides the Genjutsu hacks, which don't apply outside of the verse, and Izanagi, yeah, the three Tomoe Sharingan is just weaker observation haki in basically every way. Like, observation haki even lets you sense everyone around you hiding behind walls and objects. Like, sure, the Sharingan lets you, like, copy your opponent's hand signs, etc., but, like, that's kind of it. Okay, but you know, that's, like, Hebi Sasuke, so that's obviously, like, a much weaker version of Sasuke. That's not Hebi Sasuke. That's Taka Sasuke. You might need to check up on your lore real quick. Look at Madara Sharingan. He kept track of everyone perfectly. Yes, and the people that he was keeping track of were fodder as shinobi. Let's look at the feat when Madara versus the Alliance. Madara versus Alliance. Alliance. Here you go. Madara versus the Alliance. Were any of these people attacking Madara with any level of random unpredictability? No. He was just fighting a bunch of people that were running up to him. You see right here? One second. Yeah, he's just fighting regular ass shinobi with no blades and a weird looking face. Yeah, right here. Naruto and Gaara? Gaara did not fight Madara right here, and all the Madara did against Naruto was put up a Susanoo. All he did was put up a Susanoo and then activate the Rinnegan to absorb a Rasen Shuriken. What kind of speed blitz? There's no speed blitz arguments at any point in this fight. Keeping track of everyone perfectly, Naruto isn't that fast in base form. And it's not like Gaara used the one jutsu in his entire arsenal that's light speed. So I don't know what the argument here is. Why do people dispute Kizaru being FTL or even light speed? Because they are stuck on the idea that the guy who's Devil Fruit naturally turns him into light and gives him light speed movement speed can't move faster than the one singular main trait his Devil Fruit grants him. Even Madara needs to have the sight of the ninja in order to track their moves. Exactly. Madara needs to shift his eyes around for all that stuff to happen. An observation Haki user could literally have all of them attack him from behind. He only caps at that. No, he doesn't cap at it. How can he move slower than the speed his Devil Fruit naturally grants him? How can he teleport around it? How can he move around at light speed or in the form of a beam of light? That doesn't make any sense. How do you turn yourself into a beam of light? Madara couldn't even dodge Gaara's sand ambush. Sharingan didn't work. Yeah, he got pulled out of it. So Luffy is approximately 400 times light and possibly higher. No, way higher than that. I'm going to be so honest with you, way higher than that. Luffy is consistently power cliffing himself. Luffy consistently power creeps himself. That's actually part of the thing that I'm talking about in today's video. No, it wasn't this I needed to activate. It was this. Anyway, Xenoverse 3, I'm not even remotely excited or impressed. I don't care for the Xenoverse games. They're kind of mid in my opinion. Xenoverse games are so easy to cheese. Yeah, let's bring that back in. Okay. So let's ungroup that, press B, delete this. Yeah, it's not as impressive as it really just is not as impressive, dude. I'm gonna be so honest. Elden Ring 2. Let's do it here. Oh yeah, this was the first time I ended up fighting this is like the second time I fought the snake. It was either the second time I fought the snake and the first time I fought Rykard. Those are some of the most beef-headed BS I've ever done. Think about it. He's portrayed as slow in personality by Oda's standards. Why do you accept that he's faster? Why do you even have to accept that he's faster than light? Because he's blitzing characters that objectively dodge beams of light. He's objectively blitzing characters that are dodging beams of light. Objectively. Like, there's no other interpretation for it. I am not giving it anything other than that because that is what I've seen, that is what is stated, that is what is shown. The character is consistently... Actually, matter of fact, I'll just show you right here. 63, it's up in the... right here. Here's one. No, I don't want them expanded like that. When the hell does Luffy get up to Ace? When the hell does Luffy get up to the scaffolding? Okay, let me find Luffy in the scaffolding real quick. Stop making it large. The fuck? Right here, calls Luffy too slow. Luffy uses second gear, amps his speed tenfold, and is still called too slow by Kizaru. Luffy here, previously in base form. Here is a pacifista. This is Bartholomew Kuma. He shoots a beam of light. Luffy is still standing still. Ivankov is still standing still. They dodge the beam of light. They move after the beam of light was shot. The beam of light is traveling through the air. The beam of light is physically, visibly, verbatim, and blatantly traveling through the air already. Luffy is still in a standstill. He doesn't move until afterwards. Dodges the beam of light. Tries to blitz his way past the admirals with second gear. Right here, the previous page, you can see second gear. The next page, he's in second gear. It is a 10 times amp to his speed. That means he must be traveling at 10 times the speed of light. Blitzes past the admirals. Kizaru is over here, and then immediately to his left is already standing there casually, saying too slow, and kicks Luffy away. Faster than the speed of light on a casual extent. Yeah. No Doriki, no anything else. Just Luffy and the others blitzing an objective beam of light. There you go. Oh yeah, this was some cheese shit. You guys ever seen this boss in Elden Ring? This is Rykard. Fucking insane, man. He turned himself... He gave in to blasphemy. Like Foxy's photons. You know what you know, like, the definition of aim dodging? You know how, like, the definition of aim dodging is to move out of the way before an attack is fired, Tamari? You know how, like, the definition of aim dodging essentially means that you have to be able to move before the attack is shot? Yeah. Yeah. How does Luffy dodge an attack from behind, and how is this considered aim dodging? How is Luffy dodging an attack from behind? I walked into the middle of power scaling. I am a bit lost. Bosniak, I think is how you pronounce that. How you doing, man? We're just, I'm working on editing a video, and they're just having some conversations here about, power scaling. We're just having some, did you use the wind spear? I didn't know about the snake spear, because Luffy saw the pose. What pose did he see? When did he see a pose? Because he's aiming this way. How is it aim dodging? How is this aim dodging? There's no indication. Why is it labeled as the slow beam? I can easily show you that. I can easily show you that. I'm so happy you asked that. Genuinely, I'm actually happy you slow that. Everything this light strikes loses speed. Whatever this light strikes, whether it's a living creature, liquid, or gas, will maintain all its other properties but lose velocity. That's why it's called the slow beam. Why is the beam of light aimed at Luffy, not Ivankov or between them? The explosion, not the beam of light. The beam of light is fired. They move out of the way, they dodge the explosion. The explosion, even if you say it is fired directly at the center of them, would mean that this right here is the center and they got out of the way. I have no reason to entertain the idea that he didn't move out of the way faster than the beam of light itself. There you go. You could choose to interpret it as such. You could choose to interpret it as such as them dodging the explosion. I don't have a reason to. You expect me to think that Foxy can just travel around the planet in one go? No, I don't expect you to believe it. I never said that Foxy himself moves at light speed. I simply said he has a beam of light that shoots at light speed. Because it is a beam of light. Because it's stated multiple times to be light. Why do I have to believe that the beam of light doesn't move at the speed of light when it's stated to be light? Is my scaling on point? Yeah, that's basically the argument. That's basically the argument. I don't know much about One Piece scaling, but I know it goes in some insane places because Foxy's aim is easy to predict. Okay, you're saying that it's easy to predict, but what about any of this was easy to predict? He was behind Luffy. He was behind Luffy. You can see right here, he's making a bunch of different stands, so how is any of this easy to predict? He's covered behind... Luffy doesn't have any kind of precognition. He's standing behind a smoke cloud. All he did was yell, slow beam, and Luffy dodged it. Does a beam of light actually visibly look to you? What does a beam of light actually visibly look to you? Last time I checked, it's not pink in circles. Yes, but it also expands like a flashlight. You ever seen a flashlight? You ever seen a flashlight on? You ever seen a flashlight? You see how, like, the beam itself expands? It could be whatever fucking color it wants to be. Let me be clear about this. It could be whatever fucking color. We're talking about fiction. We're talking about a fictional-ass series where a guy is a rubber pirate who goes on a boat with a talking reindeer, a walking skeleton, a cyborg, and a fishman on a boat over a rainbow. You're telling me now that because the beam he shoots is purple, mind you, light can be different colors. If you put a transparent purple film on top of a flashlight, you know what it'll come out as? Purple light. Whatever fucking color this is, the fact is, Foxy's beam expands in size. Let me show you. You see how the beam expands? You see how it goes from little to big? Oh, look at a flashlight. How does a flashlight work? It goes from little to big. Yeah, shouldn't Kizaru's light beams be white and not yellow? Oda decided to make him fucking yellow. What do you want me to tell you? This This right here, this is a flashlight. You know, this is right here is a phone light. You know how flashlights and phone lights curve outwards? Here, I'll even draw you a little diagram. Here's what's happening. Here's what's happening. I'll even draw you a little diagram, okay? Here, I got you right now. This right here is a flashlight, right? This is a flashlight. And this is how a flashlight shoots its light. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Wow, interesting. Here is Foxy's hand, right? Here is Foxy's hand, right? Oh, it looks really deformed. Don't judge him. His parents were inbred. Anyway, this is what Foxy shoots. Whoop, 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 whoop. See that? Same fucking concept. Hey, just know I'm not sweating over this. At the end of the day, I know I'm still good. Not really. I mean, you can believe whatever you want to believe. You can still choose to believe whatever you want. But me personally, I'm going to believe evidence over my own personal biases. So, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, Bane Strike. Because whenever... Here's the thing. I know this kind of lingo. I've had friends who use this exact kind of phrases. This just means I don't want to concede the argument, but I'm not going to concede the argument, but I also can't prove myself right in any way, shape, or form. I have nothing more to say to this. I have no more arguments. But whatever, I'm gonna continue to do me. That's all that really comes down to. I have seen enough Power Rangers to know what getting knocked around by an explosion looks like. Anyway. But we must not question how the ninjas can spit out elements, yet the man who shoots slow-mo beams must have a scientific reason, else it's not fair. Yeah, the guy who shoots a beam of light from his hands must be... he must follow real-world physics and logic, but the ninjas that can spit out fucking mud out of their mouths... Oh yeah, no, that makes complete fucking perfect sense. You aren't dodging that, I swear you aren't. Yeah. Anyway...
Don't tell me it's pulling my shirt. Bro, please.
Oh no, okay. So this is just a meaningless clip for me. I needed this one. I needed these. This clip. Why the fuck was this? Oh, I get what the issue was. Convert. Add. We'll do the... Convert. Browse. Documents. Content. Video game VODs. We'll just name it that. Yeah, save over it. Yeah, just save over it. I have light bulbs that can change from yellow to white. A lot of people do. Yep. Yep. Oh, shit. Wait, why is this all big? What the fuck? I don't want this to be big. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, let's make it smaller. Let's be for real, the only reason why you think One Piece may have any edges, I'm not saying does, but hypothetically, let's say it's because of the wacky, goofy series that makes people erase worlds by eating it. That's not the reason. The reason is because it's just not serious at all. I mean, it doesn't have to be serious. But the fact is, One Piece is serious. One Piece is a very serious story. It does try to tell a very serious story. It likes to have fun along the way, and I think that's completely fine. My reason for thinking that One Piece is stronger than Naruto isn't because I have some kind of weird bias or random-ass reason for it. My reason is is quite literally just the simplest thing in the world. It's, I read Naruto. I learned how to scale Naruto first. And then, I went out to scale One Piece. And I decided to scale One Piece without any kind of... bias whatsoever. I said, I'm going to look at the feats as objectively as possible. I'm going to look in as many ways as possible just to see what One Piece scales to on a bare minimum, and then I got my answer. You have feats in One Piece that are verbatim stated half the time, and people say no because it just sounds inconsistent to them because they don't actually read or watch the story. Sure, fine, whatever. I don't personally have an issue with you or anyone else believing that Naruto curb stomps. I genuinely Do not care. I could not make that any more clear. I don't care personally what anyone chooses to believe. It is at the end of the day all opinions. I think opinions are fine. I think at the end of the day, as long as you're being a respectful scaler and you're not attacking anyone or making fun of them or any of the sort, I think it is all reasonable and fine. However, the issue at hand isn't so much that I think One Piece is more broken because of XYZ. It's simply just, I read both series, that's not adding up, but to be frank, we all have a similar consistent way of scaling, that's how it works. Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing. When I scaled One Piece, I scaled by the lowest metric possible. I give the characters whatever is consistent within the context of the series. I give the characters everything that is consistent within the context of the series and what the author has been shown to write. If something feels or sounds like it is a bit too high or too weird, I look at it within the overall context. I don't just take a data book statement or whatever. I don't just take them as gospel or verbatim bullshit, because it ultimately boils down to, am I going to take a statement hyper literally or am I not going to? But how much is the One Piece verse weaker than One Piece by your scaling? Overall, I'm talking about if we were to grab all the characters against each other and line them up, I would say on average, I would say One Piece character scales higher. I would say most One Piece characters, especially most combatants, consistently, and especially by the 2-year time skip, already give some six paths characters a run for their money. I'm talking about six paths. Fuck Madara, fuck Hashirama, those guys are fodder. In One Piece, Madara, Hashirama, any of the Kage, anyone who isn't essentially a six-path characters is essentially a mid-tier fodder in One Piece, and I'm talking about mid-tier fodder by, like, pre to post time skip. I'm talking about Horty Jones, unironically, having the capacity to solo most of Naruto's villains through raw speed and power. It's not even close. Yeah, you could say that Naruto has some impressive hacks, but then, like, let me put it like this. You know how, like, people always talk about Kamui and how I'd be glad to let you know that Enel's statement of him being FTL, even though it's not true, and I don't really think we need the data book statements at all. We're just fine without it. Well, here's the thing. If you don't give Naruto characters the data book statements, Naruto's not even Lightspeed. There's no Lightspeed feat or statement in the series besides the singular Mabui ethereal transmission jutsu. I could literally just pull it up right now, but let me just show you real quick. There is exactly one jutsu in the entire context of all of Naruto, in the entire context of the 700 chapters of the series, that even remotely implies a character or a jutsu is Lightspeed, and that is Mabui's ethereal transmission jutsu. There is nothing else, nothing at all. This is literally the only statement within the entire context of the series. If you don't give Naruto the data books, and listen, I'm fine with not giving Naruto the data books. I think some of the data book statements are completely fucking, are completely out of whack. I think some of them are super fucking hyperbolic, but anyway. It says right here, Mabui's ninjutsu skill is object teleportation, so she can send any object anywhere at the speed of light. That's why she's my secretary. That is verbatim the only fucking statement in the entire 700 chapters of the series that calls anything verbatim light speed. Everything else from Haku's ice mirrors to the Light Fang to Obito to Minato to everything else, the Raikage, nothing is light speed if you don't use the data books. And for One Piece, the Enel statement that you mentioned, I'm glad you brought it up. The Enel statement is it doesn't state that he is light speed. It doesn't state that you need to be faster than light. It just says you need to duck at light speed. Not Kizaru food. Where the fuck is it? It's somewhere around here. So hungry, gave Luffy food, blah, 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 blah. Enel. Ah, right here. Yeah, you have to duck at the speed of light in order to dodge Enel's lightning. Which, to be fair, you don't have to use it all. I don't think it's necessary. But, if anything, it only adds more consistency to Foxy. But that's all. But just know I'm not crying over all of this, which I'm not crying over. I'm just chillaxed. I appreciate that you're chillaxed, yeah. Yeah. I'm happy you're chillaxing. I'm chillaxing too. I know that I sound like I talk with like a lot of emphasis or a lot of like, I guess you could say like high cortisol levels, but I don't. Honestly, for the most part, I just have a loud way of speaking in general, especially when I'm explaining things. So I hope you guys also don't think I'm like out of whack right now and I'm losing my shit because you little differences of opinions. I don't personally care, dude. Oh yeah, this is a horror loose stuff. Yeah, no, I don't need this. That's not necessary. I don't know what any of these fuck-ass clips are, dude. Maybe I'll just throw in another Lies of P. Maybe I just throw in another Lies of P video. How much space do we have for this one, right? This is like 8 minutes. This is like 2, and this is like 2. So we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do maybe some like old Elden Ring stuff. And I have like a little bit of space in between these. Let's see if I can maybe convert another video. I'm so happy I found this, by the way. I was looking for this shit yesterday. I did work on my, you don't sound mad, you sound more passionate. Oh, I appreciate that, thank you. Yeah, what are your thoughts on the concept of death of the author for power scaling like the SBS and random Twitter? I never understood what the fuck death of the author means. Can you guys explain that to me real quick? Anybody mind explaining to me what death of the author is supposed to mean? Because I know a lot of people like to use that stuff when scaling, and it's like, alright, so explain. What the hell does death of the author mean? Ah, shit. How the fuck do you have Sakura calced at 10 times the speed of light in the War Arc? She doesn't even have a light speed feat. Or a statement. I'm not gonna cry here, but I'm gonna kind of cry a little bit, but not too much. Go on. Go outside. Alright. Alright. And now you're just trying to attack a person for no fucking reason. The conversation was fine. We were having a good talk about it, and now you decided to make that comment. Come on now, dude. Let's be more mature than this. Okay. Let's be a little bit more mature, guys. Come on now. No reason to come at anyone. There is no reason. No reason. They expressed how they felt. It's fine. I think we at least understand each other very well. She's narratively KCM2 level. No, she's not. She's not narratively KCM2 level. She has no feats and nothing besides one singular implication of her saying, I finally caught up to these two, and they were talking about KCM1 Naruto, not KCM2. Even then, saying that she caught up to them doesn't mean that she's on an equal level of stats. There's no way. There is no way she scales to them. I don't even think she scales to relativistic, I'm gonna be honest. She has nothing. She has nothing in terms of her scaling. Doom scaling? Because I like numbers going up into insane levels. Doom scaling, I've heard, is very fun for a lot of people. It's very fun because you can get to some pretty insane concepts with Doom once you get up to a specific point. Yeah. I guess I'll just delete this for now. I just need media playback, convert. Let's go here. Library, content, VOD. 3. Sweet. About a minute. Stop capping. Sakura is infinite speed with multi plus AP. In case you don't see my previous message on Dota. Oh, my bad. My bad. Sorry, Zedoxer. All Death of Author means is that the author outside of the media that they're writing is all opinionated and arbitrary. Their voice is just as reliable as a reader or watcher of a series. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with Death of the Author, then. Means the author's intention doesn't matter and the readers just judge based on the work itself. Okay. Also makes sense because the blue light part of lightning moves at light speed and is separate from the electrical range, so the blue beams he shoots are light speed. Okay. Death of Author is always uses improperly. They try to use it to dismiss later on clarifications. Death of the Author isn't a debunk for clarification. Death of the Author would be something like launch from DB not existing. Yeah. I would say that actually makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Not so much the explanation, but more so the concept of like launch no longer being like around. The fuck did I do to this thing? Yo. Yeah! Shove my lizard brain up that fucking fingertip. She didn't get stabbed right after she finally caught up to Naruto. Yeah, she got fucking stabbed. No, she got stabbed by Madara. Yeah. Man, I don't get the point of liking Sakura. I really don't. I feel like not to be like overgeneralization or anything, but I feel like the people who like go out of their way so hard to like defend Sakura or whatever are people that for the most part, how do I put it? They don't like the character being randomly attacked. They probably say things like, "Oh, I don't get why people hate Sakura so much, etc., etc., etc." I don't know, man. We'll throw that there. Put this here. Does this stretch out anymore? No.
Battle IQ and actually give them like, or like said characters don't have any.
Damn, I don't have anything. Do I have? Ah, this sucks. My hate comes from her treating Naruto poorly. Same. My hatred also comes from that.
And should be able to adapt quickly to said opponent's abilities. And there's...
That's not Seth. That's not Seth. That's Lapis. I don't think he'd appreciate you saying that, but that was pretty funny. Alright. When an L attacks, what we see has to be light speed because electrical charge is visible. So the actual attack is invisible, and what we see is the light created by it. Okay. How can you consider Darui's laser circus to be light speed without the data books? What implies that they're what implies that they're light speed without the data books? Because the data books are the only reason those things are implied to be light speed. Any ninja lowballed as MFTL? I don't agree with that at all. I think that is completely... For what possible reason would you not get why people hate Sakura so much? That's what I'm saying. No, she scales perfectly at mid-continental. Who scales to mid-continental? How does she scale to continental in the first place? For what reason is there to downplay her unless it's a masculine reason? It's not really a masculine reason. You can say Sakura's not even continental because there's nothing about her that's continental. She has no feats, no statements, no implications, nothing. You're just saying she's continental for the sake of saying she's continental. What's the point of calling a character continental at that point? Doesn't add anything. It doesn't mean anything. Well, thank you both so much. I think that was actually kind of an interesting conversation.
Accurately, the author draws things to scale. So, I mean, if you've ever, I know Eon...
To be frank, y'all don't like Sakura because it's a bandwagon? No, we don't like Sakura because there are legitimate reasons not to like her. And I think that's completely fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, I don't like Sakura because I don't like her writing, I don't like her character, and I don't like her as a person. I don't think she's a good person, I don't think she's a well-written character, and I don't think that there's anything about her that is even remotely shown to be redeemable. There were moments where you could have said that she was redeemable, especially during the early parts of Part 1 Naruto, but ultimately, that's kind of it. There's nothing else. It's like, you have to essentially sit there and say that for the first 245 chapters of the series, she does nothing. She does something for like the first 2 arcs of Shippuden. She does nothing for the vast majority of Shippuden. And then she does something again during like the latter half of the war. And I'm talking about punching Kaguya, healing. I'm not even gonna give her healing people in the alliance because Naruto giving people chakra cloaks already implies that they can heal themselves. So she's basically just doing over healing at that point, and it's not like it ever really like came up as like a big thing. Naruto's chakra cloak, especially when the Shinobi Alliance had them, literally heals the person as well. So not only am I getting an amp that's improving my capabilities far beyond what they're normally capable of, I also have a cloak that's automatically healing me. What's the point of Sakura? Like, the moment Naruto learned how to heal other people or how to pass on Hirama's chakra, she became essentially meaningless. As a character, she just adds nothing. She basically got usurped in terms of the one thing that she could do by the one guy in her fucking crew that didn't even know how to do medical ninjutsu. Okay. The questions at hand. Anyways, Kiddo, the main villain of it, was comparable to in speed, so I have him at FTL and base, and he consumed a drug. What makes him FTL and base? I saw the thumbnail and I 100% agree on. Hey, sweet. What's up, David Cagano? What's up, man? It's 100 times? No. What feats imply that the guy is Lightspeed? Sakura treated Naruto way worse. I will never understand that ship. Those shippers are the biggest Sakura haters. I don't know, man. I don't think that... Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. As I've said before, if I had to get... Listen, I don't personally care to, like, make Naruto and Sasuke actually gay, but, like, I think that would have been a funnier fucking ending for the series than... than either of them getting with the woman they got with. Hinata is such a nothing burger of a character to me. Hinata just exists. She just exists. I think that's the worst thing you could say to someone. That the entire allocation of what you do in a series is just you fucking exist. Nothing more, nothing less. People like you because you are pretty. That is basically what you can say to Hinata. People like you as a character because you are fucking pretty and there is nothing more and nothing less to you. Oh, but she's so nice and she treated Naruto well. Yeah, fantastic. Good. Okay, so she was one of the few people that treated Naruto. I do respect that. I do very much so respect that. But at the same time, she's supposed to be a combatant. She's not a very good combatant. She's not a very good combatant. I would not call her a good combatant. One Piece Solo's what? Naruto, sure. Toriko, hell no. Naruto x Sasuke is a funnier way to end the cycle of hatred by giving up the cheeks, you know? I agree 100%, man. And also, let's get some LGBTQIA plus for considerations for our main protagonist, huh? Although, I guess in some weird way, shape, or form, it might be considered kind of incesty, kind of Alabama style for Naruto and Sasuke, because they would technically be, like... I guess you could say that they are technically, like, blood-related, but, like, far down the line. Alright, I gotta make up an intro, so give me, guys, 1 second. Let me see how this works.
Okay, so, in the same way we don't give verse equalization or any kind of advantage to one character just...
Hating on Hinata is why he deserves some slander? I can hate on anybody I fucking want, buddy. Alright? Alright there, buddy. I can hate on anyone. I think they're past third cousins, though. They probably are. It's been like, what, like 1,000 years or some shit? The Byakugan was done dirty. She could have been Kage level. I don't know about Kage level, but the Byakugan, especially with the context of Shippuden, is so fucking trash, dude. Then Nami, if you think how many times Naruto would have died without Sakura helping, yeah, and how many times Luffy and the crew would have died without Nami. Like, if you don't know how many times Nami's helped the crew out, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Because the crew wouldn't have made it even past the first fucking island of the Grand Line without Nami. Also, Luffy and Zoro might have been kind of screwed against Buggy if it wasn't for Nami. There's also the fact that Usopp would have died without Nami because the fishmen would have killed him. Let's see, what else? What else do we have? Luffy would have definitely have lost against Cracker if Nami wasn't there. What else do we have? I'm kind of drawing a blank right now. If you think she's weak, go ahead. But she's the standard of what women prescribe to be as an inspiration, being the determination, strong and caring one, and all unlike Nami, Orihime, and Rukia. Saying that Nami, Orihime, and... I'm not even going to throw Rukia in there. Fuck Rukia as well. Saying that Nami and Orihime aren't determined, strong, and caring is not only a very subjectively incorrect opinion... But, more importantly, would have died without Nami because no navigator. That's what I'm saying. But, what kind of standard is she trying to set for women? Because she's essentially saying, yo, you can forgive your oppressor. You can forgive the guy that tried to kill you 2 times. As a matter of fact, you should totally forgive the man that tried to kill you on 2 separate occasions. You should totally forgive him. And not only forgive him, you should totally marry him and have his seed. Yeah. You should totally manipulate one of your best friends, if not your best friend emotionally, whom you know has feelings for you, in order to get what you want. Wow. Can we just ignore and separate the... No, we're not going to just ignore and separate the instance. She made decisions. Can we just ignore the fact that she got upsetty spaghetti at her daughter asking her questions? Her daughter asking her questions about who her father was, as she should be allowed to know, because, you know, she is her daughter. She wants to know who her father is. What isn't it a little bit weird to say that we should just forget the fact that she made herself and her daughter homeless for a time because she destroyed her own home because her daughter was asking questions about her dad? Imagine not having... You're saying that she's a caring and inspired and strong individual. Why are you so focused on the bad unlike all the good? Because the good doesn't make up for the bad. Both exist, and the good doesn't make it up for me. The good never makes up for the fact that she treated like Naruto like shit and never gave him any closure. The good never makes up for the fact that, oh hey, this bitch, even 12 years down the line, didn't learn how to control her own fucking temper as an adult should, as a grown-ass woman should, and not destroy your own home and make yourself and your daughter homeless just because you got a little upsetty spaghetti. The good doesn't change the fact that you emotionally manipulate your fucking friend, their feelings for you. You are emotionally manipulating them. Those are things a terrible fucking person does. What do you want me to fucking tell you? The fuck do you want me to tell you? Oh, sure, she saved Naruto's life. Fantastic. She's a fucking healer. She's a goddamn healer. Do your fucking job. Maybe do your job, and then I will fucking respect you somewhat. Am I going to say she's a bad healer? No, of course not. I would never fucking say that. I would never say that. I would never say she's a bad healer. I can't say that. That would be objective. That would be me being disingenuous. Can I say she's not useful? No, she's clearly proven her use at times. I'm not going to sit here and lie about that. But Sasuke manipulated Sakura, though? What did he manipulate her with? What, he told her, kill this woman right here? Sakura could have said no. Sasuke probably would have respected her more if she had just said no to that. No, he literally said, try to fucking stab this girl to death. And then when Sakura walked up, Sasuke was already ready to fucking slam her behind the neck. This is why Hinata's the GOAT. What makes her the GOAT? Because she's done nothing in the series. I can't even give anything to Hinata. What does she do? Jump in front of Naruto? I promise you at that point in time, anybody else could have jumped in front of Pain for Naruto. It could have been Shino, Kiba. It could have been... I don't fucking know, Konohamaru. It could have been, yo, if fucking Teiuchi from Ichiraku Ramen was the one who jumped in front of Pain to fight the guy, yo, Naruto might have just gone full Ninetales right then and there. Naruto might have unironically just said, nah, fuck this shit. That is my favorite ramen spot. He might have just ripped out the whole tag in 1 second, legit beats up Luffy for no reason. No, she doesn't beat up Luffy for no reason. Luffy usually gets them killed. Luffy usually does something extremely idiotic or something extremely dangerous that puts the lives of his crew members in danger, and he knows it. Bro, I don't care about the SCP thing. I'm gonna be honest with you, Swarmer. I don't care about the SCP thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. What is it, bro? Search up. No, I don't care about SCP. I don't care about it. It's not interesting. I don't want to read about some random fucking alligator lizard thing that has immunities to everything in fucking existence because SCP just so happened to allow fucking fans to add in anything. I don't care, dude. Sorry about that. I just don't care. I'm on another topic, bro. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I did not mean to snap, but I don't care, dude. I don't care about SCP. I've looked into it. It's not that interesting in my opinion. I like consistent narratives. I don't like things that are just thrown in by fans, because if I were to make a character right now... Hell, I made a character called Bungus, and I had half of my fucking mods and channel members saying that Bungus has all these extra powers. I don't like this idea of like people just throwing in powers onto something. Sakura is trash. Never liked her. Going after Sasuke just because he's an edgelord. After all that happened, still married him. Yeah. Even Naruto doesn't care for Hinata. What the fuck we on? I don't care for the last. Yeah, I don't care for the last. Do you like Tsunade? I think Tsunade is a well-written enough character. I think she's actually one of the better-written females. Yeah, but none of them bozos jumped in front of Pain for her, man. Sakura not even doing that. She jumped on on Pain like Eon likes jumping on his jelly bean. That's a timeout. That's a 1 minute timeout for you, good sir. Justice for Bungus. Bungus is fine and living in a farm, damn it. You gotta let go of Bungus. He was here for a moment. You guys didn't even get to share drinks with him like I have, alright? I miss Bungus more than you guys do. Are there any couples in Naruto that you think are good? I think Choji getting himself a dark skin queen like Karui, whatever the fuck her name is. I think Choji hit the jackpot there. I think Shikamaru and Tenten is actually a well-established couple. Not just because... Here's the thing. And Tenten is a fiery type of lady, like Sakura, like Kushina. I like Kushina and Minato, by the way, as well. Tenten is just like them, but the thing is that she doesn't just come at Shikamaru for no fucking reason, and she's actually shows some level of maturity in and of herself. Tenten and Shikamaru is also essentially kind of built up from even part 1, and it's built up in such a way where you still see them hang out together, you still see them spend time together, go on missions, etc, etc, etc. I think that is a fantastic couple, and I think even if it wasn't explored upon much, it is a good way to describe the characters and what they do. The characters and their relationship, Tamari, sorry, not Tenten, Tamari, their relationship and how it came to grow. You mean like how it manipulated the crew in Water 7, but y'all won't say anything. You mean how Robin didn't manipulate the crew? She didn't tell them what the fuck was going on, and it was because she cared about them so much and thought that they were such good people that she went out of her way to betray them in order to allow CP9 and the world government to leave the Straw Hats, to allow the Straw Hats to leave Water 7 without any persecution. And they decided to not only go after her, but then when she saw that they would fight against the very world for her, she finally decided that she was not only a part of the crew, but they were really her fucking family. So yeah, no. Sylvan Dento, whatever, Silva. I'm just gonna call you Silva. Silva, don't. You're not going to bring up a disingenuous ass claim for Nami or Tenten, and with no context whatsoever. So for Nami, Robin, any girl in One Piece without any fucking context. You're literally talking to the one guy that has probably read or watched One Piece more than anybody else here. Probably more than most people out there, bro. You're not gonna try to find you're not gonna get a fast one on us by saying some BS like, oh yeah, but Robin also manipulated the crew. No, she didn't. Her intentions were clear with them from the very beginning. She was not planning on liking any of them, and then when she finally did, she would give up her own life so they could live. So no, completely and objectively speaking, incorrect. I got 5 times. What number are you on? What are you talking about? 5 times? 5 times? I'm on... Fuck. I did a watch through of most of the arcs. I read through it. Initial read through. Watch through. There's the read through for Naruto versus Luffy. There was my read through when I was like really learning the scaling last year. I'd say 4. I've got 4. You guys aren't like the other mans. They actually know what I'm proposing to them. Now I'm just getting no, you're getting disagreed with because you're not giving us anything we can even remotely agree with you. I've already told you, I can agree to Sakura being useful, I can agree to her being a decent fucking healer. That's the only things I'm gonna give her. A medical ninjutsu specialist. That's the only thing I'm gonna give you. Everything else, trash-ass character, throw her away, I don't personally care. What do you think, why can't Luffy, Loki, can't be Dummy Reverse? I don't know yet. I don't really have a reason for why they can't do it. Well, hold up, good sir. I'm definitely got more than you. You got the greenhorns. I said most people in chat. I got 4 then. I got 4. That's still more than most people in chat. Well, you're spreading misinformation and saying it's the problem. It's problem that we disagree. Basically, you can add the time you read One Piece for private reasons outside of YouTube. I can add the reasons. I did add. Actually, no. I did. That's every time. I've read or watched it about 4 times. I've watched One Piece, and yes, she did manipulate them, but it was for them. It was for their own good, and what she believed was her own good. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna do some voice recording real quick. So maybe I should type up like a mini script real quick. Give me 1 second. I gotta type up like a mini script. I need something for this because I don't know if I can like freestyle it. Okay. Let's pull up the drive. Let's yeah, we'll just throw it in here. We'll probably do these once a month. Yeah. Okay, hey, how's it going, everyone? I decided to start a small series If there is one thing that most people would find synonymous with the act of power scaling, it's the art of debate. One does not necessarily need to be a good scaler to debate. And vice versa. However, both practices are, skills that one may have developed, skills that for one of these, skills that one may have developed for debating for scaling, skills that one may have developed for the scaling don't necessarily translate to debates. One does not necessarily need to be a good debater, scaler to debate. Okay. And vice versa. That's why, to make a mini series of, videos where I will host a number of debates in regards to certain subjective discussions in the within the realm of power scaling. See you later, Swarnum. Hey, on what decimal do you get when you round up the hundredths place for 2 divided by 3? The hundredths place for 2 divided by 3? All right. Yeah. 6, 7. Yeah, there we go. I mean, I think Eon and I are alike over here with way more times read on One Piece than most of y'all, no offense, yeah. Do you agree Byakuya holds back when not using Senkei? You mean the big, like, sword thing where he like, yeah, I love you too, Thine. That was a great joke. That was a fantastic joke. I didn't see that coming anyway. I did not see that coming at all. Thank you so much. I needed that. What's Senkei again? Is Senkei the Byakuya? What was Senkei? Was Senkei like the one where like he makes like that weird fucking sword? Oh shit. Where he makes like that weird fucking sword from his Bankai? It's that one, right? Yeah. I know, I don't think he's necessarily... I don't know, man. I don't think he's... It doesn't mean... Just because he doesn't use it doesn't necessarily mean that he's holding back. But then again, the move is just a blade that he thrusts forward. I mean, it's not that impressive of a move anyway. 6, 7 jokes make me dry as usual. You gotta just have a little bit of whimsy in your life, Jeff. You gotta just have a little bit of whimsy. Subjective discussions within the realm of scaling. That's why I decided to make a series of videos where I host a number. That way, my viewers can practice their debate skills. And we can have a healthy dialogue. If you'd like to take that way, my viewers can practice their debate skills, can practice and improve upon their debate skills, and we can have a healthy dialogue. If you'd like to take any of these debates, I will be hosting them once a month. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think, and if you have any topics, any open-ended topics you'd like to hear us discuss, please comment them down below. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think, and if you have any open-ended topics you'd like to hear us discuss, please also comment them down below. With all that being said, let's begin. All that being said, okay, so question 1. I need to pull up what the questions were. Gallery. No. Complete content, miscellaneous. Yeah, we need questions 2. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna do this real quick. I'm gonna record this voice, then we'll set up the music for the video, and then we'll. Okay, let's start recording voice. Let me close this up as well. I've noticed that I got a little bit less reverberation from my window when I close out my curtains. I think that's fine. One second, guys. Okay, there we go. Hey, how's it going, everyone? If there is one thing that most people would find synonymous with the act of power scaling, it's the art of debate. However, skills that one may have developed for their scaling don't necessarily translate to debates, and vice versa. That's why I decided to make a series of videos where I host a number of debates in regards to certain subjective discussions within the realm of scaling. That way, my viewers can practice and improve upon their debate skills, and we can have a healthy dialogue along the way. If you'd like to take part in any of these debates, I will be hosting them once a month. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think, and if you have any open-ended topics you'd like to hear us discuss, please also comment them down below. So with all that being said, let's begin. Hey, how's it going, everyone? If there is one thing that most people would find synonymous with the act of power scaling, it's the art of debate. However... Okay, let's remove this. Just remove that. Debate. However, skills that one may have developed for... We'll remove that. It's the art of debate. However, skills that one may have developed for their scaling don't necessarily translate to debates and vice versa.
Pleasure as always. Pleasure.
That's why I decided to make a series of videos where I host a number of debates in regards to certain subjective discussions within the realm of scaling. Fuck the fans, I guess. Yeah, that's a pretty funny way of looking at it. Subjective discussions within the realm of scaling. That way, my viewers can practice and improve upon their debate skills, and we can have a healthy dialogue along the way. If you'd like to take part in any of these debates, I will be hosting them once a month. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think, and if you have any open-ended topics you'd like to hear us discuss, please also comment them down below. So with all that being said, let's begin. Sweet. Let's just delete that real quick. And then, here's what we're gonna do. I need the questions up. Alright, number 1. Should the battlefield become more important in cross-verse debates? Should certain characters get a beneficial battlefield if it's necessary for their powers / toolkit? Okay. Let me close this up. I'll have to like put it down here for now. Okay, all of that aside, would you not make a matchup of a Naruto win at all looking at your content? Let me ask you this. Who do you think I should give a win to in Naruto, and what character should I put him up against? Because in every single scenario where I throw a Naruto character up against someone from One Piece, if I'm not using a post-time skip character, I'm essentially using either a weaker version of the Straw Hats, or, I don't know, a random fodder-ass character who doesn't really have the best scaling within the context of the series. I could probably say, like, Naruto versus Gecko Moria, or, like, Naruto versus maybe, like, Enel, but that's kind of it. Like, there's not a lot of characters I can just throw Naruto up against without them surpassing him in some way, shape, or form, especially in terms of raw speed and stats. Like, at that point, I feel like I'm gonna get just as much hatred for saying, crazy that you're giving a Naruto character a win only when they're fighting against some of the weaker characters in One Piece. This guy is just biased, blah, 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 blah. Like, Naruto in general, bruh. Okay, so who do I put Naruto up against that he can win? Let's see. I could put him up against Arlong, sure. I could put Six Pats Naruto up against Arlong. I could put Six Pats Naruto up against... what, maybe... Crocodile? Sure. Sure. But don't you think it's a little weird that I have to use one of the strongest versions of Naruto to fight some of the weakest versions in One Piece? Why are we acting like an L doesn't curb stomp Naruto, Logi and all? Because I can't make a video titled, "This Naruto character solos the entire One Piece verse." It doesn't happen. They don't have enough hacks to do it. They don't have enough powers to do it. Where do you even scale Naruto? If I had to give him every benefit of doubt and I just had to give him scaling, continental to multi-continental at best. At best. Planetary if I go with Hokage Naruto from Boruto and just because of a specific singular statement. Alright. Ugh, this sucks. Is there any way for me to... wait? Let me just move this up here. Yeah. I'll just do it like this. Oh, no. Fuck. There we go. There we go. Which conversations did everyone cover? It was the battle IQ?
So,
Okay.
I'm gonna hand it off to you, John.
Oh, pixel scaling.
Yeah, cool. So I think,
it has
They told me that due to the statements plus the Kurama stuff, Naruto is planetary. Okay, so for Z-chan, Naruto isn't planetary if you use the Kurama statement from the data book, because the Kurama statement doesn't specifically imply anything of the slightest bit that he can actually blow up the planet. All it does is say he has the power to turn the world to ash, which could be interpreted as he could destroy society, because world in Japanese can mean sekai, and sekai can mean society, the world, or the universe. It clearly is not the universe. It's definitely not the world. And as if you look at the objective feats that Kurama shows, he only ever blows up mountains. So the only interpretation that actually works within the context of the story is that Kurama can wipe out life if given enough time and if he has, you know, whatever the fuck, right? Can Kakashi escape Impel Down, or can Team 7 win a Davy back fight? I'll probably have to do a Davy back fight against who? Because if it's against the Foxy Pirates, they might straight up lose to Foxy's beams. Yeah, they might straight up lose to Foxy's beams. I mean, Sasuke and Naruto can probably just make the Kurama avatars and stuff. How about Kaguya stuff? Yeah, the Kaguya stuff, so, let me just show you real quick. So, Kaguya, I could tell you, is planetary if we're talking from, like... Ah, fuck! Ah, that hurt. I have like a... I have a thing on my back. Ah, that's hurting me like crazy. Kaguya, specifically has the ETSO, which, to be honest, wasn't going to ever come up within the final battle, but people like to use this to say that she's, like, universal or whatever, because of, like, the time-space dimension. But, here's the thing. Just because the time-space dimension, I gave you suggestions up there that would make the Naruto characters have a win. Kakashi... Okay. Wait 1 second. Somebody... Oh, I read the wrong one. Kakashi, I don't think he gets out of Impel Down. Naruto versus Luffy. No. Luffy curb stomps Naruto. Rocks versus Night Guy. If Rock scales anything close to any of the Yonko, he does not have the attack. Guy does not have the attack potency to take him out. Sasuke versus Loki. Sasuke literally gets squished by Loki. Kakashi versus Law. I made an entire video on Law beating the Naruto verse. Kakashi is fodder. Whitebeard versus Yamato Wood Style. At that point, that's just disrespectful. Why would I put Whitebeard against a weaker character than someone he already beats, like Hashirama? Based on chronology of who debated who, or how each debate is listed sequentially? Yeah, how each debate is listed sequentially. Foxy Pirates, but it would be more about the games and events than the arc. Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, if I use like the stronger versions of, like, this is actually a much more interesting conversation, but it does create a bit of an issue because that would mean that like Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura have to essentially compete in every single one of the rounds, which I think would make just things more consistent for me. So sure, that's fine. Are you going? Yeah, you're not equalizing them. That's why. Why do I have to equalize them? Why would I equalize the characters? How is that even remotely fair? You're telling me now that I have to ignore blatant scaling, higher scaling, just to make the characters the same, just so that I can give them a chance? No, I would never do that. That's disingenuous. I don't care for this idea of having to limit a character's kit, especially, not even just a character's kit, having to limit a character's physical stats and capabilities just because that's how we do it? No, that's not how we do it. You don't limit a character just so you can give another character a win. Why the fuck would I do that? At that point, I should just say, yeah, at that point, I might as well just say Naruto wins because I like him more. It's just saying Naruto wins because I like him more. If I have to limit all of Luffy's stats, all of Rox's potential scaling, everything that Loki's done up until now, and his size compared to Sasuke's puny-ass Susanoo, Kakashi, what the fuck is he there even equalized? I basically just have to take away Law's entire toolkit just to give Kakashi a chance. And why Yamato over Hashirama? I mean, like, let's be serious about this. There's nothing. There's nothing at that point. Wish they had an Umbral Bolt as their TSO. Yes, I will not stop boasting about the existence of Raising Monster in D&D. Yeah. Alright, I kind of forgot what we were doing, so I'm just gonna go back to this. Alright. Let me finish. It's more of the what? Star in the dimension she created. Oh, right. Can I show you something real quick? I got you right now. Yeah. That's what we were talking about. Sorry, data book. Okay, so let me show you something. So, do you know what, Forzy-chan, do you know what a TSO is? Do you know what a truth-seeking ball is? Okay, a living person as a medium, it calls in deceased. Oh, you know, that's the impure world reincarnation. Oh, that's Edo Tensei. TSO. Understand, it's not that I want it to be equalized to win. It's pretty much a given to scale. No, it's not. You don't. Why do I need to equalize to scale? Why should I equalize for the sake of scaling? No. I would never do that. I don't care to do that, and I'm not going to do that. There's no reason for me to just say, yeah, so all of the scaling that the characters show, hey, how's it going, everyone? Today, I want to show you guys a video from a perspective of a different side of scaling. One where, instead of giving the characters objective feats, statements, and everything that they have that could probably be used to denote who would actually win in a fight, we're going to throw all of that out the window, and we're just simply going to talk about hexes and equal stats. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you think that Naruto is stronger than Luffy, or Luffy is, and in a more objective sense, physically stronger than Naruto and faster by such a massive extent. All those things mean nothing. In this case, we're just going to talk about what things they have in their arsenal, specifically their hacks, and how they can use that to win a fight. Because, you know, Naruto can't keep up physically. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to throw away all of Luffy's light speed scaling. I'm going to throw away all of Luffy's continental scaling. I'm going to throw all the statements and feats that would put Luffy above Naruto. And instead I'm going to say, okay, now we're going to have both of the characters with the same speed, strength, durability, stamina, intelligence. Everything's going to be exactly the same. And the only defining factor here that's going to change up the topic of conversation is hexes. Because at that point, all that matters is, because if Naruto's Rasen Shuriken or his Tailed Beast Bomb Massive Ball Bong Deluxe Plus Rasen Shuriken is as powerful as a Bajirang gun, then the only thing that matters here is whether or not which of them has hacks that could beat the other. Well, Luffy can see into the future, but Naruto can sense, quote-unquote, all things in the universe, whatever the fuck that means, even though he can still be caught off guard and blitzed. So, we're just gonna say future sight, and that is also the same. Let's also say, well, Chakra and Haki are also the same, right? Because there's no difference between them, right? Haki doesn't have only three utilizations plus 3 applications, advanced applications. I don't know, it's just going to be the same as Haki. So we're also going to give Luffy Fire Style Jutsu as well. Naruto does not hit harder than Luffy. I do not have a reason to believe that. So you want to be unequal and unfair to a bad extent? What do you mean unequal and unfair? You mean giving the characters the scaling that they have been presented? Hashirama does not beat Whitebeard. I would love to see Hashirama summon that fuck-ass statue just to see Whitebeard literally split and tear apart the entire ground around them as he basically punches that thing to Kingdom Come. You should equalize because it gives my verse a better chance at winning against your verse, yeah. If we stat equalize, then Luffy beats Goku because he can destroy his insides like the heart, which one-shots Goku. Yeah, also, Goku can't physically hurt Luffy anymore because of he doesn't have Haki. Yeah, that's intentionally unfair. What's intentionally unfair? What is intentionally unfair about talking about the characters' objective feats and statements instead of just saying, yeah, well, they're just the same? What's unfair about that? Isn't the point of scaling in this case? Isn't the point of a versus battle to figure out which character wins? Is it the point of a versus battle to use the statements, feats, and evidence presented to say which character would win a fight? So if a character like Goku massively outstats Luffy, it's completely fair to say that Goku wins in a fight? Wouldn't that be what's fair? Wouldn't it be fair? Because it gives to no edge for both sides to win. Yeah, if one side just doesn't have a chance at winning, that's their fucking problem. It's not Goku's fault that Toriyama had the character almost destroy an entire fucking macrocosm with just his punches. If I throw him into Naruto, it's a one-sided fucking fight. Who cares at that point? You're taking away from the scaling, so what's the point of power scaling if we aren't scaling? Yeah, what's the point of scaling the characters' powers if we aren't going to actually scale them and we're just going to say everything's the same? I mean, both sides, by the way. I'm not talking about Naruto's side. No, but Naruto only benefits from this. Why would I limit everything in One Piece just for Naruto to have have a chance? Why would I do that? If I have to limit all of the scaling on One Piece just to give Naruto a chance, then that inherently tells you that One Piece, Luffy, whoever the fuck would win. That is inherently being fair. There is always a winner and a loser. There is always a winner and there is always a loser. It is not my fault, nor is it anyone else's fault if there is a winner and a loser. You pick the guy who wins because they were going to win. It's not a very complex topic of discussion to have. It's either the person wins or they don't. It's that simple. In this case, Naruto does not. It would only be fair if you give them the scaling that they have been given by the fucking authors. It is only fair if you do that. It's like a consolation prize at that point. Oh, sorry, little Timmy. Sorry, little Timmy. I know you won the 500-meter track race, but Fat Billy over there? Yeah, Fat Billy over there, he didn't get a chance. As a matter of fact, by the time that you crossed the 500-meter mark, he was already up to 100 meters. So here's what we're going to do. Instead of just giving you the trophy and the first place prize, little Timmy, because you are faster than little Billy, what we're going to do is we're going to give both you and Billy the exact same prize. You're both going to get yourselves these medals. Your medals are going to say the exact same thing, and your medals are also not going to have any kind of value other than that. You winning by being faster than Billy means nothing, because Billy also must feel good. You have no reason to believe Luffy hits harder. He could split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. What the fuck has Naruto done that is continental within the context of the story? And mind you, that was back in Dressrosa. Why can't we change the status quo? It's called thinking outside the box. No, it's just called I'm giving a character that shouldn't have won a chance to win because I wanted them to win. That's it. There's nothing more to that. There's no other point in conversation. When you limit a versus, you can have these discussions. You can make your own video. You can talk about how you can make your own channel. You can talk about all these things. But if you're trying to sit here and tell me that having to essentially boil down a versus battle into nothing more than which character I like more wins, because now there's no defining feature that separates them. Now it's either the subjective topic of which character has better hacks, or the subjective topic of which character do I like more. One Piece durability is comical. It's hard to compete with other series whose damage is more realistic. Not really. If anything, having more unrealistic sources of damage hitting you means that it would be more fucking insane. I mean, Kaido literally tanked an attack that was destroying his inside organs and that was targeted at his heart, and he survived it. Durability and endurance. What do you want me to tell you? His heart wasn't even fully destroyed. Naruto doesn't even have a feat that would destroy a building using just punches. Luffy can launch person over the horizon with a hard punch. This one alone is enough to outscale Naruto in versus punching power. It's like Chapter 1's Luffy. Yeah, not only the fact that Luffy literally lifts up a giant sea cow, tosses it, sure, it's lifting strength, but it's also the fact that Luffy brings down an entire building by slamming a guy down with his kick when it had no structural damage. Yeah, sure, Naruto beats that with raw strength, right? Naruto hits harder than Luffy, sure. Naruto, the guy whose most of his attacks seems, this isn't my type of channel, I'm disliking. Also, hopefully, I never visit here again. I mean, listen, I'm not here to really sugarcoat things for a lot of people. And I think that's okay. I'm not going to give characters, what's the word here? I'm not going to give a character a consolation prize just because, oh, hey, somebody's going to feel some type of way about it. I'm giving you my genuine opinions. We can have this discussion all you want, but at the end of the day, it's still just a subjective topic. And if it's not your channel, I respect that. I would hope that you maybe give us a chance again in the future. You're always welcome to come back, but if you don't want to, you're more than welcome. Is fighting a creature with the mass to spread across the entire planet. What mass to spread across the entire planet? Sasuke's early Susanoo was already harder than metal. Fantastic. Fantastic. A metal kunai. Fantastic. And unfortunately, none of that means anything, because at the end of the day, you can't tell me that Naruto punches with continental amounts of force. You can't prove to me that Naruto has an attack that would actually blow up the planet, especially within the 700 chapters of the story, and spreading and having the ability to quote-unquote spread across the planet. What mass spread across the planet? Are you talking about the God tree? Talking about the divine tree? That thing didn't spread across the planet, or at least as far as I know, it didn't spread anything. It just spread its roots across a small portion of a country. Or against, I'll say a portion of a country, not even a small portion, a portion of a country. And if we're talking about the nativity of the world tree, that jutsu did nothing to the planet. That jutsu has the scale to cover the planet. It does not have the attack potency to be planetary. It just has the range. It does not have the attack potency. There was no structural damage. None of the houses were destroyed. There's no implication of any kind of damage around anywhere. So again, why do I even remotely consider that jutsu? Sure, range. Sure, I could give you planetary range. Naruto never breaks Sasuke's Susanoo. No. Naruto never breaks Sasuke's Susanoo. Power scaling without the scaling is like pizza with no dough. Just straight up sauce and pepperoni. That's what I'm saying. The Ten Tails was not having the weight of the world. It had the chakra scaling of a planet, of a small planet, mind you. Okay, let me finish doing this real quick. Should the battlefield become more important in cross-verse debates? Should certain characters get a beneficial battlefield if it's necessary for their powers/toolkit? Should the battlefield become more important? Should the battlefield become more important in cross-verse debates? Should certain characters get a beneficial battlefield if it's necessary for their powers/toolkit? Okay. I'm going to try this one again. I want to read this. Should the battlefield become more apparent... more important. I had it right on the first take. Fuck. Should the battlefield become more important in cross-verse debates? Should certain characters get a beneficial battlefield if it is necessary for their powers/toolkit? That'll be fine. Should the battlefield become more important in cross-verse debates? Should certain characters get a beneficial battlefield if it is necessary for their powers/toolkit? Is battle IQ worth talking about? Is battle IQ worth talking about? I'll try that one more time. Is battle IQ worth talking about? Is battle IQ worth talking about? Is battle IQ worth talking about? Sure. What were the other ones? Is pixel scaling reliable? Did we ever... Oh yeah, is pixel scaling reliable? Is pixel scaling worth... is pixel scaling reliable? Is pixel scaling reliable? Is pixel scaling reliable? And then finally... Should all magic power systems be considered the same thing in cross... Do all power systems named after magic... Do all magic power systems be considered the same thing in a cross-verse fight, regardless of verse equalization? Should all... Should all magic power systems be considered the same thing in a cross-verse fight, regardless of verse equalization? I think those are all good. I'm just going to split them up within the actual project itself. I'm going to export this audio. Debate questions. Let's do mono, and then let's export. Cancel. Let's see. Where we go, where we stop, nobody will know, but I know. Okay, so we have it. Hey, how's it going, everyone? If there is one thing... Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't need this anymore. Is a god train that rips through the planet as it spreads? What do you mean, no structural damage? Where is the structural damage shown from the nativity of the world tree? And tell me how far the Ten Tails tree roots grow, because I have no reason to believe those things reach all the way across the planet. They could probably just... It's fiction, dude. You're thinking this because, oh, it sucks all chakra from the planet, therefore it must be across all corners of the planet, but... It only does that in the tree form. It only does that in the tree form. B, you have no actual statement to imply that it rips literally everything. It has all of its roots reaching the other side of the planet. You have nothing to imply that. You could just literally say, however far down its roots reach, it's absorbing all chakra from there on out. It's fiction. It can do that. Were you scaling Imusama? Nope, not yet. Something funny. Danzo in the anime tried to stab Sasuke Susanoo with a kunai. Yeah. Are you up to debate with Naruto versus with One Piece characters can perform Are you up with a debate on perform the same feats as my guy in 8 gates even pre-time skip for Skywalk? Am I up to debate that? Like, you want to debate me on this? I don't do debates. I don't personally care for them. Battle IQ should only matter as long as the difference in stats isn't huge. No IQ can make up for speed difference of light versus sound. I agree. For the number 5 about magic, I've been going back and forth so long, I don't know, to be honest. That's completely fine. I think it's okay. I haven't seen people say that 10 Tails is planetary because they got small planet levels of chakra. This is, of course, only used to upscale chakra. Yeah, but that's the thing. Planet levels of chakra doesn't mean that it has planet levels of attack potency. It's like this false equivalence that people like to make up, and I don't personally agree with it in the slightest bit. Oh, god damn it. There we go. What do you think about Haki and Maki? What are you talking about? What's Maki? Are you talking about that King of Lightning video? I don't know what King of Lightning referred to. I don't know what he exactly meant by Haki and Maki and all that stuff. I really don't know. 1 second. That way my view... Whoa! That is loud. That way my viewers can practice and improve upon their debate skills, and if you'd like to take part in any of these debates, I will be hosting them once a month. Maki, ah. And then let's do this one. Okay. Flash toolkit. And then we do here. Delete that. Worth talking about. Is Battle IQ worth talking about? Is... Should all magic power systems... You know, for the creative, I have a very simple-minded thought on this. I take creation feats as check out this party's trick, and not really, this is how strong I am. Yeah, it could be one or the other. I can agree with that. Okay, so now that we have the intro ready, I can now just start to move everything up. So, let's see, how far do I want to move this stuff? We will put this stuff here. I will move this in here. Ah, damn it. Let's try this again. Okay. This will be here. Then this one will be... Where the fuck did I move it? Ah, right there. This will be here.
To one disadvantage to another.
Is Battle IQ worth... Got you. Alright. Alright. Thank you both, for providing your positions. Let's, alright. Let's just put it there. I think this is fine. And we put this here. Is Battle IQ...
Another.
Got you. Got you. Oh wait, no, I can't increase it anymore.
Another.
Is Battle IQ worth talking about?
My argument. So,
yeah, go for it.
Is Battle IQ worth talking about?
Would you like to go first, or would you like me to start?
I mean, I can go first with my argument.
I mean, can we translate it to demonic aura, and the kanji is written similarly to Haki? Got you.
Against taking into account battle IQ for I'd say like 99% of versus battles is it's for a couple of reasons. One of the reasons is there are way more important like fields that need to be covered, and that is like AP, hacks, durability, and
Maki is demon
time...
Haki? Sure. For games made my brain expand. This pixel scaling for games made my... Yeah, I think it was a good argument. I think Lapis made a very good argument with that. I could definitely see why pixel scaling could be a lot more... Yeah.
Sometimes it can take a weaker opponent and have. That's like my final point, I think.
Is pixel scaling... I need a transition. Okay, let me see something real quick. How the hell did Farfa do this? How the hell did our editor do this? Farfa...
etc.
We're talking...
But you also have to... Pro Charmy game. Alright, Breeze, you...
Coin flippy in nature.
I think are the best as well. Alright, Breeze, you have a minute to describe...
Really decent of them. And the game...
The duels, do you have a... Dex in the term to default still is gonna absorb good.
50%. And they achieved
one. There is nothing in this because they both won. Our first ever... Mall Charmy. Good.
Okay. Let me close this up. Okay. I'm starting to... Okay. So, close this up. Even Matsuri pointed out that there's still trees under the desert. Boruto even shows alternate futures where the planet is completely covered to capture all life occurring on the planet as a minimum. I know I said I'd leave here, but I just know I don't agree with their Chinjiao feat, like, at all. Why not? Why don't you agree with it? That's completely fine if you don't. I'm just curious as to why you don't. You don't have to agree with it, personally. I think it's completely fine if you don't. I can respect that. Like I said, Sylvan, like I said, bro, listen, we can disagree on that one point about, like, you know, equalizing the characters. We can have a lot more different kinds of conversations, though. It doesn't just have to be like, oh man, yo, Eon didn't agree with me when I said that, oh, he should go out of his way to blah, 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 figure out how to equalize all the characters so we can give Naruto characters a chance to win. I don't really need to go through that. I had to go through like 3 ads, so I probably missed your response. Oh, for what? Pointed out that there was still trees under the desert. I need you to give me the pages for that, because I'm not looking that up. I need you to give me the pages for that. I don't know where exactly you're referencing that. Let's see. Okay, right here. Subjective discussions within the realm of scaling.
Because their powers are limited in biological or contextual, any contextual way, I do not believe we should make the environment they are fighting in purposefully convenient or beneficial.
Why does it look like this? Is there any way for me to, like, fix or mess with? My point still stands. The characters can be at a wit's end and pull out their strongest attack. Naruto is the opposite. I don't know what you're referencing. Sharpen. Why does the gameplay look like
because
this?
Their powers are limited in biological. I think like we cannot scale Luffy to
be an advantage and stuff like that.
I think it's objectively unreliable just because like artistic interpretation and whatnot. A good example of this is with One Piece specifically. In the current arc, when Oda
timestamps in the video. I'll add timestamps in the video.
It was bigger than the entire island, and then
would be the best in my opinion for any versus battle. Like I cannot think of one that would be advantageous to one, disadvantageous to another.
I'm gonna probably set like an offset here. Okay, so in between all of these, I also need to set up. Okay. So little by little, we're doing this. Content, Ohara content, background images, background clips. There we go. Where's paper? Where is my paper background? I love my paper background. I eat paper every single day when I watch this background. Paper of all kinds. Red paper, blue paper, white paper. White paper doesn't taste that good. It tastes like it was factory made. Paper. There we go. By the way, yeah, I'm gonna add timestamps for this so you guys can have like all the different topics of conversations. Ready? Taste? It's a joke. Relax. Relax, bro. It's nothing more than a joke. Alright. if it is necessary for their powers/toolkit. Please also comment them down below. So with all that being said, let's begin. Should the battlefield become more important in cross-verse debate? Okay, so that's this. Okay, fix that, and then we add an effect, then we're going to invert it. Yo, there's a moment where, like, in the middle of the invert, where, like, it just looks like a fucking gray background. That's so funny. Okay. I don't want to give anybody epilepsy. Ivory paper over creamy paper? Nah. You ever had baking sheet paper? Baking sheet paper tastes great, bro. Baking sheet paper tastes fucking better than anything else. Copy. Yo, what's good, Six? How you doing, man? Okay, so we do this, then we copy, and we go here. Let me... Oh. Why do you refuse to go here? What's good? I guess we just leave it there. Yeah, I think it's fine. My day's been good, Six. How's your day been, man? How's your day been? Just setting up this video right here. I'm gonna upload later on. It's gonna be a while. This one's gonna take a while to render, mostly just because of the actual length of all the discussions, but I'll have to probably just leave my laptop and my computer in the background just to, like, let this thing load, since I don't like really doing much with it, or else I'm going to get some kind of error. So I forgot to ask, any progress on Ichi the Witch? I'll read it on stream after we're done with this, if you guys could just give me a chance to... If you guys can give me a chance... by the way, what do you guys think I should do for the thumbnail? I'd really appreciate any conversations about thumbnails. If you guys have any ideas that I could do, I'm still trying to think up of a way to, like... do the thumbnail. I haven't thought it through. I'm not going to pay anyone to do this one for me. I just need something, like, simple. I'll probably throw sandbag in the front. I'll probably just throw sandbag in the front and just say, thumbnail for what? For this video. Specifically for this one. I need some kind of a thumbnail. I haven't thought up of, like, what I can do for it yet. Actually, that's a lie. I thought up a little bit of it, but I just don't know, man. I'm kind of stuck, dude. I'm kind of stuck on, like, what I should do. The Rage Bait Lion and Ape meme. Huh, that's not a bad one. That might not be too bad. Alright. Keep feeding me ideas. Keep feeding me ideas. What's this video about? It's the debates that we did last week. It's the debates that we did last week for, no, it's not anime video crop. I don't need that. I need Eon logo. There we go. Hey, how's it going, everyone? If there is one thing that most people would find synonymous with the act of power scaling, it's the art of debate. However, skills that one may have developed for their scaling don't necessarily translate to debates, and vice versa. That's why I decided to make a series of videos where I host a number of debates in regards to certain subjective discussions. Videos about Eon's hairline? My hairline is completely fine. I've been taking finasteride. Let's see. JJK. I'll use this one. Hey, how's it going, everyone? If there is one thing that most people would find synonymous with the act of power scaling, it's the art of debate. However, skills that one may have developed for their scaling don't necessarily translate to debates, and vice versa. That's why I decided to make a series of videos where I host a number of debates in regards to certain subjective discussions within the realm of scaling. That way, my viewers can practice and improve upon their debate skills, and we can have a healthy dialogue along the way. If you'd like to take part in any of these debates, I will be hosting them once a month. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think, and if you have any open-ended topics you'd like to hear us discuss, please also comment them down below. So with all that being said, let's begin. Should the battlefield become more important in cross-verse debates? Should certain characters get a beneficial battlefield if it is necessary for their powers/toolkit?
Okay, so in the same way we don't give verse equalization or any kind of advantage to one character just because their power.
Any of these debates, I will be hosting them once a month. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think, and if you have any open-ended topics you'd like to hear us discuss, please also comment them down below. So with all that being said, let's begin. Should the battlefield become more important in cross-verse debates? Should certain characters get a beneficial battlefield if it is necessary for their powers/toolkit?
Okay, so in the same way we don't give verse equalization or any kind of
toolkit.
Okay, so in the same way we
You could put the Higuruma meme pic when he's in the bathtub with his hands on his face. By the way, Megumi, if Fushiguro had he accepted, he would have been Megumi Zenin. I always found the if but never is even had a missed potential in his name. Yo, that was some copy pasta shit. There's no way you thought that up. That's actually pretty fucking creative. There's no way. Jesus, that's funny. That's actually funny. Just do the typical thumbnail that all Discord debates do. Add something like the MHA Beyond Plus Ultra image and add verses on each character in the image. You could put Higuruma pick. Let me see. Why Fairy Tail is good and you should goon it for title. No. How about just no? Begin. Should the battlefield become more important in cross-verse debates?
There's no substance to the actual versus battle. It's just, yeah, bada bing, bada boom. There's nothing more for this topic or discussion to actually have any substance. Another example would be like Spider-Man. I don't know if you've read any Spider-Man comics. I believe it was issue 267. Spider-Man, his entire kit when he goes into the suburbs compared to the city is completely limited. His ability to
upon their debate skills, and we can have a healthy dialogue along the way. If you'd like to take part in let me see. Do I have any other No. Let's not use that. Let's switch it up.
Specifically, in the current arc, when Oda first drew Loki's dragon form, it was bigger than the entire island, and then in like the next chapter, it was...
Whoa, that's loud. That's loud. We're gonna put it at like 33. Is pixel scaling reliable? Yeah.
No worries, that's fine. My entire thing about pixel scaling not being reliable.
Is pixel scaling reliable? Yeah.
No worries, that's fine. My
Yeah.
No worries, that's fine. That's fine. No worries, that's fine. My entire thing about pixel.
We're just gonna move this down. If we move all of... Okay. Does it still line up perfectly? Okay. So if I make this... just make this smaller. Okay. I quit. Yeah, there we go. The finals gameplay is tough. Yeah, I was doing some beef shit with my friends for the finals.
My entire thing about Pixel not being reliable is I think it's just like pretty much objectively unreliable. I don't think there's an actual. I don't think there is an argument for saying it's reliable. Like you can use it, but the debate is on whether or not it's reliable. It's not whether or not it's at all useful.
Yeah.
All right. So I take it it's my turn.
Yes.
And so I am for obviously pro pixel scaling, and so for debating whether or not it's the main argument I was trying to get across with that, along with a little bit of nuance.
All right.
So
sounds good.
You're free to go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we're probably going to wind up agreeing on some aspects of this, but basically, like, there's someone's intelligence, I think, can affect a vast variety of different actions. That's like my final point, I think.
Is pixel scaling reliable?
My entire thing about Pixel not being.
So clearly, the larger the number is, the... Yo guys, quick question. Who do you guys think is the strongest Nintendo character? Which one of Nintendo's, that smooth voice guy? Who do you guys think is the smallest, sorry, not smallest, the strongest Nintendo character, like, canonically?
Advantageous to one decent.
Or at least, like, out of, like, the mainline guys. Is Battle
guys.
IQ worth talking about?
Would you like to go first, or would you like me to start?
I mean, I can go first with my argument. So,
yeah, go for it.
So the whole reason why I am against taking into account Battle IQ for I'd say like 99% of versus battles is it's for a couple of reasons. One of the reasons is there are way more important
like Nintendo Original, yeah, like Nintendo Original
fields
characters.
that
Who do you guys
need to be
think are
covered,
some of the
and that
strongest?
is like AP, hacks.
He's in his 10 intelligent
durability.
Cherokee form. He does have regeneration,
And
but it's not like...
By the time
It's pretty
one
good. He can
goes
grow
over,
basically the bottom half of his body, the upper half of his body.
stats
He can do a lot with it,
and
but
said scenario,
it takes some time. It's not instantaneous.
Battle IQ most likely isn't going to be a factor because, one, the stat imbalance is going to be too great, and two, it's going to be either...
Is pixel scaling reliable?
My entire thing about Pixel not being reliable is I think it's just like pretty much objectively unreliable. I don't think there's an actual. I don't think there is an argument for saying it's reliable. Like you can use it, but
That was actually a very good debate. Should all magic power systems be considered the same thing in a cross-verse fight, regardless of verse? Okay. Let's see. Do I have anything here that it's... I got the DSi shop music. I got Clock Tower. I got this one that's like the Weasel, but I don't know if people are going to want to hear that for long. Should all magic power systems be considered the same thing in a cross-verse fight, regardless of verse equalization?
Okay, yeah. Well, in this case, I'm on the positive side. And my reasoning is, it's more of like, yes, with an asterisk in this case. Because there are some degrees of how the magic... It's more of like, how does the magic system work in this sense? In the sense of like, so I'm gonna be using D&D heavily as an example in this.
Right.
Because so let's say so in the sense it's like in D&D a fireball is a fireball in the sense that you're using the magic of D&D to conjure up a ball of fire.
Guys, for allowing me to record this as well. So yeah, thank you guys.
I got no problem. That's cool.
Yeah, that's fun. I like debating.
All right, perfect. Have a wonderful rest of your day, guys. Peace out.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. We'll just leave it like that. So now I just have to fill in the questions. Okay, right here. What do we want to do? Insert text media. What do I say? Let's go with the good old lemon milk. Let's go to like size 16 font. Yeah. Important in cross-verse debates. Should certain characters get a beneficial battlefield if it is necessary for their powers / toolkit?
Okay.
There, about that. Yeah, that's fine. Should the battlefield in cross-verse debates? Should the battlefield become more important in cross-verse debates? Should certain characters get a beneficial battlefield if it is necessary for their powers / toolkit? Become more important in cross... Become more... important in cross-verse debates. What the fuck? Debates. Should certain characters receive beneficial battlefields if it's necessary for their powers / toolkit. Receive. It's a three-way between Galeem, Kirby, and Arceus. I would not say Arceus. I would probably not argue Arceus. Again, just made the world, doesn't really have anything else. I don't know if I would. For... Should... Let's send this back. Send this forward. Send this back. Send this forward. Okay, there we go. Now we have something nice here. Become more important in cross-verse debates. Should certain characters get a beneficial battlefield if it is necessary for their powers / toolkit? Should certain characters get a beneficial battlefield if it is... Should certain characters get a beneficial battlefield if it is necessary for their powers / toolkit? I think they could probably beat them. I don't know how they beat domain expansion. I don't know how do they survive a domain expansion. I mean, you basically have to have Hashirama... You basically have to have Hashirama go immediately with the Shinsu Senju stature, or at least the Wood Golem, and you can argue that like a Wood Golem can probably get past, or at least withstand enough of the attacks from domain expansion. I just don't know if it's necessarily Hashirama is tanking it, especially if he's on top of domain expansion. Like, Malevolent Shrine really kind of does fuck them completely because they don't know where the slashes are coming from. They'll just be taking them randomly, and they don't have the durability feats to have me believe that they can, you know, withstand it. You know what I mean? Can use moves other Pokemon, so, I mean, none of those moves create entire universes, so it doesn't really matter. I would say Galeem over Kirby, since Kirby fled in a fight, then Galeem got one-shot by Sephiroth, so FF7 upscale, I guess? Yes or no? For what, 6? I'm not just going to answer yes or no for something. Because you're always on some bullshit. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Is Battle IQ worth talking about? Dun 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 ba 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 da ba da ba da. Is Battle IQ? No, I'm not gonna say yes or no for something that I don't know what it is. What do you mean Maki saw the slashes just fine? Maki can also literally see changes in the atmosphere because that's part of her fucking abilities. Yeah. No, I don't agree. They would not be able to sense or see the slashes. She can see them because she has an acuity for curse techniques. She can see changes in air pressure, and unless you can prove to me that Minato and Hashirama can see it, like an objective feeder statement that implies they could, especially without Sage Mode already active, I don't have to entertain that. Is Battle IQ worth talking about? IQ worth talking about.
Would you like to go first, or would you like me to start?
About.
I mean, I can.
Who
go
wins,
first
Maki
with
or
my
Sakura? It's Maki. I'd say Maki wins, and I'm gonna say just to spite Sakura, just to spite that bitch. Okay. Well, if she can, like, sense the changes in her, why shouldn't they? Because they don't have a feeder statement that implies that they can. You don't just say just because one character can do it. Just because Spider-Man has a spider sense doesn't mean that Naruto Uzumaki needs to get a spider sense. Just because, I don't know, observation hockey lets you see things around you doesn't mean that, or people around you doesn't mean that it's just an ability you should just give to somebody else. It's part of her heavenly restriction. It's an ability that comes specifically from heavenly restriction. So why the fuck would they just all of a sudden get an ability that it's never been even remotely explained, shown, or implied that they can do? Pixel scaling reliable? Is pixel scaling reliable? Is pixel scaling reliable? Oh, shit. Is pixel scaling reliable? Yeah, I don't know what experience is gonna give those two when they've never fought opponents that just send out invisible slashes that they can't sense in any way, shape, or form. Like, imagine Minato sitting there thinking, yo, I should be capable of sensing changes in chakra and all that stuff, but my opponent doesn't have chakra. Yeah, they have cursed energy. Is pixel scaling with someone about Persona protagonist wildcard because of how broken it is? Yeah, and what was their problem with it? What was their problem with the Persona wildcard system? Should all magic power systems be considered the same thing in a cross-verse fight, regardless of verse equalization?
Okay, yeah. Well, in this case, I'm on the positive side. And my reasoning is, it's more of like, yes, with an asterisk in this case. Because there are some degrees of
reliable. Okay, so none of them have it. Cool. Fight regardless of verse equalization. Okay, I'm actually gonna need this one up for me because I don't remember. Okay. Should all magic power systems be considered the same thing in a cross-verse fight, regardless of verse equalization? Magic.
Okay, yeah. Well, in this case, I'm on the positive side.
Power systems.
And my reasoning is, it's more of like, yes, with
magic power systems be considered the same thing in a cross-verse fight, regardless of verse equalization.
Okay, yeah. Well, in this case, I'm on the positive side.
Cross-verse.
And my reasoning is, it's more of like, yes, with an asterisk in this case, because there are some degrees of how the magic. It's more of like, how does the
Maki can be whatever the hell she wants to be. Personally, I want her to step on me. Do 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 dun 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 dun. Magic system, power systems literally named magic. Power systems literally named magic. Power systems literally named magic. Birder. I mean, there already has the battlefield in his favor. What do you mean he has the battlefield in his favor? I got an argument. Oh, wait, that was that. What do you mean he has the battlefield in his favor? What do you mean? What do you mean he has the battlefield in his favor? What does that mean? Hey, what's up? What do you guys want? Does Maki scale higher than Dabura in speed? How? I don't know how she scales higher than Dabura. That's 6 of speed. Like all the items he needs for his teleportation. You realize that he has regular kunai, right? Regular kunai may be slightly heavier than the average kunai, but kunai nonetheless. That Sukuna could quite literally just destroy all at once by slashing away with his blades. What are you talking about here? Are you telling me that like the durability of his kunai that he isn't even physically holding somehow even remotely means that they like? Are you telling me that like the durability of the kunai that he isn't holding somehow has the capacity to, like, tank Sukuna's slashes? Because a domain expansion has a higher output of slashes than his normal slashes, and his normal slashes turned a fucking train car into sashimi. What benefit does Sukuna need to target the kunai when Minato is just punching him? Minato, well, for starters, A, you're objectively wrong in that Minato punches. Minato never punches anyone. Minato usually goes for stabs or slashes. And B, I'm not talking about him targeting the blades, I'm talking about his domain expansion. It's like the first thing Sukuna does in most fights. If he activates domain expansion, all of the kunai immediately get destroyed, and all locations that he could have marked get destroyed. Oh, Minato marked the ground beneath him? Well, now the mark beneath him, the mark that he left somewhere is now torn into pieces because there's no more rubble there. What are we talking about here? How does that beat domain expansion? The one guy that was willing to drop a domain expansion on a random ass fucking special grade curse. You're telling me that he's not gonna drop it on a random guy with a bunch of kunai? Yeah, okay. I have an insane story to tell? Sure, tell us the story. What's up, Lapis? How you doing, man? Okay. Regardless of verse equalization. Okay, so let's just see.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? If there is one thing that most people would find but I don't think Minato needs to put all that effort into getting Sukuna, though. That's just the gap difference. What are you talking about? How does Minato... What feat does Minato have that even remotely implies he can take down Sukuna, especially in terms of raw power? World-cutting slash, Mahoraga... Domain expansion, invisible slashes that Minato can't see or sense. Like, the moment Minato goes inside his bag and starts to throw all these kunai, there's already a flying slash going at his head that cuts it straight off, and he would have no idea that it's coming in. How does he beat slashes? If he gets near Sukuna, who can send out slashes without moving a muscle, who can just activate his curse technique without even moving a muscle, what's Minato have here? What exactly are we arguing here for Minato? Oh, he throws a kunai directly at Sukuna and Sukuna just slashes it up as it comes to him? He upscales off of Choji where he falls onto the ground, where he falls on the ground onto a forest. What the fuck? Wait, what feats are we talking about? Minato does have Sage Mode, but why would he just start off a fight using Sage Mode? Why would I just randomly grant Minato Sage Mode in a fight when he doesn't even really use Sage Mode himself? When his son was next to him and he could have just charged up his own giant massive Rasengan in the Nine Tails cloak, he had his son charge up Sage Mode for him because he doesn't normally use it. Like, what's the argument? To hear us discuss, please also comment them down below. So with all that being said, let's begin. Should the battlefield begin? Should the battle... No fucking way, dude. Okay, I was about to say. Sukuna cuts Jogo's lava so Minato's cooked. Dude, Choji is about the size of a forest. He's not that big. Choji's not as big as you think he is. Sure, size of a forest, sure. And he falls onto the forest and it does so much destruction and Minato's force is way above that. So we're just completely comparing two separate things, especially one where mass and weight apply into one of the characters. Yeah, okay. That is a very bad argument. I'm going to be just so honest with you. That is a very bad argument. That argument doesn't really have any teeth to it. Oh, Choji as a kid ate a pill that made him 100 times stronger or 50 times stronger, whatever the fuck the value was, and he fell down and it created a bit of rubble because he made himself really big. So, oh, naturally Minato must do more damage to a forest. Minato is dicing up Sukuna? Not even at all. Not even. How? Should the battlefield become more important in cross-verse debates? Should certain characters... He can enter perfect Sage Mode. I never denied that he can't, but he has to basically make it up. He's not that good at it. Seems like bro likes to downplay himself. He said the same for the Rasengan creation. That's what I'm saying, bro. Naruto-verse physicals kind of suck, but Minato's... I don't think I can say that. Sukuna regardless? How? How is he doing it, though? How does he get close to Sukuna without being sliced into pieces? How do any of his kunais get close to him? At all. Sukuna literally dodges an attack while in a fucked up body that is 99.993% the speed of light. How the fuck is Minato beating that? Dodges EM waves point blank while massively fatigued and injured at FTL. Yeah, how the fuck does Minato beat that? Not gonna lie, the durability of ninjas in the Naruto verse is not a good compared to other versions. I agree, so how the fuck does Minato beat that? How the fuck does Minato slash him into pieces? Should the battlefield become more important? Should the battlefield become more important in cross-verse debates? Should the battlefield be... Sukuna would be moving in slow motion compared to Minato? Not really. What physical speed feat does Minato have without his teleportation? Thanks for telling. I do agree with Sukuna has a higher chance of winning against Minato. Like, we've had this discussion before. Why wouldn't I? How does Minato beat domain expansion? Just tell me this. Just answer me this. Minato starts up the fight, throws a bunch of kunai around him, right? How the fuck does he beat this? If I'm typing already up, why the fuck does it not? Sukuna domain expansion. How the fuck does Minato beat this? Just explain to me how Minato beats this. How the fuck does Minato beat this specifically? Because this right here is the only thing I need to argue. He activates this, and literally the moment Minato attacks, that happens. Gets turned into a splat of blood. Let me show you again. Splat of blood. Splat of blood. Every time. Splat of blood. Splat of blood. Every single time. Splat of blood. Was walking through some of those slashes. What are we talking about? No, he was not. Yuji was not walking through those slashes. You know what Yuji used? Do you want me to tell you what Yuji used? Here, I got you. Real quick. I got you right now. I'll even show you. He can't tank the slashes. He can't perceive the slashes. So how does he beat them? You're not explaining to me how he beats the slashes if he can't tank them or perceive them. Here. Let me show you. What was it? 28? Yeah. It was before this. How did Gojo stop the slashes? How did Gojo stop the slashes? He's taking damage. His skin is being completely torn to shreds. He's taking the damage. He's trying to fight Sukuna. Mind you, they state right here he's using reverse curse technique at full throttle to consistently heal himself. How does Minato beat this? Minato stabs him in the chest before Sukuna can blink. Minato's not that fast. You have no way of proving to me that Minato is that fast. You have, objectively speaking, no argument that Minato's that fast. Gojo even had to use simple domain just to slow down and limit some of the effects of the domain expansion himself. You want to talk about Yuji? Yuji never walks through domain expansion. He has to bear the entirety of his domain expansion. Yuji was taking slashes and punches. Why can't Minato do the same thing?
Does Minato have a healing factor naturally? Does Minato heal from attacks as soon as he's hit?
Let's see. Let's move past this. Let's move past this. Let's see. Let's move past this. Let's move past this. Oh, let's see. All right. Yuji shows up. Sukuna literally grabs Yuji, shreds him to tears, shreds the entirety of his midsection, drops him down, says, "There's nothing interesting about you. That was just with touching him." Then Yuji shows back up, and oh wait, how did he do that? I lost the Supreme Martial Solution. This boy has acquired reverse curse technique. Sukuna's getting tapped. No, he's not. No, he's not. Because he dodged a EM wave at point blank range. Dodges an EM wave at point blank range. Right here. Dodges an EM wave at point blank range. An EM wave is basically borderline light speed. So that's no issue. How is he faster than Mahoraga? How is he faster than instant teleportation? How does any of his kunai even remotely tank the domain expansion? Posed Megumi easily tank the slashes. Oh, are you talking... First of all, you're talking about a version of Yuji that is objectively weaker than the one that we're talking about now. Sure, I kind of see where this terrible argument that you're making is coming from. But then let's talk about the situation, huh? Because, you know, it's crazy that people say JJK fans don't read, but people that try to downplay JJK honestly don't read it either. Let's see. Yuji takes a slash. Why are you so weak? Blah, 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 blah. Yuji's taking the slashes. Why is he so tough? No, that's not right. It's my cursed energy output that's low. His cursed energy output that's low. Damn you, Fushiguro Megumi. There you go. There you go. I never said Sukuna's FTL. I just said he dodges an attack that is borderline light speed. Next argument. Next terrible argument. Next terrible argument. What's the next argument, right? Oh yeah, this is also a domain expansion, right? That increases the output. Y'all never said this before. I can't imagine Chad losing now. Yeah. Tell me why he shouldn't be the same situation of low CT happened to Minato. Because Megumi Fushiguro isn't taking over, isn't trying to slow him down. Did you not? I'm guessing that you just don't read JJK then, right? You must not read JJK because Sukuna quite literally tells what's her face. Let's see. No, I won't use it. To drown Megumi Fushiguro's soul, I must destroy Sumiki Fushiguro. I shall do that with the Ten Shadows technique and at the same time stain his soul with the sin of having hurt his older sister. Sukuna's literally trying to break Megumi's soul so that he doesn't even have a chance at coming back. As a matter of fact, throughout all of the fights that you see afterwards, Sukuna's being consistently, no, I read it, but you're not seeing the bigger picture. I am seeing the bigger picture. You are just making up random bullshit. You're literally just feeding me random bullshit. You're feeding me things that are objectively wrong, so what is the bigger picture for me to see? Sukuna pops a domain expansion, and the moment that he does that, the moment that he pops domain expansion, this happens to Minato. This right here happens to Minato. Let's look at it one more time. Let's look at it one more time. This right here happens to Minato. 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 Every time. Without even a remote counter argument you can give me. What's the next counter argument? Come on now. Let's do it. What's the next counter argument? It's not that hard. It's not that hard to argue. Just right here. Yeah. Minato doesn't tank this. Minato does not have a feat that implies he can tank this. Minato does not have any feat that would tell me that he can throw a kunai over 200 meters or know that he has to throw his kunai over 200 meters. I have nothing here that even remotely is out of context, out of whack, unlike all of your arguments. Is a valid win con? He's just too slow to get a chance? What do you mean he's too slow to get a chance? How fast does Minato throw a kunai? Prove to me that Minato can throw a kunai at light speed. Can you prove to me that Minato can throw a kunai at light speed? Come on. You got it. I bet you can totally find a random feat somewhere in the context of the 700 chapters of Naruto that implies Minato can throw a kunai at light speed, which, mind you, Sukuna already reacts to that through a fucked up, weakened body that is also going... that is also missing part of its face. I'm gonna put away some laundry while you do that. I'm gonna put away some laundry. Oh, that's right. I have to get the video to render. It's not close to light speed, but neither is Sukuna. Dodges an EM wave. Dodges an EM wave verbatim. Dodges an EM wave. Right here. No, not these. Dodges an EM wave at point blank range. Dodges an electromagnetic wave at point blank range. The Mach 3 stuff is disingenuous. And Sukuna is not limited to it by the slightest bit because he's top of the verse, and he would naturally scale far above Naoya, who had just become a cursed spirit. So that is not a very good argument. What is even Minato's AP? He's capable of slashing an 8-tail's, a younger bee's 8-tail partial transformation. That is probably the best feat I've seen from the guy. Prove Sukuna didn't aim dodge. Prove Sukuna aim dodged. There we go. Just prove Sukuna aim dodge. I'm not on the positive end of it. I'm not on the positive end of the discussion. If you're going to say that Sukuna aim dodged, then you have to prove it. I don't have to prove something that he has not done. I'll be back in a second, guys. I'm going to go put this shirt out here. It's not mine. Man. These arguments are, wow. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting arguments we're seeing here. She's denying a science chat. EM waves are literally, well, they're on the spectrum of light. But yeah. This shirt is mine. This shirt is mine. This shirt is definitely mine. Alright. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. And I'm going to put these away over here. Okay. So, Sukuna gets tagged by Kashimo's sound wave roar on a panel later in its sound, but says that was loud. EM waves do not make a sound, so it was a sound attack. Which attack are you talking about? Previously? Right here? Dude, I'm just tired and not prepared. That's why. No. It's because you don't have an argument, Blish. If I had an argument for Minato beating Sukuna, I would be telling you that right now. Something that I do that a lot of people don't do is that I look for the counter argument in everything. But with Sukuna versus Minato, what's the counter argument? You have to argue Minato has Sage Mode at the start of the fight so he can sense the slashes. You have to genuinely sit there. You have to not only sit there and believe that Minato has to basically start the fight in Sage Mode to sense the slashes, you have to believe that Minato already has kunai set up for whatever fucking reason. You have to believe that Minato is, for whatever reason, throws kunai at faster than light speeds, and you have to also somehow believe that without a form of healing in the form of reverse curse technique, a simple domain to lower the output of slashes from Sukuna, the knowledge that he has to throw a kunai over 200 meters away and then also prove that he can throw a kunai 200 meters away is somehow going to even remotely withstand, tank, live through, or beat domain expansion, especially when Sukuna has the Divine Flame right afterwards. We don't actually see Sukuna move after the blast was fired, so there are two possibilities. Either he dodged or he aim dodged. Should remember the difficulty of arguing from chat. Oh no, I understand you were mischaracterizing Sukuna. How am I mischaracterizing him? Like, I'm giving you all the arguments right there. What does he have to beat domain expansion? He can't see the slashes to begin with. There's no sensing the slashes because just because Maki can, why should I believe that Minato can see changes in air pressure randomly? I'm giving you a chance here to tell me, but like, what am I supposed to tell you, dude? If you're not prepared, that's fine. If you're not prepared, sure, plays with his food like Conquest. He just toys. No, actually. Sukuna goes straight for the kill most of the time. If you survive the first couple of attacks, that's when he decides to play. If Sukuna, mind you, you say he plays with his food. You say that he plays with his food, but then let's pull this up right here. I got you. Look at what he does against a regular special grade curse, my guy. Like, the stuff that he does against a regular special grade? No reason to either. No reason to either. The special grade attacks him, stops the blast, crushes it, and then as soon as it tries to do something, he rips its arm out with cleave. And then when it comes back and says, alright, sure, you're proud of yourself? Should I applaud you? Yeah. He just pops out domain expansion. If Minato dodges any of the slashes that Sukuna throws at him, mind you, slashes he can't see coming, what? The finger bearer curse? Yeah. What exactly stops me from believing that if he throws out some slashes at Minato, who can't see them, can't sense them, is going to be hit by slashing attacks that he has no idea are even coming? If for some whatever mental gymnastics you are going through, Sukuna gets tagged by Piercing Blood, Sound by Kashimo, and characters like Yuji who retroactively makes light speed apparently. It's inconsistent, rip JJK scaling. When does he get hit by Piercing Blood? Are you talking about the one time that he simply tanks the attack from the side and just blocks it? Or are you talking about the attack that he literally dodges in the middle of their fight? Has bodied flickered farther than 200 meters when FTG is the Ten Tails in the ocean. I don't see... What do you mean Can you tell me how he body flickers more than 200 meters? Where is that stated? Where is that stated or implied? Because body flicker can have your body appear over steps, over distances, but never stated or implied to be 200 meters. Also, how does he know how does he know how far he has to move back? Now you're just giving him information. I don't see Sukuna capable of having any suitable option in that scenario. The Ten Tails into the ocean? You mean the Ten Tails tailed Beast Bomb that was traveling at them that he could visibly see, and which a kunai that he had already set up prior? In a situation where he wouldn't have any kunai set up prior, and he would just be standing there with an opponent that he's never seen before? But there's a very good evidence for Minato surviving Shrine. You remember how Kakashi tanked Genjutsu of being slashed above... He's above this? A Genjutsu, an illusion. First of all, what? Okay, can you tell me real quick, when Kakashi tanked a Genjutsu, an illusion? Illusion. What sound wave does he take? Because him just standing there and taking a sound wave. Standing there and taking a sound wave when it doesn't do any damage doesn't mean anything. So what's the point here? If sound is way slower... If sound waves are slower than sound, either you lose your basis for light speed EM wave claims. I don't, because he dodges this one. Because he doesn't choose to dodge an attack that he says that's loud, that doesn't do any kind of damage to him, or doesn't increase the damage that he's already taken anymore. See right here? Where's the damage? Where's the extra damage? I meant the Ten Tails bomb. I was typing too quickly at lunch. You're fine. But, okay, a visible giant mass that he can see versus slashes that he can't see. Then why does Kakashi look terrible after the attack? Because Kakashi is going through mental trauma. Minato doesn't use Genjutsu. He also never took any physical damage. It was all mental trauma. What's the argument? Like, these arguments are terrible. These arguments are so bad. You're telling me now that Kakashi took physical damage from a Genjutsu, an illusion that was messing with his senses? Come on now. How does he get tagged by literally anyone in the verse? Because Yuji is literally lowering down. Yuji is literally affecting him. Here, let me skip over a couple chapters. Here. As soon as Yuji and Higuruma both land, and they start attacking Sukuna, you can see Yuji trying to get up close to him, and he blocks the first hit. I get mad, dude. Just please, I'm not a very good or nice person when I'm mad, alright? I don't care if you're a very good or nice person. If you can't control your emotions during a conversation, then that's on you. That's not on me. And also, he's wondering himself what just happened. It doesn't have to also make the other characters light speed because Sukuna blocking Yuji's hit, especially when... Mind you, he's not even really taking damage from any of them. Blitzes completely the piercing blood. Completely blitzes and perception blitzes to the point Chozo didn't even know what was happening. Tanks an attack that at the end just says, I get it, it's a blunt blade. It's that the curse technique in a materialized form sends him flying, and then attacks Yuji before Yuji's able to land another hit. Like, are you guys just misremembering what the fuck happened in the fight? Are we just misremembering this? Even Yuji's out here calling Sukuna fast by comparison, and the only argument I've ever made is that Sukuna dodged an EM wave which is close to light speed, and I've never said Sukuna runs across the planet at light speed. I've always said he has light speed, movement speed, and short bursts. And reaction time in short bursts. I had a hair in my mouth. Chapter 256, he couldn't move his head out of the way of piercing blood. 256, let's see. When does he take a piercing blood? When does he take the piercing blood? He's already completely out of the location. There's one piercing blood. Sure. There's one piercing blood right here that he dodges. Maki attack, 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 attack. He activates Supernova, which isn't piercing blood, and it was already landing up on top of him. He blitzes his own slashes, and he's only ramping himself up more and more and more and more. So what are we talking about here? Always a piercing blood victim, though? How is he a piercing blood victim when he dodges it? Further? Oh, right here? You mean when Yuji had the guy already when Yuji has the guy brought down to him and has the attack at point blank range, and piercing blood is fast, it's at its fastest when the beam is first shot. This isn't a fucking counter argument. Also, what did the attack even do? Slash them kind of, and then he simply heals from it and is no longer an issue. That's not an argument. Jesus. Oh, damn. Yeah, Bruce Banner apparently is in chat. Bruce Banner's gonna Hulk out. Bring up him blitzing piercing blood. I already brought up him blitzing piercing blood. Literally right here. Objectively just dodges it. The fact that piercing blood is even relevant at such a high levels of makes Sukuna's relativistic Sukuna silly on its face? Not necessarily, because it's not necessarily a debunk. If he can react to light speed and he should be able to dodge the attack. When he dodged light speed, his whole body wasn't being held down by Yuji. Unless Yuji's version is millions of times faster than Chozo. It could be. I don't personally care. It could be. Yuji's piercing blood could easily be faster than Chozo. I mean, here's him dodging it casually. Literally, Chozo wondering, he disappeared. So what's the problem? One is at point blank range, the other one isn't. Again, tell me how him dodging he literally dodges an EM wave at point blank range. What do you want me to tell you? Literally dodges it at point blank range. Can't scale to save his life? Okay. You can't scale either. What am I talking about? What do you mean I can't scale? Right here. That's all I need. Right here. This is all I need. Dodges an EM wave attack. Irrelevant. He only had to move his head, which he even tried to. Bro, the fact that he tried to move his head and was still being held down. What do you mean it's irrelevant? So what? Also, it didn't deal that much damage to him. It ripped part of his mouth out and then he just healed it back up. Why did he get suddenly a million times slower? Because Yuji's landing consistent punches on him. Are we being for real here? So we're just going to ignore, had no idea what EM waves are. Yes, I know what EM waves are. Electromagnetic waves that travel at 99.97% the speed of light. And also, since you want to bring up why he couldn't dodge, okay, sure. Let's bring that up real quick. Right here. I have to move it up. Okay. Let's see. Right here. They're targeting the boundary between my soul and Megumi Fushiguro's soul in an effort to awaken Fushiguro's soul, which I submerged in the bath to disrupt the attunement of our physical forms. Every time I take an attack from the boy, my cursed energy output drops and physical control decreases. He's taken multiple hits from Yuji already. Maki speed scales to Sukuna. She doesn't. She got hard blitzed by him. Okay, you're just being absolutely toxic. You just don't need to have a conversation anymore. You're just being toxic for the sake of being toxic. Still haven't seen Sukuna dodge an EM wave after it was fired? Right here. Right, I just showed that a couple minutes ago. I literally just showed that a couple minutes ago. Sukuna dodges them. Motherfuckers that goofy as, are we dead ass? Yeah. When people are immature and they don't know how to actually have a conversation with others, when they don't know how to actually, speak to others with respect, they go for a very weak conversation. What do you think? Who wins between Minato or Sukuna? The whole reason we're having this discussion is because of Minato versus Sukuna. Right here. Dodges an EM wave. Also, so yeah, takes multiple hits from Yuji. What happens to taking multiple hits from Yuji? Let's see how many punches he takes from Yuji. Let's go all the way back first. So what was it, like 245? Yeah, it was around 245, 241. Already takes one punch from Yuji, figuring out what happened. So his output and control are already starting to lower. Let's see. Alright, how many more times does Yuji hit him? Let's see. Doesn't hit him anywhere here. Slashes Yuji. Let's see. Yuji tries to show up. Grabs him, throws him away. Fine. Takes two punches, tries to hit Yuji, literally swerves him around, takes two punches, sends him flying. But I died and lost martial solution. Yeah. Alright, so now Rika and Yuta show up. Right? So now he's using the blade, he's using cleave slashes to hold down the blades. Activates his domain expansion, activates Hollow Wicker Basket. Then, when the boy delivers a blow that captures the soul and tears Fushiguro's body from mine. Thanks to Fush, I know that the Possessed Brat's technique is copy. They want to keep half of my arms and mouth busy and making me keep using Hollow Wicker Basket as a countermeasure. The can't miss attack, probably the Angel's Curse technique that comes from the domain, etc. Now everybody has a role. So now he hits Sukuna 2 more times. You can already see right here, yep, he's definitely slowing him down. Let's see. Throws Yuji again at Sukuna. Now and there's another problem. They're applying the same principle that allows the boy to attacks to have an effect on the patch face curse. They're essentially making it so that Yuji is consistently tearing Sukuna apart, which means that he is lowering his output. You have no proof that Black Flash quantifiably does it. I'm not even up to the Black Flash yet, and he's already taking punches. Your scaling relies on Sukuna getting millions of times slower after these punches? Yeah, it can. Why not? Why can't it get millions of times slower? It doesn't rely on it. I'm just saying he lowers his output. He's visibly lowering his output, and he basically takes down Sukuna with 36 hits. In addition, 36 hits, and out of those 36 hits, Black Flash wins. Sukuna curb stomps Minato, domain expansion wins, blah blah blah. Yeah. Taking more hits from Yuji. Let's see. How many? He's already taken multiple strikes from Yuji. Takes another strike right there from Yuji. Takes his own cleave to the face. Takes more punches from Yuji. Takes another knee to the face from Yuji. Takes a splurt of blood of Yuji's, some of Yuji's blood again. Let's see, keeps grabbing him. Keeps exploding Sukuna's face. Like, the guy is going through a gauntlet right now, and you're sitting here and telling me that, him taking a single attack to the face automatically debunks everything. No, it doesn't. He's taking consistent multiple attacks back to back in addition to having his body consistently be damaged. The entire series deals in hypersonic, then a single thing happens and it's back to hypersonic. Sorry, that's inconsistent as hell. It could be whatever it wants to be. I've told you before, Memento, power scaling is all about interpretation. I can interpret it to be that, and there's really nothing you can do to change my mind unless you have objective evidence. I have Yuji consistently lowering Sukuna's attack potency, reaps edits. I've said it already. Minato, if you want an actual conversation about this, go back like an hour ago. If not, stop spamming or I'm timing you out. You've asked me multiple times. Reaps edits. I told you twice already. Sukuna wins. Have you seen Naruto fans power scaling air? Yeah, I've seen it. I've been told about it earlier today. Yeah. Also, hard blitzes Maki. Also, hard blitzes Maki when his mind is in it. He hard blitzes Maki who can react to lightning. Just hard blitzes her, she can't even do anything about it. I didn't hear you. I've said it 3 times, my dude. Well, there it is. I've said it 3 times. But yeah, there you go. I mean, you do you. That's fine. For me, it's inconsistent and relies on unquantifiable scaling. None of it is unquantifiable. Dodges an EM wave, point blank range. Objectively dodges an EM wave, point blank range. None of it is even remotely inconsistent for me. Especially with characters like Maki and Toji being capable of reacting to lightning, sure. The top of the verse was far above them, yeah, I can 100% believe that. Why not? The only issue people have is the Mach 3 stuff, and the Mach 3 stuff only applies to Naoya, who couldn't land a hit on Maki, so what's the issue? I don't know what the issue is. EM wave, straight to the face, dodges his body out of the way. I never said Sukuna runs at light speed. I simply said, in terms of a short burst movement speed, I think he's at least relativistic. And I think that's completely fine. Reaction time is definitely up there. And in the example that you tried to give me, it's completely going under the notion that Yuji doesn't lower Sukuna's output or physical control. You're saying that you're arguing that he's making Sukuna millions of times slower. I'm simply saying he's making it harder for Sukuna to move. Harder for Sukuna to physically manipulate his body. And to me, that's more than enough. I mean, react and punch and dodge are many times faster than we can run. Yeah, I'm just saying reaction speed and short burst movement speed. That's it. But then he can't move his head out of the way of piercing blood. Again, you're stuck on the piercing blood. But again, you're saying that it's roughly millions of times slower, and he says it right here verbatim. His words, not mine. I'm not making any of this up. He says, the boy's ability is actively tearing me and Fushiguro Megumi's body away. He's dropping, my physical control decreases, my cursed energy output drops. But that's wrong. He is around his waist. His head movement is not restricted. He literally brought him down and immediately had his hands pointed at his face and just shoots the blast at the closest point blank range possible. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We also know that piercing blood is at its fastest when it's just shot. So there's no argument. Having his physical control decrease. I would say that when you are point blank in front of somebody, when you are point blank, an attack is right on your face. Literally, you can see it. Point blank, right here, on his face. His hands aiming at Sukuna's face. Point fucking blank. And you're seriously hearing with him losing body control? If he can move at light speed, it shouldn't matter. Because Yuji is supersonic at best? Who said that Yuji's supersonic? Now we're limiting Yuji to supersonic. He should have moved his head out of the way. It's as simple as that. But he didn't. He didn't move it. That doesn't mean that he doesn't have light speed reaction time when he's at his strongest. That doesn't mean that he doesn't have light speed reaction time when he's at his strongest. Yuji's removing his physical control. Do you think that the Thin Icebreaker completely bypasses Infinity? Also, if that would mean that the Gura Gura no Mi bypasses it. I have no idea because I've never seen Thin Icebreaker interact with Infinity. I can't answer that. For why Sukuna is not even relativistic in Modulo existing. If Dabura moving his leg at around 10% the speed of light. Did he say 10%? I don't recall. The argument that Sukuna didn't dodge an EM wave and doesn't have relativistic reaction time entirely revolves around this idea that for whatever reason, it's unquantifiable because you can't put piercing blood over Mach 1 and I can't prove Yuji weakened him 1,000,000 times. Also, yeah, he moved his head, but he didn't manage to fully dodge it. Yeah, okay, but he still moved his head. He still reacted to it, and as I told you, Yuji is not making him 1,000,000 times slower. It's making it harder for him to physically control the body. Should be around 10% the speed of light. I googled it. Relativistic means you can be anywhere between 1 to 99%. If you are 99% the speed of light, you are relativistic. If you are 1% the speed of light, you are relativistic. It's all relative. It's all relativistic. It doesn't matter. You can argue it's all relativistic. Your argument entirely just relies around this idea that Yuji made Sukuna millions of times slower, and all I'm telling you is, all Yuji did was make it so that his physical control has been dropped. If characters like Maki and Toji can react to lightning and Sukuna scales far above them, I can certainly believe that he can dodge a relativistic attack. if you have reaction speed of light speed, it doesn't mean that you have speed of light when it comes to movement speed. And all I've ever argued is that Sukuna moved his body out of the way in a short burst. In that case, at the lowest ball, Sukuna is not even the same sentence as the speed of light in the series. If we take Modulo as canon, follows the laws of relativity as far as I can tell. Correct, he dodges. He didn't dodge an attack that shouldn't be millions of times slower than him. No, you need millions of times. No, you need that millions of times because there is no reason for him to be that much slower. Now, I don't need a millions of times. I really don't. I disagree with that 100%. You're giving it some arbitrary value of millions of times. I'm just telling you, he stated himself, Yuji makes it so that his body is harder to control. That's all I need. That's all I need to argue. Yuji makes it so that his body's harder to control. That's literally all I need to argue. Nothing more, nothing else. His body is harder to move after all the hits that Yuji landed. It's that simple. You can believe whatever you want to believe. I choose to believe this. It's that very much simple. He's saying... The example that Pedge is trying to say is that when you have lag and a bad controller, he's essentially saying it millions comes from the fact that light is roughly millions of times faster than sound. It can be however much faster it needs to be than sound. I'm just telling you, Yuji's making it harder for his body to move. You're saying that his body is millions of times slower, and I'm telling you his body's just harder to move. So it's like paralyzing? No, it's his body... His physical control decreases. The amount of control that he can do in his body. In other words, if he tries to run, it's a bit harder to run. If he tries to move his arms around and punch, it's making it harder for him to move around and punch. If he wants to throw 3 punches left, it's now harder for him to throw 3 punches to the left because Yuji is slowly but surely, when the difference is a million times, it's not convincing. It doesn't have to be, it's fiction. The fact that it's millions of times, it's what's making it hard for you to understand that. I don't personally care. It's one of the reasons why I say Luffy can be thousands of times faster than light, quantifiably. Because, at the end of the day, it's fucking fiction. You can be whatever amount of faster you need to be, as long as you're faster than light, that's all that fucking matters. As long as there is an explanation why these attacks are landing, that's all I care about. I'm not going to change my mind just because, Sukuna took one attack to the face after going through a gauntlet of multiple guys attacking him back to back to back to back to back. I'm not gonna even remotely treat that as, with the entire context of everything that we've seen, Sukuna fighting a guy that's essentially lowering his AP output and his body's physical control, essentially making it harder for him to manipulate anything that he want to do. Yes, you could say it decreases his motor skills. You could say it's making it harder for him to do everything that he wants to do within the context of the fight. Finally got arrested and charged with murder. Yeah, I saw that. David got arrested for murder. That shit was crazy. Sukuna goes from dodging light point blank to not dodging Mach 1 attack. If you accept it, that's okay. For me, it's not convincing. It doesn't have to be convincing for you. That's completely fine, but I'm not going to change my scaling just because, he took a single piercing blood to the face. That does not even remotely change. That does not even remotely make it such a case that I have no argument. The fact that, if you think about it, Sukuna ain't all that strong. Yeah, neither is Minato. What's your point? Neither is Minato, neither is Crocodile, neither are a lot of characters. There's a lot of characters out there that aren't that strong. If you're going to say that Sukuna isn't that strong, I can say Minato isn't that strong. Let's see, Raikage really isn't that strong. Let's see, Hashirama especially isn't that strong. Especially if you're using comparisons like what was it? Oh, yeah. Especially if you do comparisons like Dragon Ball, right? Like, if you put anything next to Dragon Ball, sure, there might not be strong. And then if you put, like, Goku next to, I don't know, fucking Rimuru or Ano's Voldigoat or whatever the fuck that dude's name, you could probably say Goku's not that strong. It's all relative to what we're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, there's always someone stronger. Exactly. Like, saying, like, making some random Sukuna legit got gut punched by Yuji and died. Yeah, and Minato got a big-ass nail going through his chest and he died. What's your point? Naruto got the 9 tails ripped out of him. Naruto got a whole thing ripped out of him and he died. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you take away all the context of what's going around, if you take away all the context of what's going around and you just say something in the most low-balled, bare minimum way possible, of course it's gonna sound not that fucking impressive. Minato in the Naruto verse is strong. Oh, Minato in the Naruto verse is plenty strong. I would agree with that. I can agree to sub-relativistic, but that's all, not Lightspeed and not definitively FTL. Here's the thing. I don't argue FTL Sukuna, at least not anymore. I don't argue FTL Sukuna. I'm not even arguing Lightspeed Sukuna. I'm arguing relativistic to the speed of light, borderline Lightspeed Sukuna in short bursts and reaction time. Yeah, I'm not arguing FTL Minato. That's 6. Listen, just because I'm Sukuna's big as Glazer doesn't mean I'm gonna... It doesn't mean I'm actually gonna go out of my way to make up some random scale for him that I don't believe in either. I think the EM Wave feat was performed when he was at least in a better level of physical control on his body, and I don't think it's necessarily drops him down to... Minato stopped a Biju Blast. Sukuna couldn't even tank a Kashimo Beam. What Kashimo Beam didn't he tank? Because he literally tanks Kashimo's Roar attack, and then the beam literally gets torn into pieces by the World Cutting Slash. Oh, also the Biju Bomb that you're referencing was a Biju Bomb from a version of Kurama that's not only being weakened by Kushina. Debate questions. 1. A Biju Bomb that was being weakened by Kushina while also not even fully active yet, since Kurama wasn't able to fully form the Biju Bomb. Yeah. Totally. I would say Minato's speed and fly Raijin is irrelevant since it's teleportation. Yeah, it's irrelevant. He was scared and he didn't want to take the attack from the EM wave. Fantastic. He doesn't want to take a hit from an attack that might fuck him up when he's already in a fucked up physical state. I wonder how many characters across fiction would go out of their way to dodge an attack. That would probably damage them to some extent, way, shape, or form when they're already taking multiple forms of damage. I don't know, man. Sounds like this is something that just characters across all over fiction just do that. I don't know, though. Me, personally, I don't know. Dude, Minato wanted smoke from Madara. What smoke did he want? Are you talking about the time that he... Okay, and Madara's a fucking pee-pee poo-poo baby, especially if you go by, like, One Piece standards. Madara also gets his head chopped off. Yeah, what about it? Madara also gets his head chopped off by Sukuna. Madara just also loses to domain expansion to Sukuna, so what's the point? Madara could literally rush straight at Sukuna. He could just slash him in half with the World Cutting Slash. Literally wouldn't even be able to tank that move. So what's the point? I don't know what your point is. Just meant Minato is a pre-time skip law victim, would you say? Probably not pre-time skip law. Although, why are you gassing up Sukuna this much? Because you're constantly trying to downplay him, so I might as well just do the exact opposite and gas him up. Why not, right? If you're gonna downplay a character for no reason, I might as well gas him up, right? Why not, right? I mean, it's a very simple concept. You're talking shit about a character for no reason, so I'm gonna just say the same thing back. I'm gonna hype them up. It's that simple. We'll just render. Alright, this is gonna take its own time to render, so I can't do anything in Vegas for now. It's not part 1 Naruto. It's not that part 1 Naruto is particularly strong. JJK is just piss weak. Part 1 Naruto is not that strong either. Part 1 Naruto is really not that strong. Those motherfuckers aren't even building level. Madara just looks at him and Sukuna implodes Bleach Reiatsu style. That's never happened within the context of Naruto, so now you're just making things up. Now you're just giving Madara things that he's never done before or even remotely acted upon. I don't know what you're acting. Deep Forest Emergence. Domain expansion tears Deep Forest Emergence into pieces. Domain expansion unironically shreds it to pieces, but yeah. And there was a TikTok video comparing Law to the Naruto verse and saying your video was wrong. Don't worry, I sent them death threats and reported the account 4 times. You're welcome. I know you're joking, but yeah. Sorry about that. I need to step out for a second. I didn't know it was 5 p.m. Holy shit. Well, of course, he's never done it, but that goes with the fact of how strong Naruto is and how small JJK is. I mean, if you can't prove to me that they can destroy buildings with just their punches, kicks, etc., why would I even remotely consider it? Like, now you're just making things up. What did this dude say? Yeah, it's 5 p.m. and still no Ichi. My bad. I'm trying to see why the fuck this won't load. I might just close up. Let me just close up the app real quick. I'm gonna close up the app. I'm gonna close all of this. Close up the app and we'll read some. Naruto stopped an erasure attack. What, you mean an erasure attack that can be stopped with Sage Mode while he's using a power known as 6-path Sage Mode? You're talking about that? You're talking about the moment where Naruto stopped the TSO, which aren't even existence erasure? They're not existence erasure, by the way. They're really not. I mean, I would say Sukuna isn't as strong as Madara. That's fine. Who do you think Naruto... Do you think Naruto's have bad durability? I don't think they have bad durability. I just don't think that across other verses they have very good durability. I'm just task managing the fuck out of this. Alright, this is just taking forever. We're just gonna force close this. Where's Vegas? Where's Vegas? Where's Vegas? It just keeps switching. Where's Vegas in all of this? Performance, processes. Vegas just isn't responding. Task manager. How do we do this again? It was like app history, calculator. No. I'm gonna close this out as well. You can get part 1 versus the country depending on how you interpret Orochimaru's statement, but I don't think anyone gets relativity to Orochimaru. Okay. What's it called again? It's not task manager. It's is it task manager? Let me see this real quick. How to force close. Close an app on Windows. Control Shift Escape on task manager. Locate the app. Control Shift Escape. Locate the app. I did already have Task Manager up. What the fuck? I really don't see why Madara can't take the same amount of punishment Sukuna took in Shinjuku. It's kind of soft compared to the injuries Madara had. What injuries did Madara have? Can you mind expressing to me what injuries Madara had? Because last time I checked, Madara had an immortal zombie body. Lost a single arm, which Sukuna lost. Okay. Okay. Vegas. Vegas Pro. App and task. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Also has Fire Style. Fantastic. Fire Style that is quantifiably weaker than Fuga. Yes. Okay, is everything good? Become more important in cross. Is Battle IQ worth talking about? Is pixel scale? Should all magic power systems be considered the same thing in a...
More of like, how do they mesh? Not so much of like, it's like one is stronger than the other, just more of like, how do they interact in a sense? Like in...
Render as... Debates. 1. Maybe I shouldn't try to render this while I'm also streaming. It's probably causing a bit of an issue for my computer. I think that's probably part of the issue. Why is it struggling to turn this into a video? I don't get what's the issue here. By the way, I can't see any comments right now. I'll just switch over. He hadn't had much injuries. That's what I'm saying. Madara lost an arm. What he had lost in the Shinobi War is an arm. Like, what are we talking about here? Losing an eye? When does he lose an eye? When does Madara lose an eye? Split in half by Guy. He didn't get split in half. He just had half of his body melted over. Stabbed in the back. Are we being serious right here? All right, let's talk about this real quick. Let me just do this for you real quick, because I'm gonna just do a couple of examples here. Okay. Let's see. Sukuna. Let's go off from the very start of the series. Let me ask you this. What do you think it's worse? Being stabbed from behind or taking brain damage or having consistent brain damage? Fuga would be stronger, considering it laid waste to everything around him in the 140 meters after he landed domain expansion and it turned everything into nothing more than rubble. I would say it's probably more powerful than a fire style jutsu that needed 4 walls of water to stop. You don't have to believe it. I'm inclined to say brain damage. Fantastic, because Sukuna suffered multiple rounds of brain damage from let's see. In addition to all the stuff that he did, let's see. Sukuna not only takes a shot to the chest where he's now bleeding from. Let's see. Takes a shot to the chest. Gojo tries, and both of them try to use domain expansion. Lands Infinite Void onto Sukuna. Yeah, he also had his heart destroyed. Correct. He said, I still want to crush his heart, lungs, and liver so that he's as close to death as possible. But that's like only major thing he took. No, that's not the only major thing he took. That is, objectively speaking, not the only major thing he took. Oh, look at that. His eyes are bleeding. He's bleeding from his nose. He had the amount of time that he took from domain expansion essentially fried his brain with about 10 seconds worth of what was it again? Oh, yeah. Yeah. He took enough brain damage that opening a domain was impossible. So Sukuna took brain damage from Gojo. Let's see, then had his face slammed across a wall, thrown around. Let's see. Oh yeah, he also tanks a nuke. Sukuna also tanks a blast from the back to then take a straight up domain expansion, not a domain expansion, a black flash from Gojo that makes everyone else in all the other characters that he hit with this move, not a black flash, but a regular amped blue amped punch. They take, what was it again? Oh yeah, they take that damage raised up by the power of 2.5. They take that amount of damage. He said he got hit from the back. Yep. Let's see, what does he take later on? Let's see. Oh yes, Gojo also lost an arm like Madara. Let's see. Oh, what does Gojo do here? What does Gojo do? Oh yeah, he shoots out a fucking nuke. Gojo nukes them. That's it, bro. That's all he took. No, he takes a nuke. Straight to the fucking chest, he takes a fucking nuke. Right there. Look how close they are to the nuke. That once it combines, once Hollow Purple is made, yeah. A conversion of converting and diverting forces exploding on Sukuna, taking that massive ass explosion. Then he takes a sound wave attack from Kashimo. Multiple punches to the face. Let's see. Oh, also takes a lightning blast that he needs to recover his original body with in order to tank. Fucks up Kashimo. Let's keep moving. Let's see what else we get from Sukuna. We're about to go through this. Alright. So what does Sukuna go through here? Doesn't take that much damage throughout these first initial portions, I will admit. But he's also fighting against way weaker characters. Also just lobs off his own hand. No, we're not going to move on, please. We're not going to fucking move on because Sukuna's still undergoing the brain damage that he suffered earlier. Regrows his own hand. Then, now here's where he's going to start taking a bunch of damage. Let's see. First of all, is incapable of using 2 of his arms. Yuta hits him with a thin icebreaker, takes a blow that damages his eye. Takes a blow that damages his eye. Madara took an eye out. Oh, well now Sukuna did as well, and he's also healing from it. He's getting knocked around, he's getting hit everywhere. Let's see, he's knocking them all away. Doing his best to figure out what he's going to do. He's getting his head slammed downwards by Rika. He's taking his own cleave to the face, which adjusts to its opponent's damage output. He's also taking damage to the soul, since Yuji is ripping both him and Megumi apart. Takes multiple blows to the face from Yuji, takes a knee to the face, takes explosive blood straight to the face, has half of his face literally ripped right off, half of his face right here ripped off. Oh, look at that! Did Madara lose 1 arm only? Oh, well, now Sukuna loses 2 arms. Sukuna just lost a second arm, gets blasted blasted by a holy ray of light that is essentially burning him alive, and then somehow... Oh! Didn't Madara die to a single sword stab to the back? No, we're not going to move back because you want to be disingenuous about Madara, weak-ass Uchiha, taking more, suffering more damage than Sukuna. Look at this. Sukuna's got a whole hole in his chest, and he's also taking damage to the soul, since we know for a fact the wound is healing slower than the others. When someone who can observe the soul wields the soul split katana, reverse curse technique doesn't usually heal the wound. Repairing the soul shape requires comprehending the soul's contours, which means that Sukuna not only took damage from behind by a sword, not only got stabbed by behind, he got stabbed in his heart, and his heart is also healing, what was it again? Oh yeah, it's healing slower than the others because the soul of his heart also took more damage. Let's see. Oh yeah, your heart. Can you keep battling with me? And he's like, oh yeah, I'm having no problem. So after having half of his face ripped off, losing multiple hands multiple times, getting blasted in the face, tanking an entire fucking nuke, also suffering from brain damage through all of this, because let's be honest here, the brain damage didn't go away. Oh no, Blish Vegetamo. The fucking brain damage hasn't gone away just yet. He's still fucking fighting. Oh, let's see. He goes through, lands a Black Flash, and now he has to fight Higuruma. And in addition to all the attacks he took, now he's taking constant slashes to the body. Higuruma's knocking him around. He's sending him far past some bridges. Let's see. Sukuna stops the attack. Let's see, how much more damage does Sukuna go through? Okay, take some more physical blows, take some more hits from Yuji. Let's see, lands a domain expansion, not a domain expansion, a Black Flash. Not only is he also able to kick off the air, something Might Guy is only capable of doing with the 8th gate, something that Might Guy needed to use in order to just jump off the air. Yeah, Sukuna can just use the air as a platform himself. Interesting. Let's see, then, oh yeah, loses a portion of his mouth, just to the, not even a mouth, just takes a portion of damage to the cheek, then takes a full-on domain expansion from Yuji, takes another domain expansion from Yuji. Mind you, he's becoming drastically weaker throughout all of this, loses a leg through all of this, loses a leg that he has to grow back, lands another domain expansion, another Black Flash, I keep saying domain expansion, lands another Black Flash, lands another Black Flash, which all of them are slowly weakening Sukuna. He then has to land his own domain expansion and keeping it up with the highest level of sorcery possible while working through it, just to then fight Yuji and Todo again, and this time Yuji and Todo are again beating his fucking ass, punching him as he's getting weaker and weaker as all of this happens. And he's still somehow able to... agree to disagree. I'm gonna prove you objectively wrong. Madara Uchiha did not take as much damage as Ryomen Sukuna, and it is objectively provable. Yeah, he does... He only did 2 Black Flash. I think he only did 2 or 3 Black Flashes against Yuji. Takes another Black Flash. Also, Yuji now has his hand on his chest trying to rip out Sukuna's heart. And Sukuna again goes for a domain expansion, then has to go for another domain clash after already suffering the amount of brain damage that he did before, is fighting, and then he takes a unformed hollow purple straight to the face again. Remember that nuke? It might be a weaker nuke than the one before, but takes another nuke straight on through that. Now Yuji figured out how to do dismantle slashes, and now he's damaging Sukuna with dismantle slashes that are tearing his soul apart. This attack is directly targeting the curse technique. He's driving dismantle into the boundary between my soul and Megumi Fushiguro, which means he's now taking slashes to his soul. So where Madara lost an arm, where Madara died to taking a single sword stab to the back of his fucking chest, Sukuna out here did all of those things and also lost more limbs, took more shots to the face, lost his eyes more times than Madara did, and is also now taking attacks directly to the soul through Yuji Itadori. Oh, and then he just gets hit by another maximum output Jacob ladder. Oh man, look at all of the things that Sukuna's doing in order to just fucking stay up, and all the things they have to do just to keep slowing. He's not even slowing down. Sukuna's not even fully slowing down. He's still trying to fight. He's still trying to do his shit, and he's still trying to fight Yuji alone. Oh, look at that. Now Yuji needs help from his friends. Now both of them are punching each other at it, and Yuji's trying to, what was it again? Oh yeah, still dismantle and rip away his soul from Megumi's. And then what does Sukuna do right here? Burnt out curse technique reset. He's giving himself brain damage, like how he told Gojo, yo, if you do it more times, you're gonna fucking fry your brain completely. He's doing it again in order to drop a domain expansion, and the only reason he loses right here is because Nobara just so happened to come back and landed a resonance on his chest, which allowed Yuji to continue fighting until he lands one more Black Flash. Yeah, Madara totally suffered more than him. Madara totally suffered more than Ryomen Sukuna, man. You have to be genuinely biased to believe that Madara Uchiha suffered more than Ryomen Sukuna. I'm gonna fucking crash out, dude. Yeah, you have to genuinely sit there and believe that Madara Uchiha took more damage than Sukuna from that. Oh, yeah. Why is Vegas not doing it? Nobara goated for that clutch, just saying. I agree, Nobara's completely goated for that clutch. Alright guys, I'm gonna read. I'm not gonna be able to do this right now. I'm gonna probably reset my computer and see if I can do it. How many pages? Just pure damage to Sukuna and JJK. Oh, you wanna go by how many pages? We can go through all of it again. We can go through all of it again if you guys want. Let's go through it again. Let's go through it again. Let's see. How many times did Sukuna take hits? Let's see. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to go through that all again. Let's check out some Ishii the Witch. Oh, no, I'm not trying to argue. Yeah. Not only was the quality of damage that Sukuna took greater than what Madara faced, not only, sure, Madara had half of his body melted. Sure. Sukuna took fucking brain damage. Damage directly to his soul. Anyway, Ichi the Witch. Let's check out a couple more chapters. I am interested. Wait, guys. We're going to check out Ichi the Witch. Ichi the Witch. Okay, we're going to check out Ichi the Witch. And we're also going to check out So You Weren't Into Me. Yeah, that's right. Alright. This was the, okay. We're on to the next chapter. So we're going to read. I wasn't trying to argue, just curious because I'm pretty sure that was more damage to Sukuna just from the pages alone compared to the pages of damage done to Madara. Oh, I agree 100%. Madara never took as much damage as Sukuna did. I refuse to believe it. There's no way you're going to sit there and tell me that Madara, especially while having a body that didn't even take damage in the first place, the quality of one UV flicking on Sukuna's brain is literally going to be infinite compared to all the damage Madara ever took. Madara suffered conceptual damage by saying of how shit reality is. Conceptual damage over soul physical damage, which is quality over quantity. So I don't know what you're on. True! Madara hated the status quo of the world so much. He took so much mental trauma from it that he decided, you know what? I gotta just change everything. You've beaten the shit out of Sukuna so bad they made him a blob. Yeah, they literally beat the shit out of him so bad he literally got reduced to nothing more than a blob. And Yuji was still willing to have him with him. Okay. Mount Barokin. Yes, there's nothing like the smell of seared flesh. The Raiko magic. It's been 2 weeks since I manifested in this world. I fried just about every animal in this area, and so far witches haven't come and tried to acquire me. Like at all. There should be a human village some miles from here. I think it's time I'm on my way to fry some humans. I am the flames sparked from lightning. I become an electric current that surges through the body, boiling a creature's blood and cooking them from the inside. I am a powerful, dreadful, terrifying magic. I am so scary I'll make your hair stand on end. Literally. Since I'm going all the way there, I might as well just fry all the humans in the village. I'll make a scene so grisly the witches who rush to their aid will faint from horror. Dude, is he fucking wagging his tail as he's thinking about this? This is crazy. With what with that, I'll make my name as the newest of the nefarious human hater magics. And from there, I'll grow in power until I stand as the greatest of all lightning magics. Oh, but that's just the beginning. Yes, that will be the first page of my legend. Huh? Must have imagined it. Oops, my heart jewel got smudged. The trial for acquiring me is to steal the heart jewel without being struck by my lightning even once. That's one very cruel trial, if I do say so myself. I can see it already. Early ass relativistic plus scaling, by the way. Yeah, he passed through extra dimensional roads. That's the statement. He's technically moving and existing beyond time and space, though. What's good, Thine, by the way? Yo, Thine, how you been, man? I hope you had a good weekend too. Jake, Six, you guys as well. Everybody here, those of you that are still here, Aura, Liren, I hope you guys all had a good weekend. Madara didn't care of his limbs getting cut, which reinforced what I'm saying. He's suffering a much higher ontological status, qualitatively higher than Sukuna is suffering. You're right about that. Sasuke did chop Madara in half. It's like if Gojo survived. True! Hope you also had a good week. I appreciate that. I had a good weekend. I spent it with my girlfriend, and I had a family friend show up to the house with his wife and kid. We had a good chat. I'm probably gonna go over to them. They live a couple hours away. I'm probably gonna head to them at some point during the next couple of months for like a weekend. I think it'll be fun. Good weekend overall. My girlfriend also started her first day at her job on Monday. You missed my last comment about Madara suffering damage, by the way. My bad. Man, y'all ain't shit. Madara taking damage because everyone is sorry. Alright. No, yeah, that's true. Raiko looks so cute. I want to pet him even if I will get shocked. Yeah, Raiko does look kind of cute. Ichi gets mount level and relativistic insanely early. That's what I'm saying. The looks of anguish on the witches' faces as they try and fail again and again. Huh? I'm getting a bit too worked up. I should calm down. Over there, sweet serendipity. I can't believe I get a chance to test Fry before reaching the village. This will be my very first human victim. Frying them in one go won't be any fun. I'm going to play. Now, human, give me a good look at your face as I tremble in abject terror. As I dreaded the dreaded Raiko deliver unto you your doom? Huh? Oh, he threw a towel over his face. What the just now? Oh, interesting. So this is a magic. It's surprisingly light for its size. What just happened? And I took it down with just Ororo, without using Ororo. Just as you said. Yep, looks like the magically infused trap we set was enough. Okay, time to butcher it. No butchering. Huh? Jeez, this poor thing. I can't bear to watch. What the heck have you done to it? What's that rope around its neck? It's a noose trap. Pull this end and the noose tightens. How to do it? It's really handy. Foxes have a quirk. When they pounce on their prey, they really want to pounce in a northeastern direction. Put some bait to its northeast and lure it there. It's highly likely the fox will go for it. Really? I love her look. Plus, I can completely understand why it couldn't stop itself from pouncing. Who could with someone as elegant and delicate as gorgeous as me? Elegant, delicate. What's the cloth? You got a problem? It's a fabric I soaked in wood vinegar. Foxes don't like its pungent smell. This one seemed to have a particularly sharp nose, so I figured a healthy whiff might knock it out. Okay, fine. I get all the logic and stuff. But that's not how it's supposed to go. It's, more like this. Fantastical image. The tense atmosphere as the witch and magic face off. The proud introduction. There's a whole culture around building the right scene. I love that. Is that why it was shouting random things? We overheard what its trial is and everything. One of the basic tenets of hunting is the ambush. Why do I need to introduce myself to my prey? Your prey? This magic killed for fun. It wasn't hungry. Its life wasn't in danger. It burned other creatures purely because it felt like it. That isn't hunting. That's murder. I had no problem toying with others. It had no problem toying with others. Thus, it had no right to complain about others toying with it. Interesting. He looks at magic in a fundamentally different way. Witches tend to view magics as monsters to be feared and respected. When we face one, we focus on its power. In this Raiko's case, that would be its lightning abilities. But Ichi is different. He observed the magic in its natural habitat for a whole day, learning its animal habits and finding a weakness to exploit from there, treating magics as just another living creature and hunting them as one. Should I stab its heart and cut its throat? Nah. I can already see the girls at the Witches Association keeling over in a faint. Just cut the heart jewel free before it wakes up. Let's at least take its pelt. Just do it. Okay, so he rips it out. Cool. What's this? It's a magic stone. It's proof that you've acquired the magic. Keep it on you at all times. But Ororo didn't turn into one when I beat him. He's the exception, not the rule. I guess you could say that I have a gem of a personality. Alright. Why does the woman give me Gojo vibes? She does kind of give me Gojo vibes too, but she kind of gives me like... She kind of gives me more aloof Gojo vibes rather than anything else. I like her. I like Demaskara, or Descara, whatever the fuck her name is. Oh god, this wolf is fucked. Yeah, it is. You're awfully filthy for a gem, and ugly, and foul-mouthed, and gross. Sure, go ahead. Say what you want you to. There's something carved inside it. That's its chant. Speak it and Raiko will activate, so don't just say it just yet. Okay, this ought to be the appeasement. This ought to be appeasement enough. Descaris? Where in the name of all that's holy are you? Do you have any idea how much paperwork your mess has left me? Whoopsie daisy. Return this instant and report. Sorry. Everyone is waiting for you with bated breath. You have the young man with you, correct? Yeah. Bring him with you without fail. We await you in the capital of Natali. Ooh. At the Mantanel Witches Association. Is it me, or are you extra fancy? Apparently foxes have some kind of sense that lets them detect their prey underneath the snow. They also realize their hunts are more successful when they jump to the northeast. It hasn't been confirmed, but let's just say that in this world, all foxes are great at jumping to the northeast. Cough. Okay. One day we will be debating Descaris versus Niue. I think that would be interesting. I think that would be an interesting conversation. I'm calling her Kenjaku, sure. Fourth hunt, Natali, the capital. Natali, the capital, approximately 300,000. A prosperous coastal city centered around the magic industry. It's the biggest tourist attraction, including Main Street and the Mantanel Witches Association. Cool. So many people! Well, yeah, it's the biggest city in the region. Look at all the shops, too. All the ladies are using magic like it's nothing. Amazing! This isn't something you see out in the sticks. But women can't automatically use magic. We need formal training first. This has a lot of text. I'm going to have to zoom in. Mantanel Witches Association members. Miss Descara's Magic Seminar. I like Descara's. Right now, I really like her. Let's see. At the top are witches. A bare handful. Magic specialists. They're deployed across the land to hunt magics. Witch cadets. Witch assistants. They work in a variety of support fields, from magic research to the production of magic items and equipment. Witch cadets, senior, junior, and then there's witches. Girls who have taken the aptitude test and have been declared to have a magic potential. They're qualified to learn magic at the association's school, the Mantanel Magic Academy for girls. The average man, no magic power at all. They can't use magic or magic items. The average woman, they have potential, but they can barely use magic. They can use magic items, however. Most of the women working in Natali went through the Witches Association. Cool. Also, wood fill with cream. They use their magic in all kinds of jobs, labors, craft work, you name it. Okay, sweet. Witch dolls books. Witches are popular. They are a great source of tourist income. Wow, so there's a ton of witch merchandise, huh? So there's a ton of witch merchandise. The life of Descaras. The legend of the beautiful warrior princess continues. What? The cover is really off here. No wonder nobody in the crowd recognizes you. Well, no matter how you try, you can't truly capture the beauty of the real thing. These boots are pretty. You listen when I talk. Alright, she's definitely not Gojo. Gojo doesn't get mad if you're not listening. Gojo's the type of guy to get, to completely, like, start looking somewhere else. Hearing allows them to detect faint sounds, such as rodents rustling 100 meters away. Really? That's interesting. Okay. What? You interested in magic items? That's rare for a man. Magic items, yeah. They're items that'll do special things if you pour a little magic power into them. These are a pair of leg booster boots. Pour in a little magic power and you'll strengthen your legs. Wow. Yeah, if you guys could use magic, would you guys take these? Which part do you take back? Alright. Yeah, Kirby, Def, Solo, Sonic verse aside from, I guess, Solaris. She's like a combination of, like, Gojo and Ghetto. I don't know why you're saying Ghetto. Discara is amazing, love her. Gojo comparison is cuz strongest. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I guess that's completely fair. I like Discara. Given the average woman's strength, they'll let a girl jump, say, 6 or 7 feet in the air. That's it. I want to try them. They'll just be a pair of frilly knee-highs on you, mister. Magic items are for women only. What kind of sexist shit is this? I want to use magic, damn it. I want to use magic too. You're telling me I can't use magic because I was born a man? Because I have this thing between my groin? Ugh! Wait, do you guys think that if... And I'm being serious here. And with all due respect, do you guys think that a trans woman would be capable of using magic? Like, if you, like, transition into a trans woman, do you guys think that, like, you would gain magic potential? Gojo's a bum? Gojo's definitely not a bum. I'd be dressed like a JoJo character, bro. Me too. I heard a rumor that a male witch popped up somewhere. Psh, right. Yeah, right. Men can't be witches. It's impossible. Sorry, I'm wrong. The portal allows them to access a dimension higher than themselves. Hey, that's... yeah, wild rumor, huh? Listen, kid. The fact that you can use magic is a secret. Got that? No using any, period. If someone finds out, I'll get yelled at. Okay. Don't you dare do anything to draw attention to a letter? It fell out of the sky. Oh, there. She must have dropped it. What the fuck is this? Oh. It's floating. Must be using a levitation spell. Witch cadets carry the mail from the harbor over to the Witches Association via air routes. Sheesh, how many bags did they pile on that thing? With that load, there's no way she'd notice if she dropped a letter or two. The letter looks important. Ding! Oh well, I'll take it to the association later. A gale? What the hell was that? My product! Is the display okay? Wait, the boots, they're missing! What the heck? Ichi's knife. I'm borrowing them. Hold this as collateral. Don't tell me he... Woohoo! I'm flying! Now, how do I land? Oh, he spun himself and now he's just jumping across the city. Wow, I can really jump. Huh? Mommy, there's a weird guy flying through the city. The things you children say. It's so heavy. Kumugi. Mantenal Witches Association Witch Cadet. So I'm assuming she's like a junior, or is she a junior or is she a senior? Master just had to go and buy a bunch of weird stuff for her experiments again. Isn't this clearly way too much for one trip? Is it just me? What is it with today? Anyway, a bird's unholy screeching jolted me out of bed at 5 a.m. My favorite mug suddenly developed cracks that spelled death in it. What the fuck? My prophecy forecast for the day says, watch your back. They all feel like bad omens. Excuse me, and why am I always the one stuck doing all the deliveries? The bike is so slow, too. Guess it's no surprise given how old it is. Hello? It's already broken down more than once. I need some serious maintenance. No, forget that. I wish they'd just buy a whole new bike. Expense it at the, new bike. Expense it to the department. Hey, oh yes? Here, you dropped this. What? Sorry. Oh, she knocked her the fuck out. I'm crying. She knocks her the fuck out. Then she basically... Oh, I'm crying. Why, you idiotic feral boy? Why must you always go off and immediately do just what I just told you not to do? Hey, I didn't use magic. I told you not to attract attention. Sorry. If sorry was good enough, we wouldn't need police. I managed to get a hold of the one witness at least. I'm gonna have to write a formal apology over this, aren't I? Pain in the butt. I don't even want to write a full sentence. Okay. Can't you just say sorry and call it good? Poke. And I quote, if sorry was good enough, we wouldn't need the police. Shut up and who asked you anyway? Get lost, you creepy bug. How does it feel to be so dumb, huh? Discaris, what? Magic is fun. I feel like I could catch a flying bird up here. Oh, and I stomped a river's surface with these boots. Maybe I could KO all the fish. I really should just dump him in the ocean somewhere. Agreed. Oh, and then there's the whole black smoke coming out from the back of this thing. What? Eek! Whoa, 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 Discaris. I did tell you to bring him here. I said nothing about crashing through the gate in the process. I'm home. You can begin writing your formal apology. I'm sorry for them borrowing them without asking. Nah, it's okay. Okay! Six just wants to be a cat boy because of toe beans. I always, it makes sense with how much Six likes to talk about feet. Alright, let's check out a couple of chapters of So You Weren't Into Me, and then we'll just head out. I do have to end for today because I do need to figure out why this isn't the fucker toe beans. That shit that you want. That's the reason why you want to be a cat, right? I mean, like, that is great. You got a work ethic back, but you found some happiness and came out and... shit, alright. Look at the cup. Legit spells death in the sentence. I did notice that. That was to practice. He was wearing cat ears right now. Who the fuck was wearing cat ears? What the fuck are we talking about? Do you hypothetically remove it? The series hasn't addressed that yet? Alright. As a girl, trust, I am magical, Eon. I mean, hey, yeah, you can be magical, shit. Why not? It all happens if you believe in yourself and you believe in your magic. Everyone has magic. So you were so focused on picking up trash you got lost? How do you get lost so close to our school? It's hilarious. I honestly thought we were done for. Good thing we made it back. Let's head back to class. Yeah. They were holding hands, weren't they? Don't go holding other girls' hands in front of the one you like. I thought I was the one you're into. Or at least that's what I thought, but I don't have any proof that he actually likes me. But after what happened, what are the odds he doesn't fall for me? I mean, Okabe's heart was pounding too. Oh no, we gotta hurry, yeah. Huh? Sanozan's fast. Doki doki, doki doki, doki doki. Oof! Are you okay? Okabe likes me. Doesn't he? No. No. No, no. Just keep your eyes fixed on him, on me. I wanted to hold his hand too. Can you stand? Doki doki, doki doki, doki doki. I knew it! He really does like me. Doki doki, no. This is the sound of my heart. I'm the one who likes him. Ah! Eon has a secret law furry custom somewhere in his room. What the fuck are you talking about? A secret law furry custom? My brother in Christ, the only customs I buy are for my thumbnails. You know how much? Yo, I have to pay a dude $30 is fucking absurd. That's what I'm saying. That's what my girlfriend says every time that, like, she feels something. She's like, doki doki. I'm like, what the fuck does doki doki mean? And then she's like, I'm on Eon's closet right now. There is a can of beans and a fursuit. Where exactly in my room are you? You're saying you're in my closet? I don't have a closet door, Six. I don't even have a closet in my room. I have a couple of drawers. And all my drawers are open right now because I was putting away the laundry earlier when I was debating with that dude. Or at least having a conversation with him. What the fuck are we talking about? Motherfuckers are out here making up bullshit. Aki-kun grabbed Nishina Senpai's hand just now. What? Isn't Aki-kun that childhood friend you were talking about? Where? Over there. They're so far away. What are you, a wild animal? You can see them from this far away? Oh, she's about to lose it. Today, a lot of things happened. And I probably acted like a total creep. I can't focus on my studies. I'm gonna use the restroom. I was so nervous today. Did they finally do it? Oh, no. Six lives in Eon's walls? Of course not. Oh, no wonder she's cool with your nerd tendencies, because she's a nerd too. That's so sweet, Doki Doki. I don't even know what Doki Doki really means. You said it was like when the sound the heart makes in, like, anime. When, like, things happen. I guess it made sense when I thought of, like, Doki Doki Literature Club. To be fair, I never understood what really was the plot of Doki Doki Literature Club, besides it being, like, one of those like, dating sims games. I'm home. It's been a while since I came back. Wow. Talk about a rare sight. You're looking at your phone, Kiara? Wow. Wow, you're sending a message to someone? Wait, Okabe? Is that Kazu? That takes me back. Yeah. Welcome home, Onicha. No way! The girl, Okabe? Yo. The girl Okabe originally fell in love with. The one he thought liked him is her older sister. Doki Doki's a Japanese for understanding of the heartthrob and that sound. Ah, interesting, bro. Gas with the romantic plot twist. Bro, no fucking... Oh. Well, Jesus Christ. Well, so you weren't into me. You're out early today. Yep. I'm off then. Take care. Ding. Open. Morning, Aki-kun. What a coincidence. Morning. Want to walk to school together? In middle school, I always had morning practice, so we didn't really get to see each other. It's been a while since we last walked to school together. You're not joining any clubs in high school? You were the ace player, weren't you? That would mean not being able to see you. I wouldn't want you to get lonely. Just kidding. There she goes again saying cool things like that. Oh, that takes me back. We used to hold hands every day on the way to school, too. That was back in elementary school. Yeah. And wow, he's holding hands with a girl? Oh, look. You want to hold hands with me? Sorry, but this hand is reserved for Aki-kun. Let's go, Aki-kun. That was so cool. Remember that? Yeah. Aki-kun, I saw you yesterday. You and Nishina Senpai were holding hands. I was just helping her. It's not like I meant to hold her hand. I did do it with Sano-san, though. My hand is still reserved just for you, Aki-kun. How the hold hands with me, too? How do you not get this girl likes you? You know, YouTube might be flagged. It's fine. It was like 5 seconds. That sounds cool, right? I wonder if his heart skipped a beat. I'm not letting him hold hands with anyone else. I have to remind him of all those days he held my hand. And that I'm the one he likes. Just like back then. Like... then. His hand's so big. Huh? It's completely different from back then. My hand used to be bigger than his, and his hand was so soft. Back then, is she rubbing my hand? Now it's so big and warm, it feels like I'm being embraced. Alrighty then. Alright. Damn, this Mencina is one of the most dense people I've seen in fiction. Has to be. Has to fucking be, bro. There's no way you have a girl, especially a childhood friend, sit there saying, my hand's only reserved for you, and you're not sitting here thinking, yo, does she have even the slightest fucking bit of feelings for me? Bro, I'm gonna crash out. It's a requirement for the MC and Eddie romance to have the IQ of 15. Guys, does this count as battle IQ? Does romance IQ... Does picking up on... Let's say, what do we call them? What is he picking up on? On hints count as battle IQ? I need to know. I need to know, guys. Yes, it counts as battle IQ. I think it counts as battle IQ. It was just one peach on the screen, YouTube. Yeah, it was just a peach, man. It was just some random chick, right? Nothing crazy. Horn dog IQ is in battle IQ, potato chip. I disagree. I think it could 100% be considered battle IQ because if you're not constantly locked into what you need to do, are you really locked in at all? If you aren't picking up on every last thing around you, is that not battle IQ? This is the type of guy with such a low-ass battle IQ that if we were to fight an opponent with a super, like, convoluted fucking ability, he'd be the last motherfucker to figure it out. It definitely does, and I think it definitely does. So this is what a boy's hand feels like. Toki, 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 toki. Well, at the MC is... Well, at the MC isn't dense as the MC of To Love Ru. I think I remember To Love Ru. Whoa. To Love Ru. I think I remember seeing like an episode of this shit. Oh no, wait. To Love Ru. I remember seeing the name of it. I never actually watched this. No. Awkward, Haikyuu confessing the feelings of the girl who's dream, but one day an alien princess. Yeah, no. I've heard of it. I haven't actually watched it. Maybe this is enough for today, huh? Yeah. I think I was thinking of something else. It wasn't it like, fuck. It was, no, that wasn't to Love Root. It was Masa. Definitely counts towards battle IQ. How do you think Batman ended up with Catwoman? They fought and flirted at the same time. That's what I'm saying. See, you get it, One Smart. See, you get it. Don't put it on. Oh, to Love Root. Christ, I'm not gonna put it on. It was something like Masamune. Masamune-kun's Revenge. I remember reading this shit, and I remember being fucking pissed off to no hell. Bro, I hated this fucking ass. I hated this fuck ass show, bro. I really hated this one. Masamune-kun's Revenge ended up just being all one big misunderstanding, and it had like the most funny ass concept originally. I'm gonna go buy some drinks. So I'm gonna go buy something to drink. You go ahead. Okay, I get it now. Things are no longer how they were back then. I took a shower this morning, but now I'm all sweaty again. She pretty much sprinted away from me. Maybe she got grossed out because my hands are sweatier than before. Damn. Kazuaki's been getting a lot of messages on his phone lately, and he brought 3 girls into his room. My Kazuaki is being targeted by those vixens? Yo, I love it, man. The ending is ass, yeah. The ending was really fucking ass, dude. Holy shit. Yo, come on. Why is it that in every one of these series, there's always got to be at least like 2 or 3 girls that are just have massive fucking flaunting breasts, man? I don't know. Did he already do it with one of them? Could it be that he's already dating them? Damn it. I can't stop having these wicked thoughts. This isn't the time to be helping him with his studies. Maybe I should just squish.
How about I teach you something else?
No! I should just ask him. Kazuaki, how are things lately? What do you mean? I sound like some old guy, so how are things? You know, things other than school and studying. You were talking about getting over your worldly desires and stuff, right? Oh. He went silent. Something definitely happened. What? Did you get a girlfriend or something? It's okay, you can tell me. Wait, that came out wrong. Rather than a sexy cousin... Oh, God, that's right. Oh, God. That sounded more like a creepy uncle. You got a boyfriend yet? I don't have a girlfriend, nor do I intend to get one. Right now, I want to focus on my studies. Kazuaki, does that mean they're friends with benefits? Still, there's no limit on how many friends with benefits you can have. Alright, still, you saw right through me, Saturina. I can't get anything past you. My head's been a mess lately. I just want to focus on my studies, but I can't go on like this. I wasn't sure what to do. I see, is that so? I see, in that case, why don't we blow off some steam together, Saturina? What do you mean? Oh, this is what I mean. Saturina! Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, okay. This was all just inside her head. Okay. That's ridiculous. Yeah, you're right. That was close. Kazuaki's genuinely stressed out about this. This is where I need to show him that he can rely on me. I won't tell you and just try and resist all the urges. There are some things you can't do anything about, so when you feel that way, it's important to blow off some steam. Maybe it'd be good for you to get outside and have some fun every now and then, don't you think? With me, for example. Alright, what a freak. We're all going to hell, yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't, yeah. You know, we're all going to hell by association. Me for reading it and you all for sitting here and still sticking around for this bullshit. I see. So, you know, I could go with you if you don't mind. How? Forget about those 3. I'll pay for everything. So let's go on a date. I've known him since he was a little baby. Why am I feeling so embarrassed all of a sudden? Thanks, Saturina. I'll try doing that. Is he gonna invite me? That's fine, go for it, Kazuaki. Come on. Kazukun. Why don't we go somewhere together? My sister had some spare tickets. She gave them to me and said I should go with a friend, so... Normally I decline, but it's important to blow off some steam. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. I'll go. Yay! Oh! Are they actually blood-related cousins? By the way, I got 4 of them. Got anyone else in mind? Oh, right. I'll put it like this. I am, for the sake of my soul And everyone else here, I am willing to believe, I am willing to cope with the idea that they might be like third cousins twice removed. We don't know. We just know that they are cousins. They could be cousins through marriage. 38-year-old man gasping and saying yay to a romance manga whimsical ass. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Where's the next chapter coming out? When was that? April 15th? Oh, God. Oh, God. We have a week. There is a week before. We have to wait at least 1 week before the next chapter comes out, and that is tomorrow. Jesus Christ. Alright, we'll have a new chapter tomorrow. We'll have a new one. It's been good. It's been chill. Guys, I'm going to catch you guys all later, though. I do need to, specifically at one point, I do need to render this next video. It'll be out today for everyone who is a member. It'll be out tomorrow for everybody else. It won't be anything crazy, but, yeah, 67-year-old man. Alright. That one girl is definitely toying with all the others. Yeah, she's 100% toying with them. She is 100%. Sano is 100%. Enjoy your beans on toast. You got that's a 30-minute timeout, bro. What video, by the way? Oh, it's the it's just the video that I worked on today and yesterday. It was for the debates that we did. I'm gonna post them on as a larger content video, and then I'm gonna start editing. The One Piece power cliffing video tomorrow. So, yeah, I'll catch you guys all later. I appreciate you guys for showing up. I appreciate you guys and the conversations that we had. I know that in some cases we disagreed, but I think it's completely fine. I think we had some really good discussions overall, and I appreciate you guys for sticking with me. Tomorrow we'll read some more chapters from Ichi the Witch, and we'll do some other stuff, but for now I'm just gonna work on some editing. So, yeah. Take care, guys. Peace out. Eon Bob added you in a Discord with Beans. It wasn't my fault. He used my GIF. That's 5 minutes, Bob. Fuck, I can't do it here. God damn it, I'm gonna do it. Alright, whatever. I was gonna try to time out Bob in the other server, but fuck it. Catch you guys later. Peace out. Yeah.